Good morning, First Indiana District State Championship audience. We are getting ready here in Indianapolis at the Indiana State Fairgrounds for opening ceremonies in the next 20 minutes. In preparation, we wanted to give a little bit of an introduction into what you can expect from the competition this weekend. My name is Rachel Baker, one of your talent team members, game announcers, commentary desk members. Excited to be chatting with you today.
Hi, my name is Brenna Porat. I am also going to be a member of one of the announcers this weekend, and I'm really excited to be here in Indianapolis and see all of the amazing teams perform. I have been in robotics for about 12 years now. I've been in it since I was in fourth grade, a long time. I am an alumni of Team 1741 Red Alert out of Greenwood, Indiana, and I'm really involved with Purdue First programs. So right now I'm the events director, and then next year I'll be the president, and I am really excited to develop that organization and make an impact on Indiana. So we have a couple of exciting opportunities coming up in the fall, and I love to stay engaged as a college student on Purdue campus and help make an impact in FIRST and the program that I have been involved in for so long.
That's amazing that you're the incoming president of PFP. That's awesome. I am also an alumni of FTC and FRC. I helped found Team 3940 Cybertooth, who's actually competing here with us this weekend. I was also involved with PFP when I was in college at Purdue and helped mentor Team 461 when I was there. The rest of the voices that you're hearing today, many of them are also, I think all of them, in fact, are alumni. Many of us are PFP alums, and we're really excited to help guide you through and introduce you to the 38 teams that are competing here at the Indiana State Championships. If you're unfamiliar with who these teams are, how they got here, they're a part of the first Indiana district, which means that each year the teams in FRC in Indiana compete against each other within the district. There were a number of district events here this year, one in Mishawaka, one in Columbus, one in Lafayette, and one in Washington, 4 district events that all is culminating in this first Indiana district championship. So all of the teams that you're going to be seeing competing today have all competed already so far. They have really proven themselves to be the best of the district. These are the top 38 teams who are ready to compete. We have a lot of teams that this is their first time at Indiana State Championships. Many teams are also returning champs or finalists or impact winners, and they all got here from having incredible performances at those district events. So the way that advancement works within First more broadly, but also here at the district event, is that you get qualification points from winning an award, from your match performance, from being a captain, or from when you were picked in the playoffs, and for your playoff performance. So all of the teams who are present here today have gotten the top points here in the district, either through their match performance or their award performance or their playoff performance. And then the top teams coming out of this district championship are also going to be moving to the World Championships, which are going to be taking place in Houston, Texas, in a couple of weeks, where those teams that are winning and advancing from the first Indiana District Championship are going to be the ones representing Indiana on the big stage against all of the other top teams in the world. Would you mind, Brianna, kind of walking us through how teams can move from the Indiana District Championship to that World Championship event?
Yeah, so what really goes on behind the scenes are points assigned to each for doing a variety of different things. So you can get points for winning awards, points for going so far in the playoff matches, um, points for being a captain of an alliance. So those points are assigned, and then based off of those points, every team is going to be ranked. And in general, from First Indiana tomorrow, we'll have 12 teams advancing to the first championship. And out of those 12 teams, one will be the Impact Award winner, and 2 will be from Engineering Inspiration winners. And then the rest of those 9 different or teams that are going to move on to the championship are going to be from those points rankings. So they'll go down the list of teams that have not yet qualified from the awards that I just mentioned, and find the next 9 teams that accept that offer.
Awesome. It's going to be really exciting to see who those 12 teams are that are going to be advancing. And we're going to be seeing a lot of great match competition on the field this weekend. But there's also a lot of award judging happening behind the scenes that you're not going to be seeing on the live stream. Would you mind kind of giving a little bit of an overview for people who maybe aren't familiar about what some of the awards are? What are the things that teams are doing outside of the gameplay that we're going to see on the field today that the judges are judging them on that are also going to be a factor in those advancements for World Championship?
Yeah, so some of the important awards that I just mentioned before, so we have the Impact Award and the Engineering Inspiration Award, and those are going to be the 2 awards that will auto-qualify you to go on to the championship. And the Impact Award is obviously the most prestigious award that you can win in first, especially team attribute-wise. So that award is going to be making the most impact on the community around you. How is that measurable? How are you getting the name of first out into your community and getting STEM education out into your community, and trying to create that measurable impact of getting robotics and using your skills and teaching others and helping others with what your team has acquired. With the Engineering Inspiration Award, it is very similar. That one is a little bit more technical, going out and specifically engineering outreach and specifically getting that measurable impact as well from there, and trying to have those numbers of how many people you've impacted engineering-wise and specific technical skills. So a lot of teams do that in Indiana. A lot of teams are very team attribute heavy and outreach heavy, which is very important, and I love that about this community. And we see lots of outreach activities from our teams here, whether that's from doing STEM camps to going to their schools and hosting demos, to going to their own state fairs or their own county fairs and trying to impact students in that way. And a lot of different creative outreach events that we see varies from team to team, but both of those can cover those kind of outreachy type of awards. We also have the Sustainability Award, talking about business plan and sustainability plans and how a team can sustain themselves for the years to come. We have the Creativity and Imagery Award. Some of those also have to do with those robot aspects of making the robot aesthetic, but also just being like an imagery award, so displaying your team in a consistent and branded manner. So a lot of different aspects that award teams for having those valuable skills that they teach and instill in students. And it's very exciting. I'm excited to see how our teams perform and see the results at tomorrow's closing ceremonies.
Absolutely. Just like there's more than corn in Indiana, there's also more than robots in first.
Yes.
I think it's really, really cool that regardless of what students are interested in, whether it is mechanical, electrical, software development for their robot, or if they're interested in branding, marketing, community outreach, business planning, really there's a role for a student based on whatever they're interested in. My sister, when she was on the team, helped with strategy and graphic design, and now she's a graphic designer. Just so much about FIRST is about making sure that students have opportunities to learn about STEM, to develop skills, and to also learn how to work within a team environment to make sure that everyone's strengths are put to their kind of full power to create a robot and a team culture and a team impact that goes beyond what we're just going to see on the field today. So even though really the stream today is mostly going to be focused on what's happening on the field, which is going to be extremely exciting, we'll give you a little bit of a preview of what you can expect there in a moment. There's so much more to FIRST than just the competition on the field. Seeing that team impact, whether it's community outreach, engineering education, marketing, branding, team sustainability, business plans. There's so much more than just robotics that help stand first apart from other organizations to really help develop our first student into fully rounded community members that are able to contribute to the community around them to the best of their abilities. And so we'll keep you posted as we get more information about the awards throughout this weekend. There'll be a number of ceremonies kind of letting you know who's winning those awards and why they won, which will be really exciting to see. We're also gearing up for opening ceremonies in the next 5 to 10 minutes. That's when we're going to meet some cool folks who you'll see a lot this weekend and kick things off for us to begin qualification matches today. What you'll see throughout the competition is our 2026 game rebuilt for FRC as part of First Age, really a cool theme across all of the FIRST programs that are looking at the history of FIRST, incorporating different elements from previous year's games, and really turning that into a new experience, a new game for teams, but still using a lot of components and challenges from previous year's games. The game each year for FIRST changes. So there's a new engineering challenge that teams have to rise to. And so this year's game involves shooting, it involves climbing, it involves offense and defensive strategy, autonomous programming. We'll see the game video in a little bit towards the beginning of our competition matches. But we also have a really exciting 2 days of competitions. Would you mind kind of explaining to people what kind of matches we're going to see today, and then also going into tomorrow, kind of what the structure of matches are going to be?
Yeah, of course. So today, how the schedule is kind of going to work out is just in a couple of minutes now. It looks like opening ceremonies is going to be in about 5 minutes. We're going to have those important announcements, hear from our community partners, hear from all Finn-related things. And then we're going to kick off our qualification matches. Today, we'll have a number of qualification matches. I'm not completely sure what that is. Usually around 76 qualification matches are going to be played today. Tomorrow, we will wrap up those qualification matches in the morning. And then right before lunch, we'll head into Alliance Selection. Alliance Selection is a little scary, but very fun. And we're going to have 8 Alliance captains. So usually those are the Alliance captains will be the top 8 ranked teams. Now, there is that interesting dynamic where one can pick 2, 2 can pick 3, but in general, it's going to be those top 8 ranked teams will pick 2 members to join their alliance. And after alliance selection, we'll head into the playoffs, which is a double elimination bracket, and we'll finally crown our winner at the Indiana District Championship here in Indianapolis.
It's going to be really, really exciting. Qualification matches today. I think we've seen throughout the district events so far this year that really anything can happen in quals and in playoffs, especially during qualifications. All of the matchups that you're going to see are totally randomized, right? So your partners in one match can be your opponents in the next match, resulting in really a important need for dynamic strategy between these teams. You may be playing defense one match and offense the next, and especially when we have the best of the best teams from Indiana competing against each other, I think that we're going to see a really elevated level of competition here today during qualification matches as teams stack up their ranking points to then get to those top 8 that are going to be picking their partners in alliance selections tomorrow. And then we will go into playoffs and see who our 2026 First Indiana District Championship winners are. We've got a whole lot of exciting activities in store for you this weekend. We're going to be starting alliance selections tomorrow, and we're going to be starting with opening ceremonies this morning, just in a few minutes. We are excited to talk to you again soon once qualification matches begin.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, scientists and engineers, robot fans of all ages, put your hands together for one of your master of ceremonies and first alum, the one, the only, the knight in yellow armor, it's Cooper Hawkins.
Good morning, Indiana! Welcome to the 2026 First Indiana Robotics State Championship in this year's challenge, Rebuild, presented by Haas. Rebuild is part of our archaeology-inspired season, First Age, presented by Qualcomm. Qualcomm is proud to partner with FIRST to inspire students to make discoveries with your innovations and your help to become leaders. A big thanks to Qualcomm for their 20 years of support and for investing in your future. And we're again excited to partner with our Rebuilt season presenting sponsor, the Gene Haas Foundation. As a leading CNC manufacturer, Haas knows the skills you develop this season create success. Haas is proud to support FIRST robotics competition teams around the world, empowering you, the next generation of makers, to turn creativity into real-world impact. And a big thanks to the organizations here in Indiana who have helped us make this event a success. We want to highlight Allison Transmission, the Refinery, and the U.S. Army Indianapolis Recruitment Battalion. We really couldn't do it without you. And to speak more on how teams can stay involved with their community here in Indiana, please welcome Purdue First Program's Event Director, Brinna Porat.
Hello everybody, welcome to the district championship here in Indianapolis. Congratulations on making it this far. Like Cooper said, my name is Brenna and I am the events director for Purdue First Programs and West Lafayette. And we have a couple exciting things to share with you all. First of all, as you guys have already heard before at your other district events, we will be hosting forums again this year. In the fall, we have the West Lafayette date solidified. That is going to be October 3rd. And we also have an interest form available if you guys would like to give your inputs on the other locations. So we're going to have a Northern Indiana location and a Southern Indiana location, as well as we'll have Purdue Indianapolis hosting. But if you'd like to give your inputs on those Northern and Southern Indiana locations and the dates for the Indianapolis Northern and Southern locations, please fill out that interest form if you're a mentor for your team, or if you're willing to speak at this event. This is a day-long event where we are going to be hosting sessions for students and mentors alike to learn about different topics, from CAD to programming to how to build a business plan to lots of different aspects, award talks, lots of different aspects of your team can be educated at this event. So if you'd like to speak at this event and share your knowledge, also please fill out that interest form so we know what locations and dates you're available to attend. My second announcement is about the very exciting Boiler Bot Battle that is returning this fall. That's going to be on October 24th. If you are interested in attending this event, this is the best way to secure a spot. This does not guarantee you a spot, but it will get you first access to the sign-ups for this event. This is the early bird interest form, and as soon as we have all of our teams from these competitions, we'll send you that access form to sign up for Boiler Bot Battle, and all the information on the payments and what that's going to look like. But it is again going to be on October 24th at the Tippecanoe County Fairgrounds, where it has been the past several years. So if you would like to join us in the fall for a fun off-season competition, please have your lead mentor fill out this interest form so you can get your best shot at securing a spot for that competition. We will cut it off at 32 teams exactly. Thank you guys for your time, and I'll pass it back to Cooper.
And now it's time to recognize our volunteers in the blue shirts. Please welcome your judges, led by Judge Advisor Ben Caverny. The judges want to hear your stories, your successes, and your challenges. This is a distinguished group from companies and organizations where you may want to work someday, so go do some networking. Judges, thank you again for your time and efforts. You've got a difficult task to go through this competitive group of teams. And now, there's another group of volunteers you have to know here in the playing field. Their job is to ensure fair play, enforce the rules, and to have all teams compete intensely while remembering their gracious professionalism. Then remember, the rules are final and there will be no video reviews. Please welcome your referees, led by head referee and first alumni, Logan Byers. And along with a fair competition, safety is a priority at first. We want you to have fun and be safe at the same time. Helping us achieve that, please welcome our safety managers, Mike Taylor. And here at this event, we'd like to make sure you and your team have a safety plan. Mentors, please communicate your safety plan and have a designated meeting place for your team. And as always, let's make sure that everything you do at the tournament reflects gracious professionalism. The nominees for the Woody Flowers Finalist Award, which is created in honor of Woody Flowers, the originator of gracious professionalism, will be honored during this weekend's award ceremonies. Mentors nominated by their team are the Woody Flowers Finalist Award contenders. The winner will receive a blue banner, a trophy, and a shirt signed by all of you. Woody's signature look was a shirt he'd ask everyone to sign. We want you to carry on that tradition for our Woody Flower Finalist Award winner. Please stop by Pit Admin and sign the shirt today. Mentors and coaches, you are critical to the FIRST experience. You've helped set the culture at FIRST and are part of our far-reaching support system we've built for students around the world who are just now realizing their dreams. A big thanks to all the mentors and coaches for your dedication and efforts on behalf of FIRST programs. You can check out the other FIRST programs, Circus and Robots, this afternoon next to the scholarship row. And we will also have roundtables this afternoon. So please stop by and learn about the other teams and interact with our Finn community. Roundtables will be next to the quiet room. So take a moment now to note the times and themes for the roundtable. And we will look forward to seeing you at our roundtables upstairs behind the bleachers. FIRST Indiana Robotics is planning for the future and would like to hear directly from parents, students, mentors, and volunteers about their experience. Please join Taylor Advising starting at 2 p.m. next to the volunteer room. By participating, you'll also be entered for a chance to win one of 5 Finn merch coupons. And if you ever need a break during the event or have small children, please take a moment to check the map for the quiet room and family room locations. These spaces are available to help everyone stay comfortable and to enjoy the event at their own pace. And up next, some final safety reminders before we get started. Please note the locations of the emergency exits, and there's a fire extinguisher here at the scoring table and one at the first aid station at Pit Admin. Safety is everyone's responsibility, so please help us keep walkways and exits clear. And if you see something unsafe, please correct the issue immediately or ask Pit Admin for help. The FIRST community cares for one another, so if you notice someone who's having a tough time, take a moment to check in and see if you can lend a hand. If anything or anyone is making you feel uneasy, don't hesitate to reach out to a trusted adult for assistance. Together, we can ensure that this event is safe and fun for everyone. And finally, before we power up the robots, please stand for the national anthem. And without further ado, teams, are we ready to play some rebuild? Alrighty then, let's power up the robots and meet our teams for qualification match number 1.
All right, let's introduce qualification match number 1. To start off with the Red Alliance, they're ready to conduct the Alliance into victory. It's Team 4580.
With students from Ben Davis High School, it's the conductors. They're proudly sponsored by Ben Davis High School, Fastenal, Allison Transmission, Gene Haas Foundation, and the Franciscan Health.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, they're super and they're duper. It's Team 7457.
Hailing from Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Super Robotics. They're proudly supported by Thrifty Pot, Mundell Associates, FRCTs, and Citizens Energy.
And last but certainly not least, in the Red Alliance, they're ready to hash down the competition. It's Team 8116.
With students from Washington High School, it's Hatchet Robotics. They're proudly sponsored by Toyota, Department of Defense STEM, and First Indiana.
Moving my way over to the Blue Alliance to start off, they're the Knights in black armor. It's Team 135.
Bringing to the field their robot Kepler, it's Penn Robotics Black Knights, proudly supported by BHM Education Foundation, Safer Gear Works, United Beverage, JPD Controls, and Crow.
Also on the Blue Alliance, they're ready to take a bite out of the competition. It's Team 1024.
For students from Mackenzie Center for Innovation Technology, it's the Kilobytes, proudly presented by MSD, Lawrence Township, and NASA.
And last but certainly not least, this team is definitely not blue. It's Team 234.
They're focused on exceeding the known limits at Cyber Woo, proudly presented by West Coast Products, Allison Transmission, Gene Haas Foundation, Rolls-Royce, and Perry Township Schools.
All All right, let's get this qualification match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild!
Rezo starts with a 20-second autonomous period. These robots are moving around pre-programmed, trying to pick up as many fuel as possible. That's those yellow spheres. By 500 available on the field of play. Teams trying to score into the hub, which are those boxy items in the center. One for each alliance, one red, one blue. 234, Cyber Blue doing some donuts there in the center part of the field. They picked up a good amount of fuel volume, hoping to take it back to their hub. Coming out of the first 20-second scores are 60-53 in favor of your Blue Alliance. The remainder of this game is now teleoperated. Human players have played with the controllers are driving the robots that their team built this season. That's what we'll see in the remaining 2 minutes and 20 seconds of this match. That sound we just heard means that the Red Alliance gets their first scoring opportunity. Any sphere scored into the Blue Alliance hub is worth 0 at this time. Red Alliance during this 25-second period is the only team that can score during this Alliance shift. 10 seconds remaining in that. Red Alliance pushing up their point total, getting closer to the Blue Alliance's current score. But as we end up their time, we'll head back over to the Blue Alliance who will get their first solo scoring opportunity. 10-24 to kilobytes, releasing a good volume of fuel into their hub. Each of those yellow spheres, known as fuel, worth 1 point for their alliance. 204 Cyber Blue sneaking their way underneath their tower, which is that vertical monkey bar, making sure that they can scoop up as many fuel points as possible. Red Alliance during this time of hub inactivity, trying to pick up as much fuel as possible, playing a little bit of Hungry Hippo, storing up those fuels for a future scoring opportunity as their hub becomes active. Again, each of those yellow spheres worth 1 point for their alliance. Teams looking at those wellness objectives and the ranking points. Energized is 240 now that with the Indiana State Championship. Just over a minute remaining in this match. Scores continuing to push them up, 187 to 184. 3 points distinguish these two teams. Red Alliance is the only one from active hub, so they're continuing to push up those point totals before it goes back over to the Red Alliance in just a few moments. We're now over to the Blue Alliance hub being active. This is the final opportunity for just a single team to be active when we enter the end game period. 81-16, Hatch Robotics making their way over to their opponent's side, trying to snatch up some of that fuel and starve their opponents of scoring additional scoring opportunities. 74-57, Super Duper able to pick up some fuel from the center part of the field, doing a little bit of rebuild between this match and the last, potentially allowing them to fit underneath the trench, which is not something they could have done before. Last 30 seconds here. We're now in the end game period. Both those hubs have become reactivated. Both teams get a final scoring opportunity. Only a few points distinguishing these two alliances, so it will come down to the wire. There are additional points available in the climb. 10, 20, 30 points. The higher the climb, the more points they'll find. But many teams will continue to focus on scoring points in the fuel since they've developed their robots to do that specifically. Final 10 seconds here. Scores continue to remain close. Blue Alliance, Red Alliance find a little bit of pressure. Red Alliance pushing a couple more. Blue Alliance coming to devour them. And that's all the time we have a qualification match 1. Stick tight to see how those scores total up. Very close to first match here, first championship, 7 points. It's the Red Alliance. Red Alliance taking that score of 336 to 329. Of course, our highest score at the event so far. Red Alliance getting 4 of those 6 available ranking points, 3 for winning the match, of course, and also taking that white sphere home, which is energized. They crushed that 240 requirement here at the state championship. Blue Alliance also getting that single ranking point. Stick tight for qualification match 2 here to defend Indiana State Championship.
Okay, everyone, let's introduce qualification match number 2. To start off with the Red Alliance, we have Team 9119.
Hailing from Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's Iron Legends, proudly presented by Steel Dynamics, Medical Informatics Engineering, Downwood Foundation, and General Motors.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, we have Team 3176.
They're here to sail set the seal. It's Purple Precision, proudly supported by Indiana Department of Education, Capital Careers, Fastenal, Amber Miranda, and Nick Neely family.
And last up on their team, we have Team 1741.
Hailing from Greenwood, Indiana, it's Red Alert, proudly supported by Crossroads Engineers, Center Grove Education Foundation, Center Grove Community School Corporation, CMIT Solutions, and GRCREMC.
Moving over to the Blue Alliance, to start off in the first position, we have Team 829.
Presenting their robot Coco, it's the Digital Goats, proudly supported by Department of Defense, STEM Motorola Solutions, Gene Haas Foundation, and Allison Transmission.
Joining them on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 10021.
For students from Garrett Catholic High School, it's the Garrett Catholic Golden Gears, proudly supported by Engineering Concepts Unlimited, Indiana Department of Education, Chick-fil-A, and Gaylor Electric.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 4982.
Hailing from Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's Olympus Robotics, proudly sponsored by Fort Wayne Metals, BAE Systems, Alliance Winding, Valbruna, Teleborg, and Optimus International.
All right, we got a thumbs up on the field. Let's get ready for qualification match number 2. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild!
Rebuild starts with the autonomous time period. These robots moving around pre-programmed and moving of their own volition. First 20 seconds is that time period. Teams trying to score points for the field to get the advantage during the tele-operated phase. Each of those yellow spheres worth 1 point for their alliance. 7 seconds remaining here. 3176 Purple Precision able to deliver a couple of that fuel into their hub. 10:021 Garrett Catholic Golden Gears able to make their way across the bump, preparing for their next tele-operated time. The first 10 seconds here is that transition period. Both those hubs temporarily active before we go over to the team that performed poorly during the autonomous period, but they have the ability up the match to make up that point difference. Red Alliance getting that first active shift on their hub. The hub again is that square boxy center in the center of the field, with that backup net behind it. Purple Precision delivering a good amount of fuel volume. Scores currently 88-42 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance though getting the current opportunity for scoring points for their alliance. 1741 Red Alert trying to get an active use of their Porat. A lot of teams designing either with a pump and dump system, or they can pick it up and get rid of it, or that turret-based system which allows them to aim with a little bit more precision. Blue Alliance now getting that active hub, trying to deliver as much fuel as possible into that hub. 829, the Digital Ghost, Indianapolis area team, picking up that fuel that they stored up against their driver station, hoping to unload it, getting a little bit of that bumper-on-bumper pressure from 9119, the Iron Legends. That sort of contact is allowed as long as it's kept under watch of the referees, making sure that they don't violate any of those rules. Just over a minute remaining in the match. Teams continue to manipulate those field pieces around the field of play. Each of those yellow spheres scored into an active hub is worth 1 point. The teams also have a bonus objective in the energized ranking point threshold. That's what that 240 requirement our team's looking at. Trying to score fuel over that to increase their ranking point average, which ultimately decides our ranks in this weekend's competition. Blue Alliance now gain another scoring opportunity. This is the last one we'll have for just a single team that's active before that end game period. Teams trying to pick up this fuel, and a lot of teams designing to fit underneath the trench, which are those vertical bars that teams are sneaking their way under. 4 ways to transit from the center part of the field onto that side. Some teams going over that bump, but it can't quite cause quite havoc. Final 30 seconds here. We're in the end game period. Both those hubs have reactivated for additional scoring opportunities. 31-76 Blue Precision lined up against their area, trying to deliver a couple more of those fuel points. Blue Lions currently in the strong lead, eyeing up that ranking point requirement. 360 what they well surpassed. Both those teams looking potentially to win that match and get final scoring opportunities here as 5 seconds remain in qualification match number 2. Stick tight to see how those scores total up in just a few moments. We have our scores qualification match number 2. Your winners, the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance continuing to push up our event high score, now 420 to Red Alliance is 139. Blue Alliance proudly walking away with 5 of those available ranking points. 3, of course, for winning the match. 1 for needing to energize, that's 240. But also supercharged, which is that 360 requirement.
All right. Go for it.
Hello, everybody. My name is Brinna, and I am an FRC alumni and Purdue First Programs Events Director.
Nice. I'm Eric. I am a first alumni, and I am a mentor for 5484 and then 9554.
And we're going to be kind of talking about each match after it happens here on the sports broadcast desk. So before we dive into our last match, let's go ahead and give a general overview of this year's game, if you're not already aware. In this game, there has to do a lot with those yellow balls that you see on the field. Those yellow spheres are called fuel. They are worth 1 point the entire match. Do you want to talk a little bit about how they're utilized?
The 2 ways to score, no. The only way to score is to get fuel into the hub. Those are the pieces down in the middle area. But you can either shoot it from your human player section that's over in the driver's side towards the right area, far right, or you can shoot it with the robots anywhere that is on the inside away from the middle field. And teams have found a variety of ways to get those little fuels in the air. Anything you want to speak on? Talk more about that.
Yeah, so I think a really important aspect of this year's game are those different shifts that you have throughout the match. So starting off in autonomous, that's going to be pre-programmed instructions for both of those hubs are going to be activated. And then after autonomous, you have 2 minutes and 20 seconds of teleoperated period where drivers are able to control those robots physically and make them do whatever they want on the fly rather than those pre-programmed instructions. But in teleop, you will have 10 seconds of that transition shift going into the beginning of teleop. And after that, each alliance will have 25 seconds of their own dedicated time to score into their own hub. And at the end game, the last 30 seconds of the match, teams will again have 30 seconds where both of those hubs are activated and are able to score fuel. So it's really interesting how basically half the match teams are not able to score fuel and how that strategy kind of plays out and what teams decide to fill that time with, whether it's gathering fuel, playing defense, all of that fun stuff. You have anything to add, Eric?
I actually did lie. My apologies. The other way to score points is also to climb on those blue and red little ladders of sorts. It's been interesting. In previous years, you see unicorn matches very often. They try to get as many rank points as they possibly can, but as it goes on, it's interesting to see how many teams have said it is usually more important just to shoot. Teams usually have level 1 to level 2 climbs, but robots are just sitting there optimizing for the most points because a win. You're trying to rank high to pick the best teams you can to win the event, and the best way to get ranking points is to win. And they are truly pushing that again and again.
Yeah, so as Eric was talking about, there are those ranking points, and it is very unique this year how we're not seeing a ton of teams get the max amount of ranking points. So it's 3 for winning, and then there's 3 other tasks that you can do to earn those ranking points. And it's actually very rare to get more than 4, and I'm sure we'll get lots of 5s here, but it is pretty rare to get 6 ranking points. So those ranking points are getting, if you get 100 fuel, well, actually, it's changed now that we're at the district championship. 200.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Nice.
I believe it's 240 fuel for that energized ranking point, 360 fuel for the supercharged ranking point,
Nice.
and then you can also earn a ranking point called the traversal ranking points. And
Excellent. Excellent.
if you get enough points through the traversal ranking point,
All
if you
good.
get enough points through the traversal ranking point, which is climbing onto that tower during autonomous and teleop, you are able to get that ranking point as well, and it can really help you climb those ranks up in the matches throughout today and tomorrow.
Hey, and we have a lot of matches to go through to get through theirs. If we get a 6 RP, that'd be super amazing. Cross fingers. All that good jazz. I do want to give a quick shout out and use qualification match 2 to show how the game can go. We got towards the end of it, but at the end you can see all the aspects we brought in. Shooting fuel, teams not going for trying to go through, shooting balls, avoiding those climbs, stealing from each other, all those wonderful things. And we have a full day of it. Hey, we got a shout out. Nice. I don't know how much we have of it, but if you'd like to play to show off some of it, see how
Yeah, we could finish off with just saying that we have a lot of qualification matches, so 76 qualification matches will be played today. We'll see a couple more tomorrow, probably around 20 before we head into alliance selection, and then we'll play our playoff match. And like me and Rachel were talking about earlier, if you're on before opening ceremonies, there'll be 12 teams that advance to the championship in Houston, Texas, and that's going to be the 29th through the 2nd of May. So April 29th through May 2nd. So just in 2 weeks here, we're really excited to have 12 of our Indiana teams representing us. So stay tuned on the broadcast desk, and we will be back with some match analysis now that we have a general overview.
Yay, best state, no bias. It still says we're on air on our side. All right, good. You're good. Well, I took up Grant just as like a fill-in, so Grant can have a spot back if he wants. All right, let him know. Right there. Oh. Grant. Talk through the entire time. Let's go. Elk Logics, Tinley Trailblazers, Tech Hounds.
All right, let's introduce qualification match number 3. We're going to switch it up a little and start it with the blue team. To start off with the Blue Alliance, we have Team 868.
Pursuits from Carmel High School, it's the Tech Hounds, proudly supported by Mark Marietta, Abby Foundation, RDR, Thrifty Bot, and Online Medals.
Joining them on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 6721.
Pursuits Charles A. Tinley Accelerated School, it's the Tinley Trailblazers, sponsored by Victor Tool Machines and Kimberly Horn.
And last but not least on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 2867.
With the robot Rico, it's Elk Logics. Proudly presented by Elkhart Community Schools, Chicken House Foundation, and the Argosy Foundation.
Now moving over to the Red Alliance. To start off, we have Team 3940.
Hailing from Kokomo, Indiana, it's Cybertooth, presented by Andy Mark Active, Swerve Drive Specialties, and B&D.
Joining them in the middle spot, we have Team 5402.
We're students from Louisville Sport and Lewis Cass High School. It's Reckless Robotics, presented by InMac, Argosy Foundation, Andy Mark, and Cone Powell.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 761.
Presenting their robot Fracture, it's the Tech Pups, proudly supported by Mark Marietta, Apple Foundation, RDR, Thrifty Bot, and Online Medals.
All right, looks like we got a thumbs up on the field. Let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Every rebuild match starts with this autonomous time period, lasts for 20 seconds. These robots are pre-programmed, moving around the field, making use of those QR code-looking things called April tags for positioning and reverse kinematic calculations. 76-1, the Tech Pups, along with their alliance partner Cybertooth, making another voyage into the neutral zone, trying to pick up another round of fuel. Their alliance likely coming out ahead on there. Will be close. Blue Alliance though throwing it off just by 2 points, which means Red Alliance will have that first alliance shift. Next 2 minutes and 20 seconds is all teleoperated. Those human players will pick up their controllers and driving the robots that their team built this season. Blue Alliance actually getting that first alliance shift for scoring just a little bit less fuel during that autonomous time period. 67-21, the Tinley Trailblazers there in their cyan and pink, launching a good volume of fuel into their hub. Each of those yellow spheres worth 1 point for the alliance. 54-02, Reckless Robotics designed their robot with a large hopper, which means they have to go over that bump, but they can fit more in during this time when their alliance hub is active. Each of those yellow spheres worth 1 point for their alliance teams, of course, trying to win the match by getting the most amount of points, but they're also eyeing up those ranking point thresholds. Currently 240 required for the energized ranking point threshold. Getting that will allow them to increase their ranking point average, allowing them to maintain a highly ranked position. Blue Alliance now getting their active hub. We've heard that transition sound a couple of times now. But we'll go back to the Red Alliance before we get our final scoring opportunity. 868, the Tech Hounds, trying to pick up that fuel from the neutral zone and shimmying it underneath their trench area, allowing them to stock up a pile of it in their alliance zone, making it easier for their alliance partners to pick up and operate. 868 Tech Hounds also operating their human player station known as the Outpost, delivering those fuel to their human players, allowing them to toss those into the hub itself. Whether a robot scored or it's a human, still worth 1 point regardless of that. 2867 Elk Logics up on that fuel, getting a little bit of a higher view, but then to make sure that they're outside of that scoring area in the tower as we enter the end game period, which starts with this steam whistle. Final 30 seconds here. Both those hubs have been reactivated. Final scoring opportunities for both of these alliances. Scores 180 to 316. Red Alliance eyeing up that 360 supercharged ranking point threshold. Blue Alliance still trying to eke their way over the energized ranking point threshold. 39-40 Cybertooth trying to get in a couple more scoring opportunities with their mesh net on top, keeping those fuel where they want to see them. Final seconds here in qualification match 3, and that's all the time we had. Stick tight to see those scores. That Robotics appears to be elevated.
I assume we're waiting.
Here are the scores for that last qualification match. The winners are the Red Alliance. Red Alliance taking with the score of 371. The Blue Alliance is 201. Red Alliance getting 5 of the 6 available ranking point opportunities, 3 for winning the match.
Went too far. All right. Even while he's gone, go for it. All right. That was a qualification match 3. Red Alliance winning 371 to Blue Alliance is 201. And that Red Alliance has some pretty, I'd say, solid teams, to say the least. Some finalists up there, some winners over there. Teams working on their robots to the very last minute. Tell me what you saw.
You know what? I saw a lot of really great strategy that I think is really representative of what we're going to see here this weekend. I'm trying to show it right now, but around the 1 minute 10 second mark, we saw a lot of the alliances kind of got into their group. So robots were able to go over to the other alliance. So we saw a lot of the Red Alliance going over to the Blue Alliance, collecting the fuel on the Blue Alliance side, stealing that from them, but at the same time getting it all the way back over the field on the Red Alliance side. That's like a double positive for them. So they're able to take fuel away from the Blue Alliance side, but also give it to their own alliance side. Because another interesting aspect of this year's game is that you are only allowed to shoot from behind that the trench and the bump. So you have to shoot from your own alliance's zone. So you cannot shoot for that middle zone. So a lot of times during that dead time with the shifts, you're seeing robots trying to shuttle as many fuel as possible over to their respective side of the field. And I think that's a really good strategic example of how we're seeing teams do that, especially now that we're at a higher level of competition, trying to get more fuel. These are the best 38 teams in Indiana. So we're seeing a lot more strategy come, and it comes down to a lot more efficiency here in today's matches.
And what was that? 371. 371 will do that for you. Points wise, let it just play and go through it. You can just win it if it wants to. No, you can see 39-40. That was a Washington finalist, but I want to say that they won other things. I so apologize. I can't remember off the top of my head. But and that combination of 761 really did good work.
Yeah, let's head over to go ahead and see what our teams are for qualification match number 4.
Mark Toyota Indiana Chapman, and in loving memory of Coach Adam Head and Jay Craig.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, we have Team 447.
Presenting their robot DCO6 Team Roboto, sponsored by DRN Machine, Rock Hill Lawn Care, Madison County Community Foundation, and Sovereign Charitable Trust.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 6956.
For students from Westfield High School, it's Sham Robotics. They're sponsored by Aptive and One Touch.
Making my way over to the Blue Alliance to start off in this first spot, we have Team 6498.
Presenting their robot, the King, it's Castle Robotics, presented by Toyota Indiana, Centerpoint, Matrix, Kosh, Enterprises, Kaiser, and Seaholis.
Also on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 9491.
For students from Silver Creek High School, it's Crypto Creek, presented by Zip Heating and Cooling, Indies Chicken, Charlie Mannix, IEBW Local 369, and Solidberg's Metals.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 45.
Presenting their robot Project Phoenix, it's the Techno Cats. They're presented by Andy Mark, Kokomo School Corporation, Gene Haas, and Fastenal.
Alright, looks like we can get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1. Rebuild.
6 robots, 3 on each alliance, making their way out into the neutral zone during this autonomous time period. First 20 seconds, these robots are moving around pre-programmed, trying to score as much fuel as possible, trying to take that advantage with them into the tally-operated period. 64-98 Castle Robotics able to make their way back into the neutral zone. A second volume of fuel, which should put the Blue Alliance into that advantage. Blue Alliance 38, Red Alliance is 27 as we head into the tally-operated time period. First 10 seconds here is that transition. Both those hubs briefly active before the Red Alliance will get it for the next 25 seconds. The remainder of this match, teams have picked up their controllers and now driving their robots that their team built this past season. 45, the Technocats with their large volume of fuel hopper, make sure that they have to go over those runs to deliver that into their hub. A lot of teams trying to determine that trade-off. Do we build short and stout so we can fit underneath the trenches, or do we build a little bit larger to seal as much fuel in during that volume of time period? Red Alliance just losing their active hub, able to put up a good amount of points during that 25 seconds. Blue Alliance, though, is ready for that scoring opportunity. The Technocats already picking up some of that fuel and delivering a second volume, pushing some of that into their human player station known as the Outpost, giving their human players an opportunity to score themselves or store them up for a later opportunity. Red Alliance during this time, while their hub is inactive, trying to pick up that fuel and store it up for when it is active, which is just a few moments away. Red Alliance gained their second scoring opportunity of this match, well, third if you include the autonomous time period. With the remainder 75 seconds will determine the winner of this match and who will continue to rise in the rankings. Blue Alliance, of course, during this time of hunted activity, trying to pick up some of that fuel. 45, looking pretty full, but using this time to pick up additional from the neutral zone and shuttling back Castle Robotics with the Robot the King, a good demonstrator of the value of that. Blue Alliance now gained their active high time period. 94-91, Crypto Creek, though, applying some of that defensive pressure onto their opponents, trying to steal some of that fuel and prevent their opponents from scoring as many points as possible. Scores 117 to 130, only 19 points distinguishing these two teams, which can easily be made up in the end game period. Still 5 seconds away from that, though. We'll hear Steam Whistle to initiate into that. Going to the end game. Again, most of those hubs have reactivated. Teams gain final scoring opportunities. Blue Alliance currently in the lead. The Red Alliance has been stocking up and now prepared for the final scoring opportunities here. 16 seconds remain. 76-57 the Thunderbots pushing some of that fuel into their human player station and now beached on top of that fuel in the central part of the field. Blue Alliance providing a good amount of volume of fuel, trying to get those points available in the header charge. Only 15 away from that at the moment. But that's all the time we have for qualification match 4. Stick tight to see how those scores total up.
This is
Yeah, it's
oh my god.
And here are the scores for qualification match 4. Moving this up back to Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance taking it with a score of 221. Red Alliance is 153. Neither teams getting that fuel-like E-point bonuses, but Blue Alliance getting 3 for winning the match. Stick tight for qualification match 6 here in a few moments at the Finn District event in Indianapolis.
hello, everybody. My name is Brenna. We're back again, and now I am joined by a very special guest.
Grant Carlisle.
Yes. Whoop, whoop. Do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself, Grant?
Yeah. My name's Grant Carlisle. I'm born and raised in Indiana. Let's see. First robotics alumni, FRC Team 135. Coach, mentor, volunteer since 04, and proud to be here at the state championship.
Awesome. So we've talked a little bit about robots, a little bit about the game. Before opening ceremonies, talked a little bit of a brief overview.
Right.
But I think we should dive a little bit more into where exactly are we? Where are we location-wise? Where are we time-wise? Where are we work-wise? Like,
Right.
what had to happen for all of us to be
Where
here?
are we
today?
in the season?
Where are we?
Qualification match 4 now complete. So what's fun is, let's see, we have FLL and FTC teams who are preparing for their run for next year, or some teams are even going to championship in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So shout out to FLL and FTC teams across the state. who are preparing. Good luck at Champs. Now that we're into the finals here at the state championship for FRC, we've had for FRC 4 competitions, which are qualifications, that has then allowed these 38 teams to compete here this weekend. And so from across the state, Mishawaka, Columbus, Lafayette, and Washington, that then brings these 38 teams here. We even have the spring fling going on, so a couple FLL teams highlighting their robots. Congratulations. And so now that we've gone across the state with qualifications, we're at the state competition. These teams are preparing to go to Champs. Some of these teams in 2 weeks are going to have to drive down to Houston, and some of these teams are going to pack up for the season.
Yeah.
And so where that leaves us is kind of at the pinnacle, right? The teams who have presented their impact story, the individuals who have presented their leadership, they are now competing here to, again, hopefully have the chance to present at championship.
Yeah, that's awesome, and I'm so excited to be here, and it's such an important time in the season, and see all the hard work that has paid off for these last couple of months. So let's talk more about it after this next match. Match number 5 is about to play, so let's meet our teams.
The line still happening at the moon. It's Team 5484.
We're here to change lives and build robots. It's the Wolf Pack. They're proudly sponsored by Grand Design Recreational Vehicles, Gartoni Smith Family Foundation, and Career Academy.
Making my way over to the Blue Alliance to start off. They've got all the right angles. It's Team 3494.
A family community team from Bloomington. It's the Quadrangles, proudly presented by the Raymond Foundation, Indiana University Luddy School of Informatics, Computing and Engineering, Indiana Department of Education, and Hans Otto Meyer.
Joining them on the Blue Alliance, they're taking over the galaxy. It's Team 4926.
Presenting their robot drop shot, it's Galactech, proudly presented by Cummins Analytical Engineering, the Rumsey Foundation, Spot on Warehousing, and the Columbus Visitor Center.
And last but certainly not least, they're sharpening their axe. It's Team 8430.
Hailing from Washington, Indiana, it's the Hatchbatch. They're proudly presented and sponsored by Toyota, Department of Defense STEM, and First Indiana.
All right, we got a thumbs up on the field. Let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Rebuild starts with the 22nd autonomous period. Teams looking to get that advantage to carry with them into the tally-operated phase. Teams trying to score as many points as possible in the field. Let's see with the most amount of that in the first 20 seconds will get that bonus. These teams moving around pre-programmed and using those instructions that the programmers wrote. Let them be careful not to cross that white line in the center. They'll also receive some penalty points. Scores currently 85-35 in favor of your Blue Alliance. Red Alliance then will get that first dedicated hub period. First 10 seconds there is that transition. Teams both get those scoring opportunities. 49-26, able to sneak in a couple before their hub gets deactivated. Next 2 minutes is all tele-operated. Human players will pick up their controllers and driving the robots that their team has designed this past season. 461, the robot's name is Rally 26, thematic that they continue that throughout the seasons. Picking up that fuel now from the human player station, trying to score those game pieces as quickly as possible, minimizing that cycle time, the time from picking up a game piece till scoring it into field of play. The quicker you are at that, the more you can fit in during a set match time period. 84-30 Hatchet Robotics trying to get away from their fuel area now that their hub is active, giving their teammates additional scoring opportunities. The Red Alliance now 461 doing a little bit of shuttling, stealing that fuel from their opponents, making it launch all the way to the other side of the field, trying to starve them of that fuel. 76-17, Robo Blazers up against their tower, delivering a good amount of fuel now into their hub. Each of those yellow spheres worth 1 point for their alliance. Teams eyeing up that energized regular point threshold, 240 required for that. Just over a minute remaining in our match. The Blue Alliance now on the Red Alliance side, stealing a couple of that fuel. That's the quadrangles. 49-40 Bloomington Community Area team. Very proud of the robot design they've brought to the game this season based on their FTC experience. Very valuable for them there. Red Alliance continuing to try to starve their opponents. 54-84, the Wolfpack now also doing the same. Their hub is not active at this time, so they're trying to pick up that fuel, and why not go grab it from your opponents? Final 30 seconds here as we enter the end game period. Both those hubs have reactivated. Red now fuel, ready to deliver that into their hub. A good volume of fuel there. Currently 40 points distinguishing these two teams, trying to get that point difference tightened up for the Blue Alliance, or continue to push it up for the Red Alliance. If fuel were to exit the field of play, it gets returned by one of our lovely field resetters about where it exited. Final 9 seconds of this match. Red Alliance continue to apply that pressure, sizing up the supercharged regular point bonus. Both these teams getting past energized. And that's all the time we have for qualification match 5. Stick tight to see how those scores total up. And here are your scores for qualification match number 5. The winners are the Red Alliance. Red Alliance taking this a score of 347 to Blue Alliance's 274. Both those teams getting past the energized regular point threshold. You see that white sphere there. Red Alliance getting an additional 3 for winning that match. Let's go and hear some commentary from that last match from our lovely commentary desk.
All right. Thank you, Bryce, for that wonderful introduction. My name is Brinna, and I'm a first alumni. Like you heard from me during opening ceremonies, also the director of events for Purdue First Programs. And I'm joined here with Bryant.
Hi. Welcome to the event. Welcome to the Indiana State Fairgrounds for the 2026 State Championship. We're excited that we're past, what was it, qualification 5?
Yeah.
Yeah. So all of the teams coming here, 38 teams competing this weekend. We have Scholarship Row going on just inside the event entrance. We have a couple sponsors. Make sure you check out the Army National Guard and Army Recruiting Center. Congratulations to all the teams for being here this weekend. And a special shout out to those interviewing for Impact and Leadership this weekend. We know that some of the teams, Brinna, right, are going to be leaving here and planning to go to championship.
Yeah. So, like we've talked about a little bit before, this is the culmination of the season with the 4 district events. All of the teams here has had at least 2 events underneath their belt. So they have had 2 events that they've competed before in the season. And now we're trying to figure out what teams are going to advance into Worlds. And we're excited to be in this new venue for Finn, the Indiana State Fairgrounds here at the Blue Ribbon Pavilion. And like Grant was talking about before, we have lots of Scholarship Row. We have lots of sponsors here to support us. There's so many excited teams in the pits. All of you guys have fabulous pits. I walked through them earlier today. And we'll also have FLL and FTC demos. That's the spring fling, I believe, that we're talking about, over in the pit area as well against that back wall. So we have lots of exciting stuff going on today, and we're so excited to celebrate that this is the culmination of the 2026 season. We've had lots of months and weeks of hard work, and we're excited to see what those robots and the judges have to in the pits here at today's competition.
All right, teams. Good luck at the competition.
That With that, we're going to introduce our next match. To start off with the Red Alliance, we have Team 1646.
Presenting their robot scope, it's Precision Guesswork, sponsored by Caterpillar, GAF, Arconic, and Lafayette School Corporation.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, we have Team 4272.
For students from McCutcheon High School, it's Maverick Robotics. They're proudly presented by Caterpillar Inc. and Nego C. Finn Charitable Foundation, Indiana Department of Education, and the Home Depot Foundation.
And last up on the Red Alliance, we have Team 5010.
Presenting their robot lasagna, it's Tiger Dynasty. They're proudly supported by the 50 Bot, Lowell Beaver, American Legion Post 470, Johnson Controls, Progressive Rail, and Caterpillar.
Making my way over to the Blue Alliance. To start off, we have Team 1720.
Celebrating 20 years of gears, it's Fixed Gears. They're sponsored by Progress Rail, Allison Transmission, Near Space Launch, Van Ness Tech Services, and EI Wi-Fi.
Joining them on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 9431.
Hailing from Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's Gold Standard. Presented by the Refinery by Doug Horner, Lincoln Coder, Haas, and EI Indiana Department of Education.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 10434.
Celebrating their second season, it's the Cy Bears, proudly supported by Biodynamics, the Refinery, FWCS, RDC Foundation, and BAE Systems.
Hello? All right, we got the thumbs up. Let's get this match started. Gyrus behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild!
Rebuild, as usual, starts with a 20-second autonomous time period. These robots are pre-programmed, trying to score as many points as possible. One of the teams making use of those April tags, those QR code-looking things on the field, for both positioning and reverse kinetic calculations. 50-10 Tiger Dynasty getting a little bit of stuck along with their alliance partner on that ramp. A lot of teams will communicate ahead of the match to make sure their teleoperated paths don't cross. Blue Alliance coming out just a little bit behind there during the autonomous period, so they will get our first dedicated hub time. First 10 seconds here of the teleoperated phase is the transition. Both those hubs are temporarily active. Blue Alliance sneaking in a couple of points during that time. Robots are now controlled by the human operators. Their teams designed that this past season. 10-4-34, the Cy Bears. Very proud to be working here at the state championship along with the Alliance partner 1720 Fixed Gears and 94-31 Gold Standard. During the playoff time period, these teammates all randomize. Your opponent's one match might be your teammate. There's definitely lots of strategy in play as these teams compete like crazy. Red Alliance now getting their dedicated hub period, trying to deliver some of that fuel into their hub area. Teams be careful about where they are around on the field of play. We've got our referees continuing to monitor how they interact with their teams, the field, and those game pieces. No limit for the amount of game pieces you can hold this year. Those yellow spheres are known as fuel. Each of those worth 1 point into an active hub, regardless if it's scored by a human player or a robot. Blue Alliance making use of their human players with their outpost, which is that area just on the audience side, or the corner of the field, picking up those game pieces delivered to them by robots and then scoring them when they see applicable. Just over a minute remaining in the match. Red Alliance is about to get their final scoring opportunity before we enter that end game period. Scores currently 246-146 in favor of your Red Alliance. That yellow arrow you see on the screen is indicating who currently has that active hub. It's the Red Alliance in this case. They're both eyeing up that energized ranking point threshold. Blue Alliance about 90 away from there. Red Alliance already crested and now looking up to the supercharged threshold. Final 35 seconds remaining in our match here. We'll hear that steam whistle to indicate we've entered into the end game period. those Alliance hubs have become reactivated and allows for final scoring opportunities, some of these teams might consider climbing. So only a few teams in this weekend's event can do it. 10 points available to hang on that lowest rung. Many teams, though, forgoing that extra weight and instead focusing on scoring opportunities available to them and launching that fuel into the hub, which of course has been the name of the game so far this season. But Alliance continue to apply that point pressure, already getting over that supercharged rating point threshold. We'll have to see how these scores total up here at the end of qualification match 6. And we're ready to see those scores for qualification match 6. Your winners of that match, it's the Red Alliance. Red Alliance taking with a score of 403.17 off of our high score. Blue still get 251 and will probably walk away with that energized rating point threshold. Red Alliance also getting that energized, but also supercharged up for 360 or more fuel score during the entire match. Also getting those 3 for winning the match itself. Stick tight for qualification match 8 here at the Finn District State Championship.
No, 6. Okay, good.
Hello, guys. Welcome back. It's Brinna and Carl.
Welcome
Great,
back.
here
Welcome
again.
back.
And we are going to talk a little bit about our awards. So this past match, we actually had 2 of our engineering inspiration winners from our district events here. So we have Precision Gasworks at 16.6, and Tiger Dynasty is 50-10. Tiger
50-10.
Dynasty won engineering at Columbus. Precision Gasworks won that at Mishawaka district event. So we're going to talk a little bit about what are those team attribute awards and what are teams behind the scenes and off the field to impact their community.
Right, so those of you listening at home, what you can see on the screen this weekend would be a match. What you're not seeing on the screen happening in interview rooms at the venue are Engineering Inspiration, Impact, and Leadership Awards. Now, that's what FIRST is really all about. These are the highest awards. The robots are the lower awards. So when you win a match, you're getting a lower award, which makes the priorities of FIRST in line with what it is we want to encourage. And so starting at the top, the Impact Award is about the impact you have in your community. So as a team, what is it that you've done to impact and further the mission of FIRST? And so those interviews are happening behind the scenes here this weekend. As Brinna was talking about engineering inspiration, that's how have you as a team, again, this is a team award, how have you and your team inspired the next generation of engineers? And so what those interviews are all about are not just community, but the engineering community specifically. And the last one would be leadership. Now this one's an individual award. And so individuals on teams get recommended by the rest of their team. And that's the only way you can even interview for this award. And as a leadership award winner, you're recognized as a leader on your team. And so the interview is all about the impact you had on your team. And so it's what an honor for students to not only sit an interview and be nominated, then a couple of them will go on to championships as well in 2 weeks.
Yes, I absolutely love how FIRST prioritizes making that impact and being a good person and volunteering your time. And I love how that's a value of this community and this organization.
Yep.
But with that said, let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 7.
In Elkhart, Indiana, it's Logics.
Making my way over to the Blue Alliance. To start off in this first spot, they're blowing up the competition. It's Team 1747.
They're sponsored by Caterpillar, McCallico Foundation, and Indiana Mac. Give it up for Harrison Boiler Robotics.
Next up on the Blue Alliance, it's a bird, it's a plane, no, it's super duper. Give it up for 7457.
They're from Purdue Polytechnic High School. It's Super Duper Robotics.
And last but certainly not least, and always staying alert, it's Team 1741.
Driving the robot Phantom from Greenwood, it's Red Alert.
Alrighty, we got the thumbs up. Let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild!
We're off to qualification match number 9. 4 of our robots flooding to the neutral zone to try and scoop up as much fuel as possible. 7457 missing their usual slam dunk during auto, but their partners, 1741 Red Alert, are scoring fuel into the hub for the Blue Alliance. Over on Red, though, 829 adding even more fuel for the Red Alliance. That's going to give Red a lead now as we move into teleop. They're up now 30-16. The Blue Alliance wants to make sure that they take control and start winning during teleop. 7457 Super Duper is using their massive hopper to try and shepherd as many fuel from the neutral zone to the Blue Alliance's zone. And then they're going to add all of those into the hub to help the Blue Alliance now catch up with Red. They've now surpassed them with 1 minute and 45 seconds in this match. We're ending our second shift now, going over to the red side of the field. The Red Alliance's hub is activated. Digital Goats were ready to take advantage of that. Now their partners, Elk Logics, also scoring with the Digital Goats to help the Red Alliance take back the lead from Blue. We're in our third shift. Blue Alliance is trying to get prepared. Super Duper in the center of the field trying to scoop up some fuel, even up against some defense from 1501, and now Super Duper looks like they're having connectivity issues. 1747 Harrison Boiler Robotics is now up against defense from Team Thrust. They've still been able to score even up against that defensive pressure. Team Thrust is an interesting robot to pay attention to. They're excellent at offense and dipping their toes into defense during this match. 50 seconds remaining. Now the Red Alliance's hub is activated. The Blue Alliance took back the lead during that last shift, but they're not up by that much. Red Alliance is still in it. 829 lining up along with their partner Elk Logics, also scooping up some more fuel. Meanwhile, their third robot, Team Thrust, is continuing to put pressure up against Super Duper, who is getting locked and loaded and ready for our end game, where both Alliance's hubs are now activated. Super Duper has a hopper full of fuel, and they are ready to unleash that onto the Blue Alliance's hub, increasing now the Blue Alliance's score. They're up with 15 seconds left. They're now over 170 to Red's 115. Neither Alliance yet has gotten the energized ranking point. They're all trying to focus on winning this match. Blue Alliance trying to add some more fuel in. 2, 1. We have our scores ready for qualification match number 7. It's the Blue Alliance taking the win. They scored 221 points in that match. Red with 116.
Gotta be looking good. You gotta keep it fly up in it.
I try. All right. And
Welcome back.
we're back at it again. I get to be with Grant this time.
What's going on?
We're good. We made it through the season. It was a long season. It was such a long season.
We were talking about some of the big awards. So top awards that we were talking about. What we want to go into now is all of the other awards. So not only are there the top awards, then there's the finalists of the competition.
Absolutely.
Cool, fine.
Absolutely.
There's a whole host of other awards to go for.
Yes.
Let's talk about some.
Let's see what we can remember on the top of our heads. Real fun for it. Let's see. Big one is imagery.
Imagery award.
Okay, we'll go for all of it. Imagery, grace, professionalism, judges, team sustainability.
Right. There's the quality award,
Quality.
engineering excellence award.
Yes.
Innovation and controls award.
Yes. Creativity award.
That
That one
yep,
in there.
yep.
I mix them up sometimes.
So what you might start as we're saying the names of these awards. Not only are there a whole host of awards there are what we call team attribute awards, all about your team and the way your team represents itself.
Yeah.
There's also the way you've gone about building your robot.
Yeah.
So not only can you win the competition with your robot and the way you play, you can also win an award for the way you've built and programmed your robot.
And you know, some people sometimes lament, you know, how all the robots used to look different. But I think the amount of creative ways people have put the amount of creative things that people have done with some of the baselines they've got, some of the stuff they've copied and made their own. And you know, they get to show it off even in the pits. Sometimes if you get to go to the pits, where wonderful pits they are, you get to see all these binders, and these binders have information on everything going on. And they're filled with stuff that, like, I'm not gonna lie to you, I've never thought of doing.
I don't know how to do any of this stuff. The cool thing is when you're at one of these events, you're walking around the pits, you're seeing these people in blue polos.
Yes.
Those are the judges.
Thank you.
So
for
what the
Thank
judges are
you,
doing is
judges.
they're walking around the pits and asking questions and interacting with the teams. And so talk to us about some of the things that the judges would see in the pit from the team. You talked about a binder.
You get the binder. You get sometimes they have. I know a lot of them have a video in the back, and they'll just show all the things that they're going through. They'll have, you know, obviously the tools and stuff because it's the pit and you're working on the robot.
Right, you're working on the robot.
But you know, sometimes they set it up. I saw one. Did they have like a full table? I'm not gonna say who it was, but they had a whole table,
their own
right
table
down the middle, and just stuff all up there. I'm like, is this a robotics team or is this a sponsor?
Yeah.
And
the way you even structure the pit itself, it has imagery all over it. The structure itself can be on theme.
Yeah.
And so these teams are not only representing the robot and the way their team interacted throughout the year and what they're bringing to the event. At the event itself, the structure of their pit can represent them as a team.
Yeah, and they do it in amazing ways. Let's go look at some more of those amazing robots in
Back
just
to
a
the
bit.
competition.
And on this Blue Alliance, we have Team 234.
With their robot Dino Bite from Perry Meridian High School, it's Cyber Blue.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 447.
They're a family and community team from Anderson. Give it up for Team Roboto.
Alrighty, everyone, let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild!
Claw match number 8 is off. It's the Red Alliance scoring the first fuel. Over on blue, Team 45 scoring into their hub as well. Their partners went to the neutral zone to snatch some fuel. Meanwhile, on blue, we have Olympus Robotics. That's 4982 scoring for red. Going to help them cement a lead as we move into teleop. For the first 10 seconds, we have a transitional shift where both Alliance's hubs are activated. 447 and Cyber Blue taking advantage of that scored a large volume of fuel into the Blue Alliance's hub, while their partner 45 went to the neutral zone to grab a hopper full of fuel. Now they're lining up and scoring with Cyber Blue, a deluge of fuel being unleashed onto the Blue Alliance's hub, having them now take the win. We've got 1 minute and 50 seconds in this match. Blue is up almost at 100 points. They've got it right as the Red Alliance's hub is now activated. We're in our third shift of the match, which is when a hub counts the fuel points. Over on red, we've got 4982 adding in some fuel. Their partner, the Tinley Trailblazers, following right behind them with a big influx of fuel for red. Now we're ready for the Blue Alliance's hub to be activated. 135. That's going to be Black Knight Robotics from Penn, is playing defense on the Blue Alliance robots. Another red robot, Olympus Robotics, ventured over into the Blue Alliance's zone to starve them of fuel. We'll see here in this match, defense can be multifaceted. It could be more direct, like what the Black Knights are doing, pushing up and putting pressure up on an individual robot, or like what Olympus did, trying to deprive your opponents from access to fuel. We've got 45 seconds remaining in the match. These two alliances are about 10 points apart. Both of them still working towards that energized ranking point. They need to score 240 into their hubs in order to earn that. Tinley Trailblazer adding to the Red Alliance's tally. They've now scored almost 200 from the fuel. With 30 seconds to go, the Blue Alliance also lighting up their hub. 447 and 45 both trying to squeeze in another cycle before the end of the match. 45 unleashing a flurry. Their partners 234 and 447 doing the same over on Red Alliance. Tinley Trailblazer scoring a lot for red as well. 3, 2, 1. We have our scores for qualification match number 8 on the screen. It's the Blue Alliance. Winning that match, they earned 283 points to Red's 242. Each alliance earned the energized ranking point from scoring a lot of fuel into their hubs. That's going to help in the rankings, but ultimately it's Blue Alliance who won. That got them 3 more ranking points for winning, and as a result, all 3 of those Blue robots are getting a bump in the rankings from their stellar performance in this match. Congratulations to our winning Blue Alliance.
We are
And we're back. Awesome. Yes, match 8 just concluded. And after each match, there's a whole team of people that do a whole bunch of different things, right, Eric?
It's so many.
Every
it's so
match.
many things.
So many things are happening,
Oh
for
my
one.
goodness.
For 2, there are people who are doing those, and we call them our volunteers.
Yo. You have to love first to volunteer, and first does a really good job making you love it.
Labor of love.
You labor of love.
Labor of love.
Well, boy, the labor is genuine.
So listen, right now, as you're listening to us, a match is concluded. So there are field resetters who are physically on the field. There are referees who are getting to the next match, making sure that all of the questions are answered from the previous match. There's score people,
Yep,
scoring
scorekeepers.
table. What else are there? We
There's
have all of the AV people.
Yeah,
That's right.
They're all right. It's not like they make everything,
all the things you're
showable.
watching right now are also happening magically.
Goodness gracious. And
And so-
even before the matches, you get robot inspectors, you get queuers to make sure that people show up on time. I love all of the people I work with. As adults, it's hard for people to show up on time. How much more high schoolers? And these queuers do an amazing job.
That's right. The queuers, inspection, all these robots have been inspected. We have inspection volunteers. So, yes, there's a match happening. Then there's all these volunteers making all of those things happen, so that the match runs smoothly, the robots run smoothly, they connect to the field, and we can have an awesome match. So thank you to all the volunteers who are
Thank
part of the
you.
event, especially the ones every match, time after time, are making the match run well.
You're the best.
You're awesome.
Back to the matches. You enjoy.
Sibling team with the Tech Hounds, also from Carmel, make some noise for the Tech Pups.
Making my way over to the Blue Alliance. To start off, we have Team 7657.
Hailing from Evansville, Indiana, it's the Thunderbots.
Next up on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 8116.
Driving the robot Hydra from Washington, Indiana, it's Hatchet Robotics.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 3176.
From Brownsburg High School, it's Purple Precision.
FG's event.
All right, let's get qualification match number 9 started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Qualification. We will be restarting this match momentarily.
All right, let's try this again. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Now we're really off for qualification match number 9. 4 teams flooding to the neutral zone. Meanwhile, Thunderbots holding it down in the Blue Alliance zone, adding in some fuel. Their partners, Hatchet Robotics, also unleashing a flurry of fuel into their hub. Along now with Precision Robotics over 3176. Also helping the Blue Alliance earn 42 points in auto. Red, though, is taking the lead into Teleop, 868, using this transition shift to score some more fuel. Their sibling team, 761, that's Tech Pups, also now helping to drive some fuel over into the Red Alliance's zone. Over on the blue side of the field, we just had all of our blue robots complete a cycle. It was madness seeing that many fuel fly into the Blue Alliance's hub. 3176 Purple Precision back for seconds. Their partner Hatchet trying to squeeze in a few more fuel before we enter into our third shift. Over on Red now, they were ready. Tech Hounds shooting into the Red Alliance's hub. But Hatchet Robotics, one of our blue robots, along with Thunderbots, both coming over to the Red Alliance's zone to try and scoop up as many of their opponents' fuel as possible. This game is all about who has ready access to fuel. And so far, the Blue Alliance has been trying to steal more from Red, but Red is still hanging on. Blue now taking the lead with 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining. Hatchet Robotics using their pretty impressive shooter to go ahead and score more for Blue. Meanwhile, their opponent, the Tech Pups, came over, stole some fuel from the blue side of the field. They're now ready for the Red Alliance's hub to be activated. Our last shift before the end game, and we have 5 robots in the Red Alliance's zone. 3 red playing offense, 2 blue playing some defense, trying to starve the Red Alliance from easy access to their fuel. About 35 seconds remaining. Red Alliance has maintained their lead as we move into our endgame, where both Alliance's hubs are activated. 76-57 now coming back over to the neutral zone. Their opponent, Tech Pups, doing the same. Hatchet Robotics is trying to squeeze in one last cycle along with Purple Precision. Blue Alliance needs to catch up. Each alliance is also going after the supercharged ranking point. Red Alliance, 868, adding in a few more fuel. 2, 1... Match 9 scores are ready for you up on the screen. It's going to the Red Alliance. They scored 333 points in that match. The Blues 317. Each alliance came into this match with one robot in the top 10. These results are going to shake up the standings a little bit. Tech Pups holding steady at number 7. Their partners rising in the rankings. A little bit of a mixed bag.
All right,
All right.
just coming real quick to show y'all. That was a there we go.
Qualification number 9.
All right, that was 333 to 317, a Red Alliance win. You could huge shout out to 8116 and 3176, both very powerful teams. Teams have been putting up a lot of impressive numbers and getting some deep playoff runs.
Yes.
The combination of 868, 761, and 5484. The Dog Alliance
The Dog Alliance.
showing
You've
some
seen it here first.
really interesting way they played, and they played well. You can see they got it. There we go. Yikers. But one thing you can see though, we clear all that. Cool beans. One thing you can see is that 868 and 7061. At 868 and 761, they have that progression going on where there's the old team and the young team, and you can see that progression all throughout first. You were talking earlier about some stuff that I really like to see. How does first have that progression going?
Yeah, the first progression of programs from FLL to FTC to FRC.
Yes.
You can see sister teams in FRC. They're trying to bring up maybe, let's see, freshmen and sophomores on a sister team,
Seen
and
that.
then juniors and seniors on kind of a senior team. You can also just have an FLL and FTC team that are mentored by an FRC team.
I've done those before. Not me specifically, but helping some of the kids go mentor. That cross connection really builds a better.
It really does.
I don't even want to say brand, just like the inner workings work
Yeah,
better.
yeah.
There you go.
Everything's just better.
Yeah.
We call that in education a near peer relationship. You know, I've just been there. I came from middle school. I'm a high schooler. So here's what I went through. Here's some ways you can do better. That near peer relationship helps students on both ends of the spectrum. So not only students who are mentoring a mentee and vice versa, the mentor themselves are seeing what other students are going through and the problems that they have and having to show up for them in a real way. It helps you as a mentor just as much as it helps a mentee. So first is
Absolutely.
awesome in that way.
Absolutely.
They have this progression of programs, FLL from K through 12. And so that presents an opportunity not only for teams,
My bad. I was thinking. Yes,
not
you're
only
right,
for
you're right.
teams to be a team,
Yes.
also for volunteers to help out. We talked last segment about volunteers at every match. There's volunteers at every event. And so if you go to an event that's FLL and FTC, you still have judges, still have referees, still have field reset people on the AV table, the scoring table, setup and teardown of the entire event. You have pit admin people, these people who, again, just help the running of the entire event happen so that the experience for the students can be surfaced and that can be the best experience possible.
No, absolutely. And funny enough, the same way that it helps the kids grow, like, and helps the mentors grow, it helps the volunteers grow. I feel like I became a better MC doing FTC events because it's a different beast, and you have to figure out how you're going to handle it. You know, you're more alone, so it's like, okay, cool. What's the flow state you can get to?
Yeah.
How you're going to make the day go? Everybody's tired. Everybody's
FTC
tired.
is a long day alone as an MC. I've done the same.
and still showing up and still doing that, you know, help me be better. The kids remember it. The kids are always gonna remember it. They remember every single piece of it, and so there's so many things you can say about it.
Right. Yeah.
If you are a volunteer at FRC or you think this stuff is cool, go volunteer. They need more. This is me begging you, go volunteer.
Thank you again to all the volunteers, and we'll see you in the next match.
Now from the Northside High School in Fort Wayne, it's the Iron Legends.
And last up on the Red Alliance, their gears are always golden. It's Team 10-0-21.
Hailing from Noblesville, Indiana, it's the Garin Catholic Golden Gears.
Making my way over to the Blue Alliance to start off the Galloping the Glory, it's Team 4272.
From McCutcheon High School, give it up for Maverick Robotics.
Joining them on the Blue Alliance, they're wrecking the competition, it's Team 5402.
They're representing Logansport and Lewis Cass High Schools, it's Reckless Robotics.
And last but not least, they're setting a blaze to the field, it's Team 7617.
They're from Carmel, Indiana, make some noise for the Robo Blazers.
All right, let's get qualification match 10 started. Gyros behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild!
Hot diggity corn dog, it's qualification match number 10 here at Indiana State Champs. And this is going to be an exciting match. 5 out of the 6 teams on the field are currently ranked in the top 10. Blue Alliance taking an early lead. They've already surpassed 50 points during autonomous alone. Looks like Robo Blazers able to add in a few more fuel right as the buzzer sounded. 5402 Reckless Robotics ready to jump on to their transition shift, add in a few more fuel before we get into our second shift of the match, where the Red Alliance now is able to add fuel into their hub and have it score more points. Garin Catholic Golden Gears 10,021 currently ranked first, adding some fuel into their hub, even up against some defensive pressure from the Robo Blazers. Precision Guessworks getting caught in some of that defensive huddle. They're still able to add some scores in right before the activation shifts back over to the blue side of the field. It is a mad dash for everyone to shift from each part of the field to the other. Red Alliance Golden Gears, they're herding some fuel from the neutral zone and shooting it over into the Red Alliance's zone. Meanwhile, 1646 is taking a more direct approach. They're going right over to the blue side of the field to scoop up some fuel to starve the Blue Alliance from easy access. So far, that strategy has been working out okay for the Red Alliance. They're still down, though. Garin Catholic Golden Gears adding some more fuel to their hub, along with their two partners, each getting a cycle in with a minute left in play. Over on the blue side, they're getting ready for their next shift. Reckless Robotics and Maverick Robotics both lining up, unleashing a flurry of fuel into their hub. That's going to extend the Blue Alliance's lead. They're up 252 to 123 with 40 seconds left in play. Blue Alliance already has their energized ranking point. Now they're going for supercharged status. We've got 30 seconds left in the match. I think they may be able to do it. Maverick Robotics shooting and scoring more for blue. Over on red, all 3 Red Alliance robots focusing on offense with some defensive pressure from Robo Blazers, who have been very successful so far in slowing down the Red Alliance. 15 seconds remaining. Reckless scoring along with Maverick. The Blue Alliance is really trying to get to 360 to get the supercharged ranking point. 3, 2, 1.
Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance.
We have our scores from match number 10. It's gonna be the Blue Alliance. They won with with a score of 353 to Red's 212. Each alliance is going to shake up the rankings a little bit. Over on Red, it's a little bit of a mixed bag, but Blue, they earned the Energize ranking point, got 3 from winning.
All right. We are back. Qualification match 10. That is a Blue Alliance win, I believe. If this thing works, here we go. It was a Blue Alliance win. 352 to 212. Going and really highlighting what
a
seemed to be
match.
like a flurry from the Blue Alliance. There were just times where there was nothing you could do about it. There was just nothing you could do about it.
No. From picking up fuel from the other end, being able to shoot it once they have collected it, all the way to the end game. Right there at the end, they were still shooting fuel.
Still just launching it in for it. Huge shout out to the Red Alliance and their perseverance. They didn't give up. You
Yeah.
could clearly tell that they were doing everything they can for it, and that was really impressive.
It's an interesting thing to watch as a alliance has chosen what robots to go over and collect, and from the center or their opposing alliance's area, and then how often that they exchange that fuel. Do they shoot it over? Do they then go
Push
score
it
it themselves?
Yeah. No, all, and sometimes they have tactics on why they do which ones, how much time you have left, how good your shooter is.
So, reminder to those of you watching from home, right? This is a 3v3 match, so 3 different teams are being paired up randomly for each match. And so it's not that they necessarily have said, here's what team we want. You get to do that in the finals when you reach that. What you get is 2 other random teams. So you have to go scout with them. You have to see what they're capable of doing. And then you have to strategize for that particular match what it is you're going to do.
Yeah.
Because next round, you're going to be with 2 other teams.
Yeah. And your enemy on one match, your competition on one match can be your co-teammate on the other match.
That's right.
Not
That's
enemies.
right.
They're not enemies first. That's other war games, whatever.
And so that's where gracious professionalism comes in.
Yes.
We want to make sure that we're on the field with gracious professionalism. As we strategize, we're speaking nicely, but everyone's friends. We're trying to do the best we can. We want everyone to do the best they can.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So you see that on the field then. You see those competition in the way that they strategize. Like you were saying, it's for one reason or another. The robot has capabilities this round that they didn't last round.
Yeah.
You have the makeup of the entire alliance is, all right, we're going to go collect. You're going to be the shooter the whole time.
Yeah. And sometimes the best team is like whatever you can do. Whatever you can do. for it.
Whatever. Get out there. Do what you can do.
Huge shout out to 76-17. They've been a pretty good shooting bot. The defense they played on that Red Alliance, the timely hits, making sure that whatever you thought was going in wasn't going in. You could see it. You could see it, and you could see it strong. Impressive work by them. And that is a part of being like,
Right.
they could be like, hey, I have a good enough robot. I can go shoot. They're still going to play defense. And you can see it.
That's
You can see
right.
it.
That's right. And honestly, what it came down to as we're watching and previewing the replay of that last match, Blue had faster cycle times.
Yo,
So
easy.
all 3 robots had quicker cycle times. When they were shooting, they were scoring. And it's critical that you're able to not only pick up the fuel once you have it, you're able to go and actually score it.
Absolutely.
Congrats and shout out to the Blue Alliance. Well done. And
Absolutely.
great match.
All right, and we will go on to the next, and we'll see how things are going in just a bit.
Making my way over to the Blue Alliance. To start off, we have Team 10434.
From Northrop High School, it's the Cybears.
Joining them on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 3940.
With students from Northwestern High School, it's Cybertooth.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 9491.
With students from Silver Creek High School in Sellersburg, Indiana, it's Crypto Creek.
let's get qualification match number 11 started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Our 20-second autonomous period has started. We're seeing Cybertooth, Kilobytes, and Quadrangles in the middle of that field, gathering the fuel from the neutral zone, while Cybertooth rapidly fires that fuel up into the air for the Blue Alliance hub. Over on the Red Alliance, we're also seeing 1501 Quadrangles and 1024 shoot some last-second fuel, and Quadrangles tries to get off of the ground onto that Red Alliance tower. Our teleoperated period has now started. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in the match. We're seeing 1501 come right underneath that trench to finish off that transition period before the Blue Alliance has their active hub. 3940, that's Cybertooth in the corner of the Blue Alliance, collecting some of that fuel from their depot. And 9491 making their way back from the neutral zone as 3494 and 1501 are making that fuel go over to the Red Alliance for their shift to be active in just a couple of moments. Right now, Red Alliance now has an active hub. We're seeing 3 robots shoot that fuel up into the air from back against that Alliance station wall. 3494 is shooting on the move, gathering fuel and shooting it up in the air at the same time, while their partners 1501 are doing the same, slightly gliding over to the back right corner of the field. In the middle of the field, we're seeing 2 Blue Alliance robots trying to push as many fuel as possible over to their side, as they now have an active hub and trying to steal it over from the Red Alliance. 3940 is collecting that fuel from against the Alliance station wall. There's lots of fuel gathered for the Blue Alliance, so they are ready to fire it as fast as possible. 3940 right up against that Blue Alliance hub. They're scoring lots of fuel from that full robot, and 1024 and 1501 make their way back over to the Red Alliance now as their hub becomes active. 3494 collecting some of that fuel over against their driver station as they're trying to shoot the last 13 seconds of their shift, and then they're going to head into endgame where both hubs are going to be active. Right now, Red Alliance still has 35 seconds of scoring left in this match. We're seeing the Blue Alliance have 3940, 9491, and 3494 is making the way back over to the Red Alliance as 1024 is making the way over that bump as we have the last 30 seconds of the match. 350 points for the Red Alliance. They just hit that 360 point ranking point threshold for the supercharge point. Blue Alliance is about to hit 240. Can they do it in these last 5 seconds of the match? Only 6 more fuel needed. 3, 2, 1. That's the end of match number 11. We'll be back in just a few moments with those scores. All right, let's take a look at those results from the last match. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. They won with a score of 420 points to Blue's 242. They scored 338 fuel in just teleop alone, 57 in autonomous. They earned both of those threshold of the fuel ranking points, earning each of those teams 5 ranking points and moving them up in those ranks. Congratulations.
All right, and we are back. That is qualification match 10. I would like to say match 11. I never remember these things. Score of 428 to 442. That Red Alliance put up some. It almost seemed like streams of fuel.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how important that autonomous time period is, especially in the rebuilt match. They get that 20 seconds, right? It's all pre-programmed. Those teams are picking up fuel, trying to get into the hub. And the team that scores the most doesn't get that first shift, which is maybe hard to grasp.
Yeah.
But it means their opponents get that first shift. So they have to really quickly go from being out on the field to it's time to score. There's that brief 10-second window for transition for them to get a little bit warmed up. But we can really see the ebb and flow of the score throughout the match.
Most definitely. And it flowed. It did flow. You see, robots going and taking fuel not when it's their turn. collecting them all up, getting them all over there, putting it to their side. And speaking of that, some people would think, I thought when I first saw it, why doesn't the people who win get the extra first switch up for it? But it creates really interesting dynamics.
Yeah, and one thing I've seen interesting, especially at the state championship, is this idea of fuel starvation, where they're going across to their opponent's side, they're grabbing some fuel. We saw a little bit of this in that past match. They're not only using the neutral zone, but going all the way to their opponents and really grabbing that extra fuel that's available to them.
Yeah, and it does starve. Like you'll see an alliance, they're ready to go, and they're like, I don't have any fuel. I just spent half time doing all that. You have to go out. That's time you're not shooting. You have to go get it back. That's time you're not spent shooting. And it snowballs. It feels like it really snowballs. As you could clearly see, 428. Excellent work. Those turret bots put it up. I know a lot of people are going to drum shooters. Sometimes I wish I went to a drum shooter.
Yeah, kind of lay out the distinguishing factors between the two archetypes and what kind of had teams lean into one over the other.
Most definitely. Most archetypes fell between turreting or just a huge shooter, just launch as many balls as you can, and almost like a wave of it all. The idea of the shooter was just to be better against defense. The wave shooter was to get as many balls in as possible. And it does have that difference. You have to be an amazing turret bot to get some of that like wave shooter levels with some of the drum bot levels, but the defense does matter.
So it's really that volume versus precision.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's go ahead and tune in to our next match.
And we will see how it goes.
In Newburgh, Indiana, it's Castle Robotics.
I don't understand what that thing is. I don't understand.
Moving over to the Blue Alliance. To start off, we have Team 5010.
From Fishers, Indiana, it's Tiger Dynasty.
Next up on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 461.
With their robot Rowdy 26, it's Westside Boiler Invasion.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 4926.
With their robot Drop Shot, it's Galactech.
All right, let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
We're seeing movement from all of our robots on the field as our autonomous period is underway. We see 5010 already having a full robot full of fuel and all of that going right up into that hub. 4926, that's Galactech coming back from that neutral zone, filling up their robot as well. While over on the Red Alliance, we're seeing 9431. That's Gold Standard there. Fill up that hub with the last second fuel as we head into the teleoperated period. 4926 is making their way back over to the Blue Alliance, seeing if they can get a couple fuel in before that transition shift ends. Now it's the Red Alliance. They have our first shift of the match. 9431 is adding some of that fuel to the score for the Red Alliance. Again, we're working towards those ranking points right now. As we head into the Alliance section tomorrow, teams are trying to get as many ranking points as possible. You can get one from hitting 240 fuel, that's the energized ranking point. One from getting 360 fuel for the supercharged ranking point. And one from getting onto that tower in autonomous and endgame period. That's the traversal ranking point. Right now we have just over 1 minute and 30 seconds left of the match. 162 points for the Blue Alliance, 98 for the Red Alliance. Let's see if the Red Alliance can add some more fuel to that score and close that gap as we head into their active hubs. We're seeing 461 in the middle of that field with their alliance partners 4926 making their way over to the Red Alliance. There's an interesting strategy in play here where Galactep is not only going to go bring fuel back over to their side, but doing so they are stealing from the Red Alliance's source on their side of the field. 4926 collected some of that fuel up against the Red Alliance Station wall, and that allows them to not only score on with their own fuel, but steal from the Red Alliance as well. 461 is combating the defense from 6498 as they're trying to line up and shoot into their active hub. They're trying to get them off of bumping their alliance partners 5010 and Galactec at 1747 and goes right back over to the Red Alliance from stealing some fuel from the Blue Alliance. That sound means we're in the last 30 seconds of the match. Teams are now able to score some of those last second fuel and get up onto that tower. It's 10, 20, and 30 points respectively for that tower. And 461 is adding a full robot full of fuel into that Blue Alliance's score. We're getting close to the 240 fuel needed for the Red Alliance. 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of qualification match number 12. We'll be back with the scores in just a few moments. Let's take a look at those results. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. They won with a score of 402 points to Red's 217 points. 305 fuel were scored just in the tele-operated period. They, of course, met that 240 and 360 thresholds for that fuel and got 3 ranking points for winning. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance.
All right, 402 to Red Alliance's 217. Kind of really close to our event high score, just a few points off there. I think one thing we really want to dig into are those ranking points. There's kind of 6 available in a rebuilt match. 3 of those, of course, depending on winning the match itself. 3 for winning the match, 0 for losing the match, and also 1 for tying, which you don't really see a lot. Mike, maybe dig us into what are those other 3 that are available for teams?
Yeah, it's pretty neat that we haven't ever seen a unicorn in the state of Indiana. And I wonder if we're about to see that sometime today or tomorrow. There's only been one of those third RP that you're discussing, the traversal RP. And we have 4 robots, maybe even 5 robots here that have the ability to do that. So we might see a unicorn before the day is over, but certainly hopefully by tomorrow. That'll be really exciting to see.
Yeah, and for that traversal ranking point, I think they need 50 climb points sometime in the match, right? Whether they do 30 in autonomous, 2 robots climbing on that first rung, and maybe another 2 in the end game climbing on that first rung. That gets them to that 50. But there's also more points available. The higher they climb, the more points they'll find. So
absolutely.
10, 20, 30 points available in the end game. I'm not sure if anyone in Indiana has the capability to climb that high.
Right. I don't think L3 is on the table, and that is the toughest ranking point to get because you need 2 teams that are able to do that in order to get that ranking point, which is why we haven't seen it. We've only seen it once. At the Lafayette event, and one of the teams that got that 3494 is here, and they've shown that they can climb in autonomous and at the end, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at our schedule during lunch to see if we've had any of those magical pairings that could at least open up that opportunity. In addition to traversal, there's also those fuel-based scoring points, both in Energized, which is now 240 as we're at a district championship, and Supercharged, which is 360, and that's just on full volume alone, trying to make sure that any of those teammates on that alliance can contribute to that total of fuel. So we're seeing that pretty frequently so far in our qualification matches.
Yeah, absolutely, and those are the things that one team can do by themselves. If they have the firepower, they can put up. We've seen teams that can certainly put up the 260, and I think by the end of tomorrow, we're going to see teams that can put up 350 all by themselves.
Sure, definitely looking to pushing that high score higher and higher, and we're excited to see who's joining us in our next qualification match.
Yep.
6956 from Westfield,
Cool.
Indiana. It's Sham Robotics.
Next up on the Red Alliance, we have Team 45.
From Kokomo, Indiana, it's the Technocats.
In rounding out this Red Alliance, we have Team 8430.
From Washington, Indiana, in Washington High School, it's the Hatch Batch.
Making my way over to the Blue Alliance. To start off, we have Team 1720.
From Matthews, Indiana, it's Fixed Gears.
Joining them on this Blue Alliance, we have Team 4580.
From Ben Davis High School, it's the Conductors.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 3176.
With students from Brownsburg High School in Brownsburg, Indiana, it's Purple Precision.
All right, let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Our match is underway. We're seeing lots of action in the middle of the field in that neutral zone. 45 trying to carefully pick up some of that fuel, bringing it back over for the Red Alliance, while 3176 zips back over to the Blue Alliance side of the neutral zone and adds to the collection of fuel going into the Blue Alliance hub. Tele-operated period has now started. 3176 and 1720 started off by emptying the rest of what they had in their robot into the Blue Alliance hub before it goes over to the Red Alliance for their first active shift. That's 25 seconds that just the Red Alliance can earn points for this match. 45 is over by the Red Alliance depot collecting some of that fuel and going to add to the score for the Red Alliance. They helped 8430, their alliance partners, get off of that bump because they seem to have some issues with getting stuck on top of it. Over on the Blue Alliance, we're seeing 3176 rapidly fire some of that fuel up from the corner of the field over by their human player station. 3176 adding to that, and 4580 going to stand in the middle of that Blue Alliance zone, adding to the score. Over on the Red Alliance, we see them, they're preparing for their shift. 45 already sending fuel up and over into the Red Alliance hub, as we're seeing some of the Blue Alliance robot trying to get as much of that fuel in the neutral zone over back to their side of the field, so the Red Alliance has a harder time of scoring while their hub is active.
45 seen doing cycles from that neutral zone back over to the Red Alliance zone. Looks like 4580 is stuck on top of some of that fuel in the neutral zone. That's okay because 3176 and 1720 have got their backs by rapidly firing that fuel for the Blue Alliance, earning them several points as we head into the end game period in just 10 seconds. Right now the Blue Alliance has 290 points, the Red Alliance has 118. Blue Alliance already met that energized ranking point threshold. They're working towards just needing 27 more to hit the supercharged threshold. The Red Alliance is working on getting to that energized threshold. They're about halfway there, and these last 30 seconds are going to be important to them. Right now we have 15 seconds left. We're still seeing fuel fly for the Blue Alliance. They've hit that 360 fuel goal. We're seeing the last 5 seconds of the match here. Fuel still going in the air. 3, 2, 1. That was the end of match number 13. Stay tuned for just a few moments for those scores. We're ready to take a look. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. They won with a score of 422 points to Red's 164. That's our new high score for today's event. They earned 5 ranking points for each of those teams, moving them up in the rank. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance.
Congrats to the Blue Alliance on their win there. All those 3 teams rising in the ranks by increasing their ranking point average. That's the first thing they're sorted by for that. It then goes to their qualification score, I think excluding penalties. So a high scoring match, high rank point match, of course, elevating them in both ways. I think one thing that's really cool as we kind of watched this match was to kind of look at the different types of robots. Mike, maybe tell us about how they've maybe evolved through the season.
Sure, we've had a lot of robots have made massive redesigns since their last competition in state. And we've seen that some of them are kind of sloppy. They're still figuring out. They're still chasing the mechanical and electrical gremlins. But in that match, we saw 3176 and 45 and 1720 who have made changes, but they've had a lot of time since those changes to really learn their robot and do well with it.
Yeah, I think it's something that a lot of the best teams are doing is taking that inspiration from peers they see on the field or online and really taking the kind of best components and kind of Frankensteining, figure out what works best for their team. I know something that's really interesting about this year's game is kind of this tennis-like view of like, okay, we're watching the Blue Alliance doing some stuff now.
Mm-hmm.
What do teams typically get up to when their hub is deactivated?
Well, that's a lot of we've seen a lot of differences there, and it's you could talk about defense, you could talk about reloading, you could talk about ball acquisition, fuel acquisition, and we've seen some teams that can do full court, full field shots that take it straight from one alliance zone to the other. Some just play hard, aggressive defense, bopping people around, and some teams are always just filling up their hoppers or their side of the field.
Yeah, there's only about 500 fuel available on the field to play. Teams, of course, start preloaded with that fuel. And a little bit in the human player station, the outpost this season. But really, it's about once it's scored, it gets returned to that neutral zone. So having some ability to pick it up, relaunch it. But that neutral zone can get pretty full if teams aren't monitoring that. So we'll definitely have to see what they get up to in this next match.
Absolutely. It's been fun.
Next up on the Red Alliance, we have Team 4982 from Homestead High School. It's Olympus Robotics. And last but not least, on the Red Alliance, we have Team 7457 from Purdue Polytechnic High School in Indianapolis, Indiana. It's Super Duper Robotics. Making my way over to the Blue Alliance to start off, we have Team 1646 From Jefferson High School in Lafayette, Indiana, it's Precision Guessworks.
Joining them on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 135.
From Mishawaka, Indiana, it's Penn Robotics Black Knights.
And last but not least, on this Blue Alliance, we have Team 5484.
From South Bend, Indiana, it's Wolfpack.
All right, we got the thumbs up. Let's get this match started. Gyros behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Lots of robots are moving towards the neutral zone of the field. The race to get as many fuel as possible is going on. We're seeing 7457 rapidly fire so many of that fuel, full robot full of fuel up and over into the Red Alliance hub. 868 makes the way back to the middle of the field, unfortunately getting stuck on a couple of fuel in that neutral zone. The Blue Alliance now has their turn for an active hub. We're seeing 5484 go over to their depot to pick up some of that fuel, and 1646 and the Alliance runners 135 making their way back from the neutral zone to score 4 robots full of fuel into the Blue Alliance hub. We're seeing 868 and Super Duper shuttle some of that fuel over to the Red Alliance side of the field. They're trying to limit the access to fuel for the Blue Alliance and also prepare for their Alliance's hub to be activated. And the shift that's about to happen in just one moment. Red Alliance now has their turn to score as many as possible. Wolfpack 5484 looks like it's playing some defense. Coming underneath that trench over to the Red Alliance, they're going to try and knock some of those robots off their course as they're trying to shoot for the Red Alliance's active hub. All the robots on the field are over in the Red Alliance's zone. All of them are playing defense on them. All of them are trying to get the other team from scoring those fuel and knocking them off of that course. Red Alliance is once again shuttling fuel from the neutral zone back over to their side of the field, where 4982 goes all the way into the Blue Alliance's zone to steal some of that fuel for themselves. 1 minute left in the match right now. We have 110 points for the Blue Alliance, 180 points for the Red Alliance. Both teams are still working, both alliances are still working towards that goal of getting 240 fuel scored into the hub for that energized ranking point. Right now we're seeing all the robots over by that Red Alliance zone. We're seeing Blue trying to steal some fuel from the Red Alliance, and 135 is playing defense on Super Duper. Super Duper is a pretty tall robot, so they are trying to block them from going over that bump and underneath that trench, and they're doing super successful on preventing Super Duper from making their way back over that line to score for the Red Alliance. Right now we're in that in-game period, only 10 seconds left in the match. Red Alliance has just hit that ranking point threshold for the energized ranking point. Blue Alliance still has a ways to go. 3, 2, 1. That's the end of match number 14. Let's give a round of applause to all 6 of those teams. We're ready to take a look at those scores. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. They won with a score of 268 points to Blue's 127 points. They had 204 fuel scored in teleop that earned the Red Alliance 4 ranking points each and moved all 3 of those teams up in the ranks.
Like, it's really interesting to see just the power of defense at play. The Red Alliance there still won the match, but had a lot higher point capacity than maybe we were expecting to see in that match. You talk about how much of a difference one of your teammates going to play offense on your opponents can make in a match.
Yeah, we really thought we'd see a high score on that match, and they barely got that fourth RP. And there were a lot of different defensive maneuvers put in play by the Blue Alliance. 135 came over and they knocked heads, but also they were just played really good defense, keeping 7457 in that trench and not letting him through. And, 7457, the super duper robotics, they redesigned the robots so they could do the trench, and now they just kind of got stuck in there.
Yeah, it's really interesting. The team's designing the robot to be a little bit stout, so they're able to maneuver around many more ways on the field. If they're taller, if they have that larger hopper, they have to use the bumps to transit from their alliance side to that neutral zone.
Mm-hmm.
The teams who have designed a little bit shorter, a little bit less volume for fuel, but it's a lot harder to be defendable when you can just snip across the field in any of those 4 lanes.
Absolutely. And then the other two teams, 5484 and 1646, they showed us picking up the fuel from the opponent's alliance zone and launching them back in the neutral zone or their own alliance zone, how that could really work to starve the other alliance. And they only got 260 some points.
Yeah.
So that was a good clinic on how to do proper defense in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, as we kind of watch matches, I know one thing that a lot of teams aren't really leveraging is that outpost with the human player. Just about any bot can kind of push the fuel into that lower trough. The human players can pick it up. They store it if they want, but a lot of them are just launching directly into the hub, still getting some points for their alliance. So I know something we did see in this match was even if your intake is broken, or as part of the strategy, right, is using your robot's bumpers actually to push that fuel. Can you talk about why a team might want to do that?
Absolutely. 4982 showed us how to do that. The Olympus Robotics from up by Fort Wayne, they had a full hopper. They would come across. They would push another 25 or 30 fuel with them through that trough, unload, go back and do it all again. And so they put over 100 fuel into their own alliance zone, really helping propel their alliance to higher numbers than they would have gotten otherwise.
Yeah, and that makes it super accessible to their teammates and themselves, right? As their time comes active in that hub, the fuel's already there. They took time to push it over. They, of course, the ones that are preloaded in their hopper, they can go to release those. But then there's still some against the driver station there.
Absolutely.
I think we're ready to meet our teams for our next match, so we'll take it back over to the field.
Making my way over to the Blue Alliance. To start off, we have Team 2867.
From Elkhart, Indiana, it's Logics.
Joining them on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 8116.
From Washington, Indiana, it's Hatchet Robotics.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 10021.
With students from Garin Catholic High School in Noblesville, Indiana, it's the Garin Catholic Golden Gears.
All right, let's get qualification match number 15 started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Match 15 is underway. We're seeing lots of robots make their way to try and get as many fuel from that collection in the middle of the field as possible. 447 shooting several of those fuel up into the air, while their alliance partners 3494 shooting on the move into the red alliance hub. Over on the blue lines, we do have one robot off the ground on level 1 of that tower. That's 2867. They just earned their alliance 15 points going into the teleoperated period. Right now we have 2 minutes and 15 seconds worth of gameplay. The Red Alliance has that first active shift. We're going to see robots shoot that fuel up into the air as 3594 working to get as many fuel as possible into the robots, combating 100-1 for the fuel in the middle of the field. 10021, they're shooting up and over into the Blue Alliance side. Well, over on the Red Alliance, we're seeing 447 in the corner of the field, adding to the score for the Red Alliance. Now the Blue Alliance hub is active. 81-16 made their way back over from the middle of the field over to the Blue Alliance. And we're seeing Cybears play some defense on Glaring Catholic Golden Gears on the Blue Alliance. They're trying to knock them off course as soon as they start to shoot the fuel away from the robot. Right now we're seeing 2867 work their way over to the Red Alliance side of the field to play defense of their own as the Red Alliance is trying to score through their active shift. Right now we just have over a minute left in the match at 168 points for the Blue Line, 169 for the Red Alliance. An extremely close match right now. It is anyone's game and still have a minute left to decide who it will go to for this match. We're seeing lots of fuel in the air for Team 10021. That's Garen Catholic Golden Gears. The Blue Alliance hub is now active, and it looks like they are the only member of their alliance scoring for Blue. 2867's in the middle of the field. They're trying to prevent 3494 for getting fuel from the neutral zone, making their way back over to the Red Alliance side. That sound means there's 30 seconds left in the match. Teams are running scramble to get as many fuel as possible as this is a close match. Right now we're seeing the Red Alliance shoot some of that fuel from the corner of the field. Just a 50-point difference with 13 seconds left in the match. The Red Alliance has 212 fuel. That's very close to the threshold, while Blue Alliance has already hit energized threshold. 3, 2, 1. That's the end of match number 15, the last match before lunch. We'll be back in just a few moments with those scores. Oh, we're ready, so let's take a look. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. They won with a score of 339 points too. That's 240 points. They hit that energized ranking point threshold of 100 fuel, got 4 ranking points in total, and moved all 3 of those teams up in the ranks. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance.
We're not often seeing climbing in Indiana, but we've got 2 robots in this last match who did it. Both the quadrangles, I believe, for 3494, and I believe Ecologics on the other side, 2867. Both of those successfully climbed to L1 in that the autonomous time frame. And then probably Ecologics then on the tower on the Blue Alliance during the end game. Talking about the trade-offs, especially during the autonomous time period, climb versus score more fuel.
Oh, sure. They both have really fast climbers. And so the trade-off is 15 points they get for climbing an autonomous versus those 15 points don't count towards the autonomous bonus to get the shift advantage. And so teams have to figure out, can they score 15 fuel in that amount of time? Would it be more worthwhile to do that rather than go for the climb? And in this case, both teams went for the climb.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of pre-match discussion as they're thinking about the autonomous time. You've got 2 partners, your own team and your 2 teammates, and really cool, right? Your opponent's one match might be your teammates the next. So oftentimes they got that qualification schedule last night. They probably are talking to teams saying, hey, can we both climb? Do we need to go out into the center neutral zone? And how do we tend to grab fuel, making sure they don't clash into each other? So there's lots of pre-match communication for sure.
Absolutely. Everybody says they only play the matches in front of them, but they look at those schedules and they've got things circled where they know magic can happen.
I know an interesting part about this event that folks usually might miss is that the idea of scouting. There's teams that are watching how other teams are performing as we start to think about tomorrow during that playoff opportunity, right? They'll have the opportunity to pick who's going to be on their alliance. Maybe talk about a couple of things that teams are typically looking for as they watch a match.
Oh yeah, it really depends on what the meta becomes. You're looking for teams that play well, but you're also looking for teams that are good complements to what you do as an alliance captain. And so we've had situations where the number one team may not pick the number two team because they don't work together well. While they're both very good at what they do individually, they may do the exact same thing, and they want somebody to fill them out and make them more well-rounded as an alliance.
Cool. Well, I think that's all we got for our commentary section this time. So we'll be back after lunch, which should resume at 2 p.m. So we'll see you then.
See you then.
Yeah, we're trying to make not necessarily the internet work better, like nice browser. I like Mark program. You can do that. It didn't seem like that better. Oh. Also have a better thought. Better. We've been so far. Yeah. Also, he like have make it Wi-Fi. Sorry, Nick. Oh no. Yep. Or. Oh, good.
I haven't seen him yet.
All right, good. No, he'll can actually. Back. Okay. Have a friend. Get past that part. That's I want to. Go. Yeah. No. I expect phone number. Better than print. Too many. That's what? Watch. Yeah. Error. Like, yeah. I can't tell you. I'm not. Oh no. Well, but right. Oh. Yep. Oh no.
Welcome back from lunch, audience of the first Indiana District Championship. Thank you for joining us here this afternoon. I'm Rachel Baker. I'm going to be your host here at the commentary desk for the next hour and a half. Really excited to walk you through the next batch of exciting qualification matches that we've got locked and loaded for you here at the Finn District Champs. We're going to be starting matches back up at 2 o'clock in about 10 minutes. But in the meantime, wanted to catch people up a little bit on what's happened so far this morning, what you can expect this afternoon, and what we're looking at here on the field for those of you who may be unfamiliar with the game. So here at Indiana District Championships, all day today, we've got qualification matches. We have the top 38 teams here in the Indiana District event battling it out. We had a great round of qual matches this morning. We're going to continue that this afternoon, and then tomorrow morning, we'll wrap it up. Then have alliance selections where our top 8 teams are going to choose their partners for the finals. If you're not familiar with this year's game, we're playing Rebuilt, which is an amalgamation of a lot of different elements from historical FRC events that have been remixed and mashed into an exciting new game. I'm going to walk you through a few things to pay attention to on the field while we get ready for our next round of qualification matches. First thing, the field is split up into 3 different sections. They're called zones. You have your red zone on the right-hand side of the screen. You have your blue zone on the left-hand side of the screen, and then your neutral zone in the middle, right? This is really telling you about the different alliances' kind of home bases. Your blue alliance teams are going to start on the blue side, while red will start on the red side. The center of the field, the neutral zone, is where the majority of the fuel is. Fuel are these little yellow balls that are concentrated to the center of the field in the neutral zone. There's over 300 fuel, I believe, on the field, and most of them are in the center. In order to access those fuel, the majority of them, you will see robots traversing to the center of the field in order to get access. They can do so in 2 different ways. There's a trench, which is a bar here on either side of the hub, which we'll get to in a minute. The trench is around 2 feet off of the ground. So if you want to get through the trench, you're going to have a robot that is able to collapse itself under that height so that you're able to get under the trench. If you don't want to do that, you're able to also enter to the neutral zone by getting through the bump. This is a slight bump in the field, about 6 inches in height, which may sound easy, but if you're carrying a big hopper full of fuel and you're trying to get over it with small diameter wheels, the bump can still be challenging for some teams to traverse. If, for whatever reason, you're not so interested in getting to the neutral zone to access those fuel, teams also have access to fuel in their zones via the depots, and the human players also have access to a number of fuel in each alliance's outpost. So teams are able to either pick up fuel from the ground in the depot in their own zone or in the neutral zone, or they're able to sit under the hatch in the outpost area to have their human players feed them fuel. We're going to see a lot of different intake mechanisms from teams this afternoon. You'll see some that have really wide intake, some that have an open hopper so that their human players can drop fuel in. But really, they're all trying to grab as much fuel as possible so that they can score it into really the stars of the show on the field, our center hubs. These are the primary scoring elements that we've seen in play this season. These hubs are where teams can take their fuel and score them into the hubs at the rate of 1 point per fuel that you score into your alliance's hubs. Once your fuel has been scored, the fuel gets deposited back onto the field through the backside of the hub back into the neutral zone. So it's really advantageous for teams to really park themselves, plant themselves, have their strategy be focused in the center of the field. That's where fuel is starting, and it's where fuel ends up often being because of the directional flow from your hubs. But I don't want to forget, certainly, another important element of this field, the towers. These little ladder-looking items on either side of the field is also a way for teams to be able to score points in this year's game rebuilt. Towers allow teams to climb each rung in order to score points. You're going to see a number of teams at level 1, level 2, or level 3. There's an increase in points at each level. You get 10 for level 1, 20 points for level 2, and 30 points for level 3. That's another great way for teams to score points, even though, as we've seen so far at this event and at many other events across the world, we're seeing most teams favor the scoring via the fuel and the hubs, because that is something that is a lot more scalable for teams to be able to access. They're able to cycle through different rounds of scoring more quickly, and especially when you have teams that have a large volume capacity in their hopper and in their shooter, they're able to quickly run cycles and score a lot of points in the hub from the really endless amount of fuel that teams have available to them. One other element is that we have the ability for human players to throw fuel from the human player outpost to the hub in order to score even more. Hopefully this explanation was helpful. With that, we're now going to go ahead and meet our teams for our first qualification match back from lunch. breakdown here.
Yep. Me. I was like slumping over like this, like
That's
going like that.
An exciting match there, match number 16 here at the Indiana District State Championship. I believe a new high score here, 471 to 372. Really incredible performance by both of those alliances, putting up a really high volume of fuel. We saw the highest score rate from the Red Alliance during the second shift. We were talking a little bit about how the Red Alliance, we think, really won because they've only focused primarily on offense. We saw a little bit of defense from the Blue Alliance, which I would love to hear a little bit from you on in a moment. But really, the offensive power from Red seemed to really pinch them the win, even though Blue also had a great performance.
Yeah. Even when they were off period, they were still gathering fuel rather than playing defense. So that really helped. That set them up for better periods and score more points. But oddly enough, from Blue Alliance, we did see a lot of defense. An interesting point was, directly after the autonomous period, Harrison Boiler drove across the field to the Blue Alliance side and pinned, I believe, Maverick Robotics against their own hub. That means that for 10 seconds, they really couldn't score at all. And even though that was a really short pin, it meant that they just couldn't score for the first couple seconds, and they lost the attrition period off of that. So that gave Blue a little bit of an advantage. Unfortunately, they couldn't capitalize on it fully. Let's see if we can scrub to that here. We might not have, might have recorded all of that.
Yeah, we may be able to scroll forward.
Oh, it's up at 2 seconds. Well, that's unfortunate.
HBR did a valiant job in that last match, trying to play defense up against Maverick.
Yep, and when even thinking about it, for a pin penalty, it's about 5 points, right? Is it minor? So even if a team were to pin another team for 10 seconds, they'd get a minor penalty, but it might stop them from scoring 40 fuel. So it's an interesting trade-off of risking a penalty, but making sure that they can't score for that 10-second period.
Right, and I think we're also seeing different types of defensive strategies be played here. I'm kind of thinking of them as like a more direct defense, kind of the classic FRC style where you have one robot really having man-on-man defense against another, trying to slow down usually the biggest offensive heavy hitter. But we also have, especially in this game, a lot of indirect defense.
Yeah,
which
stealing
is
fuel.
More so stealing fuel.
Huge thing to do,
trying to starve your opponents from easy access to fuel, both of which really can be advantageous in this game. I think we're ready to go ahead and meet our teams now for qualification match number 17.
We'll be back after they meet those teams. what I'm saying. I don't know if that was about that.
And here come your scores. Qualification match 17. The winners of that last one. Red Alliance. Red Alliance taking a score of 275. The Blue Alliance is 230. Red Alliance getting that energized rank point threshold. Also scoring 3 for winning the match. 461, they take their 5th ranked position. Stick tight for qualification match 18 in just a few moments here at the 5th event in Indianapolis.
No, but it's going out to YouTube right now. Like you're scrolling going out to YouTube.
How can I pick this? Yeah, so it records for 15 seconds and stops. Right. Without our interaction.
Yeah. We can switch it to live in this chat about.
Okay. Yeah, we can live. Yeah, we can get live.
Yeah. And we can switch it to live. All right, we're back from qualification match number 17. A really exciting match there. Impressive performance from both alliances. We had our number 1 ranked team there, Tiger Dynasty, up against another top 5 team, WBI, able to really put out an impressive performance in that last match.
Yeah, and pull up that upset. Yeah, and we saw a lot of interesting scoring. It was really, very much turret versus dumper situation here, where we had some really high throughput teams, and it was more how does the defense work out and how many can make their shots. We see some interesting defense, especially with Tinley and with 1024 the kilobytes on their own tower, really using that as kind of their brace to keep from the defense from 7617 Roboblazers.
Totally. We saw a couple different strategies for defense there. 50-10. Usually, they're going against their driver station back wall, using their impressive intake and their turreted shooter to have that be the major source of fuel. They changed up that strategy a bit this match. They were going over to the Red Alliance's zone to try and steal fuel, and then their partners, Roboblazers, were doing more of that direct one-on-one defense up against Hindley and Kilobytes.
Yeah, and near the end, you kind of did see that although they were playing Titans was stealing a lot of fuel, they weren't using it. Right at the end, there was a huge swath of fuel right at their driver station, and in heat of the moment, you don't notice those things, but I think they switched around to stealing, but they didn't actually use what they stole, which kind of led to a point deficit that we saw.
Totally. Yeah, really, really impressive match, especially to your point, Hindley and Kilobytes. I think it's a great example here to see when you're up against one-on-one defense. It's a great idea to position yourself up against the driver station wall so that you don't have anywhere to get pushed.
Or even in the trench.
Yep, exactly. And I think with that, we're now ready to go ahead and meet our teams for qualification match number 18.
Before each team from Huntington, it's Team Thrust.
So at the end, when you're done talking, you gotta hit that record so that I get the live feed back.
We're now going over to that alliance, and our first team up is Team 8430.
Presenting their robot shuffle is the Hatchback.
And joining them is Team 5402.
Currently your 4th ranked team from Williamsport, Walton, Indiana, Robotics.
And last but certainly not least, on our blue alliance is Team 9431.
Hailing from Portland, Indiana, it's Global Standard. Proudly supported by the Refinery by Doug Warner, Lincoln Coder, Haas, and Indiana Department of Education.
We have our thumbs up drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Robots moving around pre-programmed. We're in that autonomous time period. Lasts for the first 20 seconds of every rebuild match. 54
mostly Blue Alliance.
Are there any more holes today, or are we all full? For that one? Okay, should we go on air? If you can't find anybody else, otherwise it doesn't matter. No, we can. It's very bad.
And here are scores for qualification match 18. Winners are the Red Alliance. Red Alliance taking with a score of 263. Blue Alliance is 97. Red Alliance has one for Preston Hair Try 3-point threshold. All three of their teams to rise in the ranks. State type qualification match 19. Here to finish Indiana State Championship.
I know, you did that right as I was unmuted. I caught it. All right.
We're not on air.
We're on air? Oh my god.
Well, that was a great match from the Red Alliance. I think that we saw a really nice strategy there. A little bit of defense, a lot of really good offense. Of course, always a highlight. 1501 has an excellent turreted shooter. I think the majority of their shifts where their hubs were activated, you just kind of saw 1501 lazing around the Red Alliance zone, kind of passively picking up fuel, kept shooting the whole time, and that was a really strong performance.
Yeah.
But we also saw some defense.
Yeah, we also some good defense by the Thunderbolts, but additionally, we also did see some interesting strategy by Red Alert. Right in the beginning, they gathered a hopper of fuel, and instead of firing it across, because they're single turret bots, so their throughput's not as high, they went and they unloaded they backed up their intake and unloaded their entire hopper that way into their alliance side, which is a very quick way for a turreted bot to unload their hopper, which was very interesting.
Yep, and we saw 1741 duck under the trench and kind of push a lot of fuel into the Red Alliance zone that way, helping feed 1501, who has that great intake and shooter. And then the Blue Alliance mostly stayed to their zone, which, you know, not the end of the world if you have enough fuel to get there, but I think we saw in this match the Red Alliance did more to seek out fuel during teleop and during the end game, and that just gave them more capacity to be able to score more.
We said multiple times, Red Alliance would start with full hoppers and ready to go for the shift. Sometimes where Blue Alliance would start with a few fuel in their hopper, but they wouldn't really have a ton, and they had to go out during the shift and gather more. The Red Alliance was really on it, and it really helped them a lot.
And with that, I think we're now ready to go ahead and meet our teams for qual match number 19.
Joining them is Team 9491.
Representing their robot Zip, it's Crypto Creed.
And last but not least on our alliance, it's Team 580.
Proceeds are Ben Davis High School with the conductors. Proudly supported by Fastenal, House of Transmission, Team House Foundation, and Franciscan Health.
We're going to go ahead and dig into that Blue Alliance, starting us off is Team 6956.
Hailing from Westfield, Indiana, it's Robotics.
And joining him is Team 119.
Proceeds from Northside High School in Fort Wayne, it's Iron Budgets.
And rounding off that Blue Alliance, it's Team 6498.
Hailing from Newburgh, Indiana, it's Castle Robotics. Proudly supported by Toyota Indiana, Centerpoint, Matrix, Kosh Enterprises, Kaiser, and Seaholis.
Put this on. Okay, so I've been having some technical difficulties so, hey Chris, I'm seeing the back.
Did you say 1976? As long as you can access that, we're good.
And it doesn't say I'm recording.
That's fine.
Happen automatically.
For like 15 seconds.
Does it help? Like, is it beneficial for me to keep pinning it if it goes off, or?
I don't think so.
So, is there a way for me to reset it to the live stream? Like, should I just hit one button after the match ends? So, after the match ends, so that it's just always the live stream instead of 15 seconds. That it's just always the live stream instead of 15 seconds.
After
We have our thumbs up drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
Teams are off to the races. Teams are off to the races. 6 robots on 2 alliances trying to score the most amount of points. That starts here with the autonomous time period, which lasts for the first 20 seconds. Teams that are, of course, delivering some of that fuel that were preloaded in their robot, but many of them came back out into the neutral zone to grab more. 234 teams now for the remainder of the match are tele-operated, giving players a pick up their controllers and driving the robots that their team have built and designed this season. Red Alliance will get their first dedicated alliance as they continue into their time period. Blue Alliance, while their hub is inactive, trying to pick up those game pieces and store them in this. While there is an actor to pick up those game pieces and store them by their alliance station wall, allowing them to fill up their coffers, to refill their coffers. Just over 200 seconds remaining in this match. Teams continuing to pick up those game pieces and store them into their hub. Blue Alliance now getting their first dedicated alliance ship. But currently by 6498 Castle Robotics, their robot's name is the King, and they have been a king at scoring those game pieces. Pushing some of that into their hero player station known as the Outpost, for teams have an opportunity to, of course, store those game pieces for later. But these will be immediately scored with their hub as active by that field player. Still worth 1 point for each of those field scored with my active hub. Red Alliance continuing to apply that point pressure to their second opportunity with an active hub. There we go into that end game period. Along with their alliance partner 94, 3 points distinguish these two teams. Red Alliance closing up that point gap and quickly neck and neck here as we continue in the end game period. Both of those hubs are now reactivated. 64-50 all push up against their tower in a defensive position. Your winners are the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance takes with a score of 188. Beating out Red Alliance is 163. Neither team's making those energized.
That was a great match, number 19 here. Blue Alliance just was able to outscore Red in that one.
Yeah.
And we have a new guest with us. I would love to have him introduce himself.
Yeah, my name's Jonathan Bautel. I'm with Team 6721. Been mentoring there for a while. So I've been mentoring since 2018 now. So
Amazing. What
it's been
kind
a while.
of mentoring?
But it's been a while since I've talked about it with other teams. Mostly just been internally, kind of
Absolutely.
scouting strategy, all that good stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome. Last match that stood out to you.
Yeah, so in that last match right there, I think we saw Red Alliance really trying to shut down the Blue Alliance, sending 2 of their robots over to try to stop the powerhouses scoring over there, leaving 234 really to do most of the scoring over there. And I don't know, kind of as you can see, they did a pretty good job. They got close, but just wasn't enough to outmatch the all 3 robots scoring on the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, the Blue Alliance had a more consistent, I think, kind of fueling strategy throughout the match. Most during the end game, 62 points alone, which was, almost a quarter of their score.
Yeah.
But really, the Blue Alliance stuck to their zone, focused on offense, and I think it's a bold strategy to send over 2 robots to play defense, and it's one that can work out if you're able to slow down your opponents enough. But Blue was really just able to outmatch them.
Yeah, and one of the nice things about Blue in that match is really all 3 of their robots were contributing pretty equally. So even with 2 robots kind of having defense played on them, the 3rd was still able to have capacity during that time.
Absolutely, and
working overtime to try to get prepared for this competition, and I think we've already seen it in our robot performance. Maybe not had the best of luck as far as how the matches turned out, but we're happy with how things are going.
That's great to hear. And with that, we're now ready to meet our teams for match number 20.
Awesome.
Alliance, we have Team 2867.
Counting from Elkhart, Indiana, it's Robotics.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, we have Team 5484.
Presenting their robot Takaya, it's Wolfpack. They're proudly supported by Grand Design Recreational Vehicles, our Tony Smith Family Foundation, and Career Academy.
Moving over to the Blue Alliance, to start off, we have Team 45.
Presenting from Kokomo High School, it's the Technocats.
No, I turned up in the effect. Turn up in the effect.
Turn up. You are turned on in the range right now.
Turn up.
I didn't either.
You've got me panned to the right.
Yes, that is how I was getting you just to the
right.
Yes, that is how I was getting you just to the headphones and not to the screen.
All right, let's get qualification match number 20 started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1. Rebuild. Rebuild.
Rebuild starts with the 20-second hot period. What you're seeing now is the pre-program. Please make use of those QR codes. Those are able to back calculation. Blue lines with good volume of fuel. H1s are able to back calculation. Blue lines with good volume of fuel. H1 at initial goes. Stay back to the initial goes. Stay back to the initial zone. Go by there. Lane square 3940. Saber 6 meters down. Grabbing the rest of the fuel. H1 at goes right my way across to their opponents. Karen crashes for something down. Karen crashes for something down. Action 61 to 53. Already period. The first to lead that transition so far had that active cover for the entirety of the match so far. Before we run the Techno Cats, hoping to delivering a good amount of fuel time while they're always active. They're hoping to quickly refuel that fuel. They're getting some of that defensive action from 49 to 86. Wolfpack, who's shuttling some of that fuel across to try to start them off those point opportunities available to them by making that fuel harder to pick up and find. Making that fuel harder to pick up and find. Red Alliance delivering somewhere out to their Hero Player Station. Red Alliance delivering somewhere out to their Hero Player Station. Now with their off active, we'll see them migrate their way back over to their Alliance side of the station. So you do have to be on the other side of that tape and into that Blue Alliance time. But they will have a little bit of difficulty as they receive that defensive action from their opponents, making it difficult to score to each of those skills here with 1.4 in the Alliance. Going through the breaking point threshold. Final 5 slowly elevated off the ground. Hopefully you look at team slowly elevated off the ground. Hopefully you look at team on points they are looking for. Stick tight to see those scores total up. And we're ready to see those scores for qualification match 20. Your winners of match 20. Your winners of that last one. The Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance getting a score of 406 to Red Alliance is 170. Getting a score of 406 to Red Alliance is 170. Blue Alliance getting a 6-3 point in the match. Continue for scoring in the field. 243 after 60 were the requirements for those 2 ranking points. Each one had the digital rising into the 4th ranked position. Stay tight for qualification match 21 here at the first Indiana State Championship.
Great match there, match number 20.
Yeah.
Yet again, another score here at Indiana District Champs, over 400. We've seen a handful of those today. What did you feel like really helped the Blue Alliance kind of seal the deal in that last match?
Yeah, so Blue Alliance, only by 8 points, but they really took that and kind of ran with it. Just staying strong, all 3 robots consistently scoring throughout the match. Really all of them doing really good job cycling, putting up fuel even under some defense. Doing really good job cycling, putting up fuel even under some defense by Elk Logics. They're still able to, fight through that and kind of see the outcome of that. They were able to get the supercharged rank point, which we haven't seen too much today.
Absolutely. Red Alliance started really strong. They scored the most in their first shift and then second in auto, but Blue Alliance really picked up steam. Logics on Red did a great job. Some really solid kind of robot-to-robot defense, but the Blue Alliance was just seemed to be really locked into the timing. Were really prepared for their shifts, and then also just all 3 of those robots, Digital Goats, Cybertooth, Technocats, they're really strong scorers and shooters, and so they were able to, I think, have kind of like a constant rotation of going to the neutral zone, grabbing some fuel, and then being ready to go. 45 even, I think. We're seeing more and more teams, I think, catch wind against the driver station wall, being that clear, having a constant sort of doing a great job scoring it into the hub.
Yeah, and that back bended from that contact because away from the place that you can't get fuel from.
Totally. I always kind of think of 1501 does a great job of that. They drive along and then they shoot while they pick up that fuel, which is just very impressive. And with that, we're ready to go ahead and meet our teams for match number 21.
Team 1646.
With students from Jefferson High School in Lafayette, it's Precision Guessworks.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, we have Team 3494.
Having beat a team from Bloomington, Indiana, it's the Quadrangles.
Moving over to the Blue Alliance to start off, we have Team 3176.
Hailing from
What a match there. Match number 23. Just a massive performance from the Blue Alliance.
Yeah.
But still, great showing from the Red Alliance. Tindley
Yeah.
also had a great match. What do you think of your guys' performance?
Yeah, so obviously I'm a little biased coming from that team myself, but I think Tindley put up a really nice score there. One of the things we were working on in between Lafayette and now was really emptying our hopper, just trying to make that as fast as we possibly could, and really saw that in this match, able to put up a lot of fuel. Teamed up with Castle in 84-30, couldn't quite pull off the win there, but
That's okay. You guys played really kind of some of the only defense that we saw in that match, where you would come over to the Blue Alliance's side, try and steal some of their fuel up against the back wall, which is really where kind of 1501's bread and butter is. They're constantly driving up along that back wall, just like we were talking about. And you guys did a good job coming over, using your really cool, like, expandable hopper with increased capacity, come over, grab some more fuel, and head back over. So
yeah, I think that's something that we could be seeing from more teams as they're trying to figure out ways to push over that next bump to maybe beat some more teams that might otherwise have a little higher fuel output than they do, is like going over that really quick run through the trench to kind of pull fuel off that back wall and run right back to your zone.
Totally. And the Blue Alliance just crushed it. I mean, we were talking while it was happening about just how formidable of a duo 1501 and 1720 are. I think that you see in their designs kind of two different offensive strategies. 1720 has a really wide drum intake, wide shooter. 1501 has a more specific turreted shooter, and so they were able to go wide and specific and really have an output that was very impressive.
It definitely paid off for them getting the supercard ranking point too.
Absolutely. And with that, I think we're ready to go ahead and meet our teams for match number 24.
Cyber Blue. Last but certainly not least, we have Team 5402.
From Logansport and Lewis Cass High School, it's Reckless Robotics.
Moving over to the Blue Alliance, to start off, we have Team 9491.
It's Crypto
They moved down. They didn't get.
Yeah, a great performance, quite an interesting matchup there in that last match. Ultimately, of course, Blue Alliance won, but it still bumped down Maverick Robotics. They were in #1. They didn't get the supercharge. They were coming into that match with an average ranking point of over, I think, 4 ranking points a match almost.
Yeah.
And with a field as deep as this, if you're not really firing on all cylinders for every match, you may get bumped down out of the top spot, even if you win.
Yeah. I think we saw Red Alliance doing a really good job in that, especially first half of the match, putting Hatchet Robotics really good man-to-man defense on 4272. It wasn't quite enough to keep them from the win there, but it did slow them down to miss the supercharged.
Totally. And Hatchet, I think, did an interesting defensive move that we don't see a ton, which is man-on-man defense in the neutral zone. Maverick is really, really good at, of course, scoring in their zone in the hub, but they also, when it's not their alliance's turn to have an activated hub, they're going to the neutral zone, trying to feed fuel back. Hatchet stayed on them the whole time, slowed them down from feeding fuel, and really, it was only after Hatchet went back to the blue side of the field to play offense was the Red Alliance able to take back the lead and ultimately win the match.
Yeah.
Blue scored 95 in the end game, which really helped them clinch the win.
Yeah, you can really tell when that defense moved off.
Yeah, because just Maverick, pretty much unstoppable. Except Hatchet was able to stop them for the most part. But when you leave them alone, they're going to dominate the offensive scoring. But Red had him for a little bit. 234 and Reckless were holding down the fort. We saw a little bit of defense from Thunderbots playing up defense against Reckless, slowed them down a bit, but it was not quite enough for the Red Alliance to slow down Blue, unfortunately.
Yeah. I think we saw a good strategy from 234 there, too, to try to avoid defense by playing up closer to the tower. That just kind of disincentivizes defense, because even if you are bumped out of the way, you can still maybe score some of those fuel there. So good showing from them, but yeah, looking forward to seeing them in the future.
Absolutely. And with that, let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 25.
From Mishawaka, Indiana, is the Penn Robotics Black Knight.
Joining them on this Red Alliance, we have Team 7670. And rounding out this Red Alliance, we have Team 6956.
And from the Westfield High School, Indiana, it's Shamrock Robotics.
Heading over to the Blue Alliance, we have Team 10021. And next up on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 9431. And last but certainly not least, we have Team 761.
Driving the robotic fracture, it's the Tech Pups.
We're back. I get to co-host with the GOAT. In my ears. I do have videos of those interviews. So I'm going to probably run one of those. I will need you guys to kind of throw an intro to me.
If you want me, I'm available. Otherwise, you can keep rolling.
Sure. I mean, we are swapping out, so.
Yeah. Okay. We're swapping out, so go. Take my spot. Let me do it for an hour and a half.
All right, let's get match 25 started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
And we see more bot stickers there on. You're in time to play on the fuel line, which is going to be getting beat.
said you wanted an intro for it. How did you want an intro? So
He has some clue words for us.
yeah,
So it'll be like 461 upper conversation.
it's in the
All right, party people, let's see who's the one of the win for that qualification match. It will be the Blue Alliance. With a score of 312 to 88. The Blue Alliance will gain 4 ranking points for that win.
yeah, because that's on the straight mark.
That is 131 to 33rd. So just one down to second.
And we have another quality match. What is that? Match 25, Indiana State. Goodness gracious. I love it because, you know, everybody here in Indiana, they're like the floor is higher and it's already like a really thick floor. So it's just you never know what's going to happen. Huge shout outs to, I want to say that was team 10,021.
Garrett Kaplan Golden Gears.
Garrett Kaplan Golden Gears.
All right.
And then it was 94-91. And then it was, who's the third one? Who's the third one? I'm going to see if I can pull it. Can I get it? Can I get it? Can I get it? I forgot the third one off the top of my head. L commentary. But no, they did. They put good high numbers up. And you can see the communication. You can see how they were moving around things. Really excellent. Tag Pups. There we go. That's what I was like. I was there. Tag Pups.
That's a new sibling team this year, right? So
Yes.
the Carmel High School program splitting into 2 teams under one roof. Really interesting, of course, for them to kind of go through that process. Tech Pups is their younger team for their first years and second years, and they're currently ranked 2, which is really fabulous of them.
Slightly hot take. Is Tech Pups better? Is Tech Pups better?
I think they definitely have the right gumption to be so. And so far in our qualification matches, that's what we've seen
They
on the
are.
field.
That also is absolutely high praise to the type of, organization they're running, where the B team is that high up. That's the bar that's being set. That's how people are rolling. What's envy but positive? Whatever that is, I love what they're doing, and I wish it is more celebrated around there. And second place, the schedule gods have been kind,
I was trying to pull up who we have in our next match here. I think.
Ooh, absolutely.
What quals did we just
26.
finish?
We just finished 25.
All right, so we're looking ahead to 26. We got the Technocats, Conductors, Precision Guessworks against Red Alert, Elk Logics, and Westside Boiler Invasion. Ranks about even across the board. Red potentially leaning a little bit towards the Red Alliance, but let's go to meet our teams and see who's coming up next.
Absolutely, can't wait to see.
Ready to get this train rolling. It's team 4580.
With the robot tire, it's the Conductors.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, there's no lucky guesses here. It's team 1646.
From Brenneman High School in Lafayette, Indiana, Precision Guessworks.
I don't know, it's being funky and I'm trying to get it back.
1,415, Eric.
Heading over to the Blue Alliance. Do I hear a challenge? It's team 1741.
From Central Indiana, it's Red Alert.
So I appreciate whatever you did. Bloody back here, right?
Joining them on the Blue Alliance, they got the logic. It's team 2867.
With the robot Rico, it's Elk Logics.
And last but certainly not least, Boiler Roberts and Invasion. It's team 461.
From Thompson, Indiana, it's Westside Boiler Invasion.
I can't see how many are watching the same way. You can with Twitch? There's 9 that like us. Is the streaming a good thing?
Yeah, it should be for if we have good amounts of there, we can also do like questions and instruction there too.
Where are you seeing
All right, we got the thumbs up. Let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
We got 4 boxes in the center now. Everyone gets a fuel. The next time they get more their particular frame. So they're going to take on the wider side. If they can gather more fuel, because they're going to extend out only a foot. So a wider robot frame means they can have a larger volume on that top part. Oh, wow. We're obviously getting a claw of 15 points. Blue Alliance comes out though with a 41 and 40. Red Alliance will have the first shift out back. People right now to outloading their entire hopper. Those more fuel really lost their tire from the top. You got no very fuel in the hopper. Overall, we have the Iron Express and 245. Fire fuel into their goal. People right has a full weight drum. They're fairly high throughput. So they're just working on hopper drive. As the race starts, most likely will be unloads their hopper quickly. It is this longer than they currently high fuel to make up for it. And the open second throttle are going from far, fire a few shots in. You see on red, those guys have a full hopper and are ready to score. They'll be able to score that hopper in about 5 seconds when the red line shift begins. And the red line back into their last shift before endgame. So they'll score here for 25 seconds. It'll take 25 seconds to get out some fuel before the endgame for these guys. The left side blower and big card just put some fuel on the next side. Over on blue, we don't see power, but they're using their instincts on fuel out. They turn it on, so means they have a lower throughput. So they're moving fuel around. They unload their intake by backfiring. Over on the right, we always get a couple other is now stopped in the red zone. Rotation later on in the endgame period. Blue Alliance has 4 seconds to score here. This is their final shift for endgame. This is a really long and full 61 to use that. Just putting another number of fuel here already going too far. The short one will move into the further as they go. Blue Alliance 200 to 126 endgame period. Blue Alliance needs 4 more fuel in 20 seconds to get that ring. Despite Boiler and Roller a little hard to get there. Red Alliance needs about 8 more fuel. So they're going to spend another number of fuel getting ready to score that as well. And we still have Boiler and Roller right now. We're going to load that 5 seconds left and 10 more fuel.
We fixed it by our 4th interview. We're like, well, let's see what happens. This is the first.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and see those scores. The winner of that match will be the Blue Alliance. With a score of 262 to 184. Blue Alliance home with 4 points. 3 for the win, 40 fuel during the match.
All right, we are back. Qualification match 26. Super happy to see it all. Big shout out to that Blue Alliance. A great combination of 461 and 1741. Just getting it done together, putting up quality points. It's interesting not to see the ranking point be like, what was it? It was 300 originally. No, the first one was 300?
Sure, like they raised it
Yeah.
for the district championship. That energized ranking point, went from 100, which a lot of teams were requesting, to now 240. They left supercharged where it was, which is interesting, still 360.
Yeah.
But teams are stretching up into the area here in Indiana.
They are getting it, and you could see real impressive how they do it. Shout out to the Red Alliance also fighting for it. See some rebuilds that I absolutely love. Now, I have been told that there are some interviews coming through. Grant from Team 8430 talking about what students have to say about the build process. We all know the build process, but also what they find most rewarding. And I can't wait to see what it says just as much as y'all can. So let's see what we have.
Yeah. And next interview.
Hello, everybody. My name is Cooper, and I'm here with Grant from Team 8116 Hatchet. And so, Grant, what part of the build process do students find most rewarding?
Well, on our team, we really like catting our robot first and then splitting off into individual teams, like for our intake and our index and our shooter. I find it the most rewarding whenever we're able to connect all those pieces together into a cohesive just flow.
Yeah.
That way we can do well in the competition.
When do you feel that you hit that point this season? When was your bot fully together?
It's when we really innovate the robot and we get into this flow of information from the CAD team to the build team and then to the wiring and eventually to the coding.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, and I'll look forward to seeing you guys today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think.
All right. Ready. All right, and wow, what a great interview. Amazing things that people get out of it. What do you get out of the build process?
Sure. I think it's a really novel way, right? It's kind of leveraging the engineering design process, right? You kind of come up with a solution, you kind of try it out. A lot of what FIRST promotes, of course, is that let's see what happens. Kind of let's put it together using wood and plywood, try it out for the first week while we're in that kind of brainstorming phase. Really cool to see the conceptual to practical applications.
Oh, absolutely. It's always funny. I love, letting those real creative juices fly, and where it's like no idea is a bad idea. Not because no idea isn't a bad idea, but sometimes even in what someone would call those bad ideas, you find something you've never thought about, and you're like, wait, no, we can do that. I almost want to do that. Wait, hold up, time out. And it brings out some really interesting and amazing designs. So,
all right, I think we're ready to see our teams for our next match.
Absolutely. See what they've built, some creative things.
Alliance, we have Team 8430.
From Washington, Indiana, the hatchback.
And wrapping up this Red Alliance, we have Team 3940.
Your 6th ranked team, Cybertooth.
Those chairs suck.
Heading over to the Blue Alliance. In our first starting position, we have Team 6498.
Castle Robotics.
And then joining them on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 447.
Team Roboto.
Oh, this is going to be a great match.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 7457.
Currently your 10th team is Super Duper Robotics.
Now he wants to make it look too.
Alright, looks like we can get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild!
And we have Brisette going against
I hope that's not going to screen.
Super Big Vector going off
Alongside Castle Robotics, Super Duper going for seconds the first time wasn't enough. Getting a full hopper once again. And rolling that again as well alongside 5010 Tiger Dynasty. Coming out of the Thomas period, the Blue Lions has a strong lead, 88 to 52. The Super Duper Robotics and Castle getting ready to score in that transition period, trying to make use of those 10 seconds before the Red Alliance has the
All right.
Awesome. Qualifications match 27. That is a impressive Blue Alliance win. Super Team Roboto and Castle Robotics getting the win over Tiger Dynasty, Hatch Batch 2, and then Cyber 2. There we go. Got the
And
number
it looks
down.
like we got a replay working here. We'll take a look at that. We're hoping it will stick with us. Kind of looking back at that autonomous time period, 4 robots going into the zone, trying to grab that fuel. A lot of teams try to come back and grab another round of that. And we can hear just a little bit of bumper and bumper bunch. It looks like they just kind of timed it perfectly, which is oftentimes great communication before that time. Kind of skip forward into the teleoperated period. Our teams kind of trying to munch away at that fuel.
Okay, got it. Oh my goodness. Getting those I believe I was told allegedly that some teams done some rebuilds, Super Duper, one of them, and they dropped their size but gave themselves a net so they could hold more while still being able to go under the net. And see the cycles, how it benefited impressively.
Yeah, and a lot of teams are installing nets, right, to keep those extra fuel from entering their robot. But it also means you can't really take advantage of the player station as much. They're only used as a way to kind of shuttle those game pieces to their human.
Absolutely. And hey, that's better than nothing. It is smart to shuttle it into you're going.
Especially if your intake is broken, like push it into a place where your either partners can grab it or pass it over to your human players. They can hold it for you until it's ready. Like safe places in this match, like even out on the field, if you bunch fuel against your driver station, it can be stolen from you. You need to store it in your robot or store it outside the field.
Can is nice. It will be stolen from you. They're doing everything they can, best they can, and I feel like I see somebody take fuel every 6.
Yeah, we really saw that at the start of our last match where the Blue Alliance played it to win, and they all did, but Red Alliance applied so much defensive pressure that it was looking pretty even up until about midpoint.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That score is slightly lying to you, but that's what he does at State. Can't wait to see what the next match has for us.
Yeah, let's meet. Yeah, I wish the tally light was tied to the OBS scene. Still says rapid.
I realized I treated it like a
Next up on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 234. From Perry Meridian High School, it's Cyber Blue. And last but certainly not least, we have Team 868. From Carmel High School, it's the Tech Hounds. All right, let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild. Our matches are underway. Lots of action in the neutral zone of the field as Maverick Robotics 4272 rams into 868 as they fight for fuel in that neutral zone. Right now, 868 is launching some fuel from their full robot up and over into that Blue Alliance hub, but 1501 just launched a couple for the Red Alliance. Teleop has started. We're seeing 4926 immediately run to that big gather of fuel in the middle of the field and make their way back over to the Blue Alliance, launching lots of those fuel up into the air in the last couple seconds of that transition shift. 1501 adding to the Red Alliance hub, and 3176, their alliance partners doing so as well with their turret-style robot. It looks like 868 has a full robot full of fuel, so they're going to play some defense on 4272, who's shuttling that fuel back over to the Red Alliance side. 1501, also with a turret design of the robot, is racing to the middle of the field to try and shuttle fuel from the Blue Alliance over to all the way to the Red Alliance. That's going to not only steal fuel away from the Blue Alliance as their hub is active and they're trying to gather as much as possible in the robot, but it's also going to add to their preparation for their active hub that will be active in just 2 seconds. 234 now is going to make the way to the middle of the field. They're going to try and steal some of that fuel from the neutral zone for just the Blue Alliance, as 4272 collects a robot full of fuel and adds some more from over on the Blue Alliance's side. Their alliance partners 1501 and 3176 are sending lots of fuel up in the air for the Red Alliance in the last 3 seconds of their active hub. 4272 adds some fuel for the Red Alliance as Blue is now active, and we're seeing 2 red robots playing some defense and gathering fuel over on the Blue Alliance. If there's not a huge collection of fuel, that makes it even harder to fill up those robots. They have to go searching for each individual sphere to add to their hoppers. 30 seconds left in the match. That sound means it's now in game and teams are able to score in both of those active hoppers. We're going to see lots of fuel fly in the air from both alliances. Lots of constant stream of fuel for the Red Alliance and their human player. Right now, 324 points for the Red Alliance. Can they get 30 more to hit that supercharged threshold? There's just 5 seconds left in the match. 3, 2, 1. That's the end of match number 28. We'll be back with your scores in just a few moments. Let's take a look at the results from that last match. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. They won with a score of 366 to Blue's 355. They hit that 360 fuel threshold, earning each team 5 ranking points, moving 1501 to 4th place, 3176 to 2nd place, and keeping 4272 at that 1st place position. Congratulations.
And with that, we're going to introduce qualification match number 29. To start off with the Red Alliance, we have Team 9431.
From Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's Gold Standard.
With them on the Red Alliance, we have Team 9491.
From Salisbury, Indiana, it's Crypto Creek.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, we have Team 829.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, at the Walker Career Center, it's the Digital Dudes.
Heading over to the Blue Alliance. To start off, we have Team 5402.
From Logansport in Walton, Indiana, it's Reckless Robotics.
Joining them on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 1720.
From Matthews, Indiana, it's Fixed Gears.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 6721.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Tinley Trailblazers.
All right, we got the thumbs up to start this match. So drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Lots of movement from robots on the field. 3 of them in that neutral zone, 6721 and 1720 over on the Blue Alliance, shooting with their alliance partners, 5402. All 3 robots are sending a stream of fuel up and over into the hub. Over on the Red Alliance, we're seeing human players throw fuel up and over that driver station wall from the outpost, and 829 making its way back to the neutral zone as we head into the teleoperated period. Red Alliance has our first shift. We're in the 10-second transition shift right now. Blue Alliance gets some last-second fuel in while that hub is active. Over on the Red Alliance, we're seeing 9431 and their alliance partners 9491 add to the count by shooting that fuel up into the hub. Each of those yellow spheres on the field are called fuel. They are all worth 1 point, and the name of the game right now is to get the highest score, but also get those ranking points. That's 240 fuel for the energized ranking point, 360 for the supercharged, and 60 traversal points for the traversal ranking point. That's getting up onto that tower during the autonomous and endgame period. Over on the Blue Alliance, we're seeing 6721 and 1720 rapidly fire that fuel into their hub in the last couple of seconds of their active shift. Now we're going over to the Red Alliance, and it's their turn to score. Right now we have just over a minute left of the match. 269 points for the Blue Alliance, 120 for the Red Alliance. Well, let's see if the Blue Alliance can get 100 more fuel in this last minute of the match to hit that 360 threshold, or if the Blue Alliance can get 90 more to hit that 240 threshold. The Blue Alliance is taking our last shift before the end game. We're seeing 67-21 struggle from the defense of 94-91 of getting back over to their side of the field and shoot their fuel that is loaded in their robot. 94-91 is now leaving the Blue Alliance side. They're going to make their way back over to the Red Alliance, trying to prevent 54-02 from getting back over to their side of the field. A useful strategy when teams are not able to shoot from that neutral zone. 15 seconds left in the match, 94-31, lining up for that climb up onto the first rung of the tower. 8 seconds left. Let's see if any more fuel can be scored by these teams. Lots coming from Tinley Trailblazers. 94-31 is up. 1 second left. That's the end of qualification match number 29. We'll be back in just a few moments with those scores. And those scores are ready. Let's take a look. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. They won with a score of 466 points to Red's 206 points. They met that 100 and 360 fuel threshold, moving all three of those teams up in the ranks from those 5 RP. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance.
You're live.
Hey, and we're back. That is qualifications match 29. An impressive showing, if I remember correctly. That's like 443 points. 20. Oh my goodness, 226 output from Fixed Gears, Tinley Trailblazers, and
Some pretty young teams. You had Crypto Creek 94-91 and Gold Standard 94. But also like a good mix of.
Yeah, actually, cute. We have such a range of ages of teams that are doing excellent. But today, right now, we can actually go and talk to the oldest that's been in Indiana, one of the originals, Team 45, the Technocat.
Being part of Team 45.
A lot of people would think since we're an older team that it'd be a lot more serious than it actually is, but we are a very chill team. Most of the time, we are doing something fun and joking around with each other, even as we're building robots. And even every Saturday, as we're building in shop, we have a team lunch that usually is like an hour where we just sit around and talk. And it's more of like we're trying to make friends and enjoy each other, not as engineers, but as people.
Oh, that's really awesome. So you made a lot of friends since you joined this team?
Yeah, I feel like I have. It definitely sent me a little bit more outside my comfort zone, and I definitely found a lot more interest in the STEM field.
Well, it's awesome. Thank you so much for your time, and good luck to today's competition.
Hey, impressive. First has been going on since like what, 1993?
Yeah, I think first season, definitely around that time. Thanks, Courtney, for your insights on what it's like to be a Technocat out of Kokomo, Indiana. So just up the road from here in Indianapolis. I think we're going to meet early, unless you have other things you would like to add, Eric.
No, I'm just here. Happy to be here. Happy to see more robots. Let's see what we have.
All right.
Alrighty, folks, let's go ahead and meet our teams. Starting off your Red Alliance here with their sword and shield, it's 135.
From Mishawaka, Indiana, it's Pit Robotics Black Knights.
And up next here to chop up the competition, it's Team 8116.
From Washington, Indiana, it's Hatchet Robotics.
And last but not least, here to show their roar, it's Team 10434.
From Northrop High School in Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's the Cybers.
And starting off your Blue Alliance here to blaze a trail of victory, it's Team 7617.
From Carmel, Indiana, it's the Robo Blazers.
And in your Middle Alliance station, I don't know if Golden Gears is a good investment plan, but it's Team 10021.
With the robot Violet Vortex, it's the Garen Catholic Golden Gears.
And rounding off this Blue Alliance, they're driving it like they stole it. It's Team 1747.
Sponsored by Caterpillar, McAllister Foundation, Inmac, Radon, and Tipmont. It's Harrison Boiler Robotics.
All right, robot fans, lights are green and thumbs are up. So drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
All robots are off in the middle of the field. We're already seeing lots of human player fuel being thrown in the air from Cybears over on the Red Alliance. Over on the Blue Alliance, we're seeing Robo Blazers and Harrison Boiler Robotics shoot the fuel up into the air, and the Alliance partners, Garen Catholic Golden Gears, add a few more fuel to the Blue Alliance hub. Robots are off in teleop. These are now able to be controlled by students. 1747 shooting some of the fuel up into the air over onto the Blue Alliance side. 8116's in the middle of the field with their Alliance partners, 135. They're trying to get as many fuel as possible over to the Red Alliance as their hub is now activated. They're facing some serious defense from Robo Blazer 7617. They're trying to push them off their course and not allow them to go where they want to line up to shoot their fuel. Over on the Blue Alliance, we're seeing 100-1 and 135 clash it out as 100-21 tries to shoot the fuel up into the air for the Blue Alliance. 1747 picking up fuel against that driver station wall as 8116 tries to push them off the course and prevent Robo Blazers from getting back over to their own Alliance's zone. Now we have bounced back over to the Red Alliance. Their hub is now activated. 10021 sends lots of fuel from the middle of the field. It's almost completely clear of fuel in that neutral zone. The alliances are trying to hoard as much fuel as possible on their respective sides as we head into the last minute of the match. Right now, Blue has 140 fuel scored, 54 for the Red Alliance. The Blue Alliance needs 101 fuel to be scored, while the Red Alliance needs about 200 fuel. But there's still a minute left. That is possible for both those alliances to hit that threshold. It looks like there's lots of action in that neutral zone right now. The Blue Alliance does have an active hub, but there's lots of defense from 81-16 trying to prevent 76-17 from getting back over to their side of the field. 1747 adds a few more fuel over on the Blue Alliances as we now enter the endgame period, and both hubs are activated. Looks like 10021 is not moving in the middle of the field, so the Alliance partners are trying to pick up their slack as Cybears for the Red Alliance is playing defense on them. Over on the Blue Alliance, we're seeing 81-16 trying to get back over to that bump. 3, 2, 1. That's the end of match number 30. Let's give a round of applause to all 6 of the teams in the last match. Let's take a look at those results. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. They won with a score of 206 points to Red 67 points. They got 87 fuel in teleop. They earned 3 ranking points from winning. That moves 76-17 and 17-47 up in the ranks. And 10021 goes down to the 8th ranked position.
And we are back. Qualifications match 30. An impressive showing out. A Blue Alliance victory. I want to say like 106. Remember, just a defensive battle out of nowhere.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Autonomous just fell apart there, so three
Yeah.
bots basically had to go play defense.
Oh, it was interesting. Played very good defense, slowing everything down. You know, if you're ahead, you can either get more ahead or make sure the other team doesn't. That does work for it. And what is first except figuring out how to be helpful when things don't go the way
You have to improvise on the fly. Crazy.
Hey, since I have the wonderful 1720 mentor,
hello,
big fan of his, here with me today. Tell me some ways you tried to figure out how to still make things work when they didn't go the way you wanted them to go.
Oh gosh! Again, it's that improvising on the fly. Really, if something breaks, just being the one who says, "Okay, I'll pull in the intake. I'll go play defense if I need to. I'll push fuel in through the trench. Really, whatever you can, whatever you can."
Absolutely. One of the things I enjoyed about robotics is like, if your first plan worked, someone lied.
First plan never works.
Your first plan never works. And to be honest, your third one usually doesn't work either. But having it where it's just like, no, can you find a new way to win again? Find a new way to win again.
Yes.
It builds character, shows resilience, makes you feel proud that you made it through.
Luck helps sometimes too.
We love luck.
We
Big
love
fan
luck.
of luck.
Yes.
Big fan of luck. But
Yes.
those are the things. For it. Excited to see how the rest of the teams go. I don't expect them to be broken for long. Those are all really impressive teams.
Yes. Yes. I was really surprised with 8116 Hatchet there. Something must have been wrong. Otherwise, two robots playing defense. At least you could have had somebody who could. Well, something was not going right with their robot. So when you see three defensive robots, it's not a good sign.
No.
Not a good sign. They had a little reprieve when Garen broke down in that neutral zone, but still weren't able to pull it through.
Happens to the best of us. Can't wait to see how they fix it and move on to the next matches. Can't wait to see how they're doing on the field. Let's go.
All right, here we go.
High school, it's Red Alert.
And in your middle alliance, these pups are here to show that they're not just bark, they've got the bite. It's team 761.
With the robot Fracture, it's the Tech Pups.
And last but not least, here to show their fangs, it's team 1024.
With students from McKinsey Center for Innovation and Technology in Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Kilobytes.
And starting off your Blue Alliance, here to show the strength of the Greek gods, it's Team 4982!
From Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's Olympus Robotics.
And in your middle station, here to show the strength of their pack, it's Team 5484!
From South Bend, Indiana, it's Wolfpack.
And rounding the alliance off, it's a legendary team, Team 9119!
Sponsored by Steel Dynamics Medical Informatics Engineering, Donwood Foundation, and GM, it's the Iron Legends.
All right, Robot fans, we've got our thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Autonomous period is underway. That's 20 seconds of pre-programmed instructions. We're seeing clashing between 761 and 1741 in that neutral zone, and 4982 for the Blue Alliance. In the back of the Blue Alliance zone, shooting fuel up and over into that hub. Lots of fuel being scored by 1024 with the robot overbite for the Red Alliance. That sound means we've now entered a tele-operated period. We see 5484 in the middle of the field. They're trying to rapidly get as much fuel as possible over to their side to prepare for their hub to be activated. That 10-second transition shift has ended, and now they have 25 seconds to score in the activated hub before it bounces back over to the Red Alliance for their turn. We're seeing 9119 race back from that neutral zone with a full robot of fuel to now score into the Blue Alliance hub. Well, over on the Red Alliance, we're seeing 761 prepare for their hub to now be activated, with them and their alliance partners 1741 scoring into that Red Alliance hub. 9119 is making their way over to the Red Alliance, and they're going to try and steal that fuel that they have built up in that corner. An easy way to intake fuel has now been stolen for the Red Alliance. Right now, we have just under a minute and 20 seconds left in the match. 216 points for the Red Alliance, 92 for the Blue Alliance. Just a reminder, teams are working towards that 240 fuel threshold to get as many ranking points as possible. Right now, we're seeing the Red Alliance prepare for their shift. That's going to happen in just 7 seconds by collecting fuel over to their side. They've pretty much cleared out that neutral zone except for the fuel that's coming out of the Blue Alliance's hub. We're now seeing 761 pick up that buildup of fuel in the corner of their field and shoot it rapidly upwards for the Red Alliance. We're seeing 9119 for the Blue Alliance. They're playing defense over in the Red Alliance zone. They're trying to prohibit 761 from lining up where they would like to shoot. 1024 collecting more fuel from against that Alliance station wall as their Alliance partner 1741 line up to score as well. That sound means we're in the last 30 seconds of the match. Both hubs are now activated, and teams are able to get those last second scores in. Red Alliance has just hit that 360-point supercharged ranking point threshold. We have 10 seconds left in the match. Teams are going to get those last second fuel in as we now enter the last 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. And that is the end of match number 31. We'll be back in just a moment with those scores. Our scores are ready. Let's take a look. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. They won a score of 406 points to the Blue Alliance's 224 points. The Red Alliance earned 5 ranking points for hitting that threshold of 360 and 100 fuel. That moves 1741 and 1024 up in the ranks and keeps 761 at that second place position. Congratulations.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Qualification match 31, I believe, correct?
Yes, that
All right.
sounds about right.
Got you. Blue Alliance Red Alliance coming away with the win, 406 to 1741, 761, and 1024. Put up so much fuel. Yes. 4982, 484, and 9119. Not going away quietly. We're so close to that first supercharged RP.
Yes. You really have to shoot for that. Now, at least one ranking point there. Otherwise, you really drop.
So you can tell that like 1 to 2, the difference between where it's just 100 versus.
I think really a few more shots in auto or somebody's auto working a little bit better there would have gotten to that point. But when you have such firepower that was there from that Red Alliance, it's hard. It's really hard. Yeah.
This game just snowballs. It sometimes it feels like you get waves on it. Where you're pushing, you're doing everything you can, going for it. and you know a 5-point deficit turns into a 15, turns into a 40, and you're still trying your best and keep going. But wow.
But then you have something happen with one of your partners, and then it swings the other way. You never know exactly. So yeah, you can have a hard time getting back into your zone and get a couple loads of there. It can be devastating.
And what? Going out there where?
Oh my.
They've just told us that match 27 is getting a replay.
Match 27.
That is
that mine.
Your match. Let's find out, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my gosh. No, it wasn't.
Okay. So close.
Yeah.
Okay, that happened.
Wow.
Hey,
had me scared for a second there.
First, sometimes the hardest one you'll ever have. And what do they mean hardest?
Oh, yeah. Here we go again.
Let's be more fun.
Here we are, but I know they've got 4 sides. It's team 3494.
They're a family community team from Bloomington. It's the Quadrangles.
And last but not least, rounding off your Red Alliance, we have team 2867.
Representing Elkhart with their robot Rico, it's Elk Logics.
And starting off your Blue Alliance, they're here to show that when you mess with the bull, you get the horns. It's team 4272.
From McCutcheon High School, give it up for Maverick Robotics.
And in the Middle Alliance station with the luck of the Irish, it's team 6956.
They're from Westfield, Indiana. It's Shamrock Robotics.
And rounding off your Blue Alliance, we have team 4580.
From Ben Davis High School in Indianapolis, make some noise for the conductors.
All right, party people, we've got our thumbs up from the field. So without further ado, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Match 32 here at Indiana District Champs is off. Blue Alliance with a strong start. Maverick Robotics, currently ranked number 1, showing the rest of the bots how it's done, unleashing a hopper full of fuel into the Blue Alliance's hub. That's going to give the Blue a lead. They're up 51-26. The next 10 seconds, both hubs are activated. Over on red, the Quadrangles trying to score for red. Meanwhile, Maverick, just a little bit too late to be able to score for blue. Now they're trying to focus their attention on herding fuel over into the blue side of the field. They've got a shadow in Thunderbots. One of the robots here that's been as committed to defense more than most. Thunderbots playing one-on-one defense against Maverick Robotics. Red Alliance has identified that they need to slow down Maverick, the Blue Alliance's main scorer. Thunderbots has done a little bit of that, but they also have to contend with teams like the Conductors on blue, who are also very adept at shooting.
A minute and a half remaining. Blue Alliance is up 108 to Red's 34. They're about halfway to getting their energized ranking point, thanks to another cycle from Maverick. Now it's the Red Alliance's turn to score. Quadrangles lining up, letting loose a stream of fuel into the Red Alliance's hub, helping increase the Red Alliance's score. However, Thunderbots is not shifting away from defense. They're trying to stay on Maverick as much as possible, but then had to fight off some counter defense from 4580, who's also working on shepherding fuel over to the blue side of the field. Shamrock Robotics lining up to score with Maverick. Maverick still trying to get around that defense from Thunderbots. 40 seconds remaining. Blue is still down, but they have slowed down the Blue Alliance from being able to easily earn those bonus ranking points. Blue still needs about 70 more. Red needs about 180. Maverick letting loose another round into the hub. Over on Red Alliance, Quadrangles lining up their partners. Elk Logics also trying to get over the bump to get back to the red zone to score. On Blue, all three robots trying to score into the hub, increasing the Blue Alliance's lead, and they're close to getting the ranking point. They got it right as time expired. We have our results for match number 32. It's going to be the Blue Alliance taking the W from that last match. Blue scored 260 to Red's 85. That netted them the energized ranking point. They also got 3 from winning. That's still not quite enough to keep Maverick in the #1 spot. They're now down to #2. Their partners, though, are up in the rankings as a result. Congratulations to our 3 winning Blue Bots.
And that was qualification match 30.
Wow, another heck of a match. Wow.
That's one we amazing work. When you know you just have to score and get some 2 defense bots out there or do the best they can, get some they drug it into a
they took it down. That defense took it down to the wire, and Maverick, with that very last load they had there, managed to at least get him over that threshold point.
Absolutely. They got their win.
They definitely had the win, but boy, oh boy, it was close whether they were going to get that extra ranking point there, and they just pulled it out.
They just
pulled it out.
Got it out. Huge shout out to the awareness of that Blue Alliance. 45-80 out there playing protection, like setting picks so Maverick could get over there, because Thunderbots was doing everything in their power to be like, no, nothing free, nothing easy.
Defense on defense.
On defense.
Defense on defense.
Anti-defense protection.
There you go. Force field. There we go. Force field.
Yeah, they could offensive line. Whatever. We're robots. I don't know what football is. That where you throw balls? Don't we have football here?
Oh my. That was a good one though. That was a good one though. Right there at the very end. Very intense whether they were going to get that extra point.
Absolutely. And these ranking points matter,
They very much matter. Yeah.
Everybody, if you're here versus there, all those pieces, but the ability to pick, the ability to choose, the ability to be like, hey, this is what we're doing, and know your work comes to fruition is important. And getting that one,
yeah, it came together. For him.
That being said, though, we'll be on to the next. Y'all enjoy yourself. Can't wait to see.
let's go ahead and start meeting our teams. Starting off our Red Alliance, going from deep space, it's team 4926.
They're from Columbus, Indiana. It's Galactech.
And in your middle line station, is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's team 7457.
Hailing from Purdue Polytechnic High School, it's Super Duper Robotics.
And rounding off this Red Alliance, we have team 9431.
From Snyder High School in Fort Wayne, they're the gold standard.
And without further ado, let's start digging into our Blue Alliance. Showing that all you need is a little precision, it's team 3176.
Representing Brownsburg High School, it's Purple Precision.
And in the middle driver station, blazing a trail of victory, it's team 6721.
They're from right here in Indianapolis, Indiana. Make some noise for the Tindley Trailblazers.
And our final bot in this match, we have team 9491.
Driving their robot Zip, it's Crypto Creek.
We got a thumbs up from the field, so drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild!
Match 33 is off. 4 robots immediately racing to the neutral zone to try and sweep up as many fuel as possible. Over on blue and red, all 6 robots just letting off a flurry of fuel. Meanwhile, it's going to be the Red Alliance that looks like they are coming in with the lead to teleoperated mode. We've got 6 robots that are supercharged in this match. Already, we've got some defense from 94-91 Crypto Creek over on the red side of the field, trying to slow down their opponent, Gold Standard. Meanwhile, blue has an activated hub, and the Tindley Trailblazers and Gold Standard are not going to let that opportunity pass them by. Excuse me. That's Purple Precision shooting from the corner, using their intake to continue to pick up more fuel as they also shoot into the hopper, helping extend the Blue Alliance's lead, but they're not up by many. Super Duper Robotics coming into Indiana Championships with the highest EPA in the state have something to prove. They want to move up in the rankings, 74-57, using their wide and high volume shooter to score a lot of fuel into the Red Alliance's hub right as the 3rd shift of the match ends. They're now headed to the neutral zone, using their wide drum-based intake to scoop up as many fuel as possible and shoot them back over to the Red Alliance's zone. Unlucky for them, Crypto Creek was right there and pushed almost all of those fuel back into the neutral zone. The Blue Alliance is up, but only by 3 points with 50 seconds remaining. These 2 alliances are going back and forth, back and forth. Now the Red Alliance is fighting against some tough defense, slowing down Super Duper and Galactech up against defense from Crypto Creek and Purple Precision. 30 seconds remaining. Tindley Trailblazers are waiting in the wings for their hub to be activated, and they were ready to let loose a hopper full of fuel into the Blue Alliance's hub. They're now joined by Crypto Creek and Purple Precision, all robots focusing on offense in the last 15 seconds. Only about 20 points separating these 2 teams. Blue needs a little more to get energized. Red is already there. Red Alliance focusing on offense. Looks like Super Duper is having some issues with a few seconds remaining. 2, 1. We robots from that match. It's the Blue Alliance. Pulling off a little bit of an upset here in that last match. They scored 267 to Red's 258. Each alliance earned the Energize ranking point, but ultimately the Blue Alliance outscored Red during teleop, shifting the win in their direction. That's going to bump Super Duper down to number 10 and move up all three of those blue robots in the rankings. Congratulations to our winning Blue Alliance.
And we have it. Qualification match 33. A bit of an upset, y'all. I'm talking a 267 to 258 Blue Alliance victory at the end. Both teams getting that supercharge ranking point. The first one, I don't know the second one. I'm not remembering all of the top of my head. But an amazing combination of work between Purple Precision and 6721. What did you see there?
That Blue Alliance really came back from the behind at the end there. I mean, they pulled together an end game in the last 30 seconds, outran the Red Alliance that was up for most of the match.
And that is not an easy thing, outrunning, coming back against a powerhouse like Super Duper. You know, you hear the claps, you hear the chants, you know what time it is. But that is the importance and the wonderfulness of STEM. You know, you get to see these type of moments, these type of things. I know that you are in STEM.
Am in
But
STEM.
the audience doesn't know. So please, Izzy, tell our viewers what you do and why it's so important.
So I am Izzy Fielding. I graduated from Purdue University, and I now teach engineering, architecture, and robotics at Career Academy High School in South Bend, and I love it.
Nice. What got you to pick STEM?
Going through, I mean, I love STEM since I was a kid. I started an FRC team at my own high school. Absolutely loved it. Unfortunately, got 1 year because I was a senior. So you know I had to come back for more because that's what you do. I went to school. I did engineering. I realized, man, I'm too much of a people person for this. And robotics was way more fun than sitting at a desk. So here I am. Here we are. The first robotics competition in Indiana, state competition.
State competition. It's not any competition, it's state. And that's amazing. Now you are very wonderful and very important, and we're very happy to have you. We'll have more questions for you in just a bit. But until then, we can't wait to see how many more wonderful robot things we get to see in just a moment. Y'all enjoy. Back to you.
And in your middle of the driver station with their knights in tow, it's Team 6498.
They're driving their robot, the King. It's Castle Robotics.
And last but not least, here to show off their horns, it's Team 829.
From the Walker Career Center right here in Indianapolis, it's the Digital Goats.
And moving on over to blue in our first driver station, we have Team 447.
Driving the robot Theseus, it's Team Roboto.
And in your middle station here to chop up the competition, it's Team 8116.
They're from Washington High School, it's Hatchet Robotics.
And last but not least, here to show their fangs, it's Team 3940.
Representing Northwestern High School, give it up for Cybertooth.
minutes for this match, so drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild!
Match 34 is off. 39-40, along with their partners Team Roboto, racing to the center of the field, along with Castle and Digital Goats. Each alliance putting up a lot of fuel into their hub. Many robots going back for seconds in the neutral zone. Castle and the Digital Goats doing just that, helping clinch the lead for Red as we shift into teleop. Those two robots for Red trying to make the most of their transitional period. Castle Robotics attempting to score a few. They were able to maybe grab some, but Blue Alliance is where the hub is activated for longer. 81-16 Hatchet Robotics shooting from under the trench for Blue. Their partner Cybertooth making their way over the bump to line up and score against the hub for the Blue Alliance right as their shift ends and the Red Alliance's hub becomes activated. Castle Robotics was locked, loaded, and ready to go for that shift, scoring a number of fuel for the Red Alliance. Their partner Precision Guessworks lining up to try and do the same. Digital Goats scoring a lot for the Red Alliance. A minute and a half remaining. Red is down by about 20. Castle trying to make up the difference. Each alliance needs a little bit more than 100 in order to get that energized bonus ranking point. Cybertooth and Team Roboto letting loose a huge volume of fuel into the Blue Alliance's hub. Their partner, Hatchet Robotics, coming over to do the same. Not a ton of defense in this match. We've gotten a little bit of stealing, but really, teams are sticking, for the most part, to the neutral zone and their own zone, really keeping their eyes on their own paper. Cybertooth making their way across the Red Alliance's bump in order to put some pressure up against Castle and steal some fuel from the red side. Castle pivoting, able to keep scoring, even with, now it does look like some defense from Team Roboto as well, with 30 seconds in play. Cybertooth coming over and letting loose along with their partners just a huge amount of fuel for the blue side, helping them extend their lead over 300 points with 15 seconds in play. Hatchet Robotics, Cybertooth going for that supercharged bonus ranking point. They only need about 20 more with 10 seconds left. They may be able to do it. 3, 2, 1. We've got our scores hot off the presses for you. It's going to be the Blue Alliance winning that last match. They scored 373 points to Red's 283. And yes, the Blue Alliance did get that supercharged bonus ranking point right in the nick of time. Red Alliance got the energized ranking point, but it's Blue. All three of those robots who are going to be rising up in the ranks. Now with Cybertooth cracking the top 8, it's a great day to be on this Blue Alliance. Congratulations to our 3 winning Blue Bots.
And we're back. Qualification match 34. That is a Blue victory, 373 to Red's 283. Blue Alliance taking away 5 ranking points. Red taking away 4.
Gosh, what a comeback. What a crazy 20 seconds that was at the end there. I mean, Blue Alliance was 60 fuel behind from a supercharged ranking point, and they managed to pull it out.
I remember sitting there like, wow, you know, I feel like this score could be a lot higher. And then just watching the volley, just
The waterfall of fuel just going into that hub. Yeah, that was crazy.
It was an insane thing to see. So many wonderful things to see in these type of matches. Makes you appreciate being a part of First. You know, whether it's being an alumni, being a student, being a coach. Izzy, tell me what's your favorite part about being a coach?
I gotta say, my favorite part about being a coach, it might not be what everybody else thinks. You know, on this live stream, all you're seeing is robots. But First is about so much more than just robots. Robots is honestly, I mean, like we like to say, it's just a side effect of everything else that we do First. You know, these kids are being challenged daily. They're growing confidence, skills that they would never learn in a normal high school career. And they are given the opportunity to step up. And in my experience, joy for me as a coach is watching them rise to that occasion.
No, absolutely. I second that. I was a student back in like the olden days before COVID. And I saw all this happening, and I was like, I want to be one of those alumni. I mean, one of those coaches who's been in First for like 120 years, just because it's given so much to me that it's something I knew I wanted to do forever. And you know, now nowhere near 120 years, but even seeing people now being like, hey, you know, you inspired me, does like bring a genuine tear to my heart. And you know, it sticks with you.
All right, let's send it back to the field.
Here it goes.
They've got their robot shovel. It's the Hatch Batch.
And in the middle station showing that this bear has some fight in him. It's Team 1747.
From William Henry Harrison High School, it's Harrison Boiler Robotics.
And wrapping up this Red Alliance, we have Team 9119.
Hailing from Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's the Iron Legends.
And starting off your Blue Alliance, here to show their bite, it's Team 1024.
They're from the McKinsey Center for Innovation and Technology. It's the Kilobytes.
And following that team, we have Team 45.
Hailing from Kokomo, Indiana, it's the Technocats.
And rounding off this alliance, we have Team 7617.
From University High School, Indiana, it's the Robo Blazers.
All right, everybody, we have our thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Match 35 is off. 91-19 beating the other teams to the punch to the neutral zone. Then going back to score, their partners, the Hatch Batch, sticking in the Red Alliance's zone and scoring into the hub for red. Over on the blue side of the field, we have 76-17 Robo Blazers scoring for blue, helping the Blue Alliance get the lead into our teleop. They're up now over 70 points to Red's 28. They took full advantage of the transitional period, some sharp shooting from Technocats. Meanwhile, on the red side of the field, we've got 1747 with a long-range shooter. They're lining up in the corner of the field into the Red Alliance's hub. Their partners, 91-19, also scoring. Meanwhile, the Hatch Batch looks like they're having some issues getting off of the bump. Their partner helping them out. over on blue. All three blue robots unleashing a fury of fuel into the Blue Alliance's hub right before the hatch batch came over to play a little bit of defense. 45 getting another cycle in. Their partner, Kilobytes, lining up in the corner as well to do the same. Lining up in the corner is really a brilliant position to be in because there's not much that defense can do to push you around. There's a wall behind you. And so it is really easy for teams to be able to line up and score from the corner, even up against defense like what Hatch Batch was doing up against the Blue Alliance. We've got 55 seconds remaining in the match. 17:47 scoring a few more before the activation shifts back over to blue. And all three of those blue robots are ready to go, increasing their scores significantly. They've already gotten the energized ranking point. Now they're going for supercharged status. And with 35 seconds remaining in play, I think that they can do it with the volume that they're currently putting up. Robo Blazers lining up and getting ready for another endgame. Their partners, Technocats, with their massive hopper crossing over the bump to line up for another cycle. Over on the red side of the field, we've got HBR also scoring for red, but they're just not able to put up the same volume that blue is. Blue has three high-volume shooters that are adding a lot of fuel with seconds remaining in play. We've got our scores for match number 35 up on the screen for you, and it's going to be the Blue Alliance earning the win by scoring 351 points to Red's 159. That's going to move up all three of those Blue Alliance robots from earning 4 ranking points in that match. 1024 Kilobytes now popping up into the top 8. Congratulations to our 3 winning Blue Alliance teams.
And we are back. Qualification match 35. That is a Red Alliance win. 351.
Blue Alliance win, sir.
Blue Alliance win. 351 to 159. That's why you have co-hosts to help you out. All so close to that supercharged ranking point. But hey, those things happen. Just the barrage. What did you see? What did you see?
I'll tell you what I saw. The blue had an early domination. I mean, they took charge of the fuel in the center of that field. Very common strategy this year, fuel starvation. They were taking control, making sure that that Red Alliance just did not have access to any of that fuel, and that showed in the.
Absolutely. Snowballing. Another snowballing. You just get a little bit, and it keeps going, keeps going, keeps going. 351 pounds of points later. Boom, right there for you. One last question, though. Not even going to segue it. I was curious, though. The importance of everybody in STEM. Making sure you see people that look like you, doing things that they feel important. What do you think about of you being a woman in STEM?
I mean, I think it's really important for us to, or at least for me, show other young women and young girls that like this is something that they can do. It's not a man's world. It is equal opportunity. You have to put yourself out there and see other people do that. What's going to inspire them? Like this, robotics, in engineering, in teaching, whatever that is. So I think it's really important to set the example and also use that opportunity to make an impact and show young students that STEM is possible for you. It doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what socioeconomic background you come from. Out here making.
I know you probably face some resistance on sometimes with that, as everybody does with these things. Like, I don't know if we have those without all those seats. How did you keep pushing forward and find your way to be like, hey, I don't care. I'm still gonna.
I think what kept me pushing forward was every time I got to inspire just one student, one kid, one girl to go into STEM and pursue it, head first. that's what kept me going. And now I'm super proud to be on a team that, I mean, we are 53% female on my team. So we actually have more girls than boys on our team, and that is crazy because in year 1 we started out with 10
2
boys.
girls?
No,
No, there
10
were no
boys.
girls.
There
Yeah,
was
there
not
were-
a single girl on the team,
I don't
and
know anything about
13 years later, here we are with 53% girls. So
something we're proud of. We're going to
Something
be
we're proud of.
not more proud of, equally as proud of what we're going to back on the stages. Y'all enjoy yourselves. We'll see you later. Have fun.
Team Thrust! And in their middle alliance, they may leave their opponents in a wreck, but they sure won't be in one. It's Team 5402!
From Logan Sport and Walton, it's Reckless Robotics.
And rounding off your red alliance, we have Team 135!
Representing Mishawaka, Indiana, it's Penn Robotics Black Knights.
And starting off your blue alliance with the luck of the Irish, it's Team 6956!
Controlling their robot, Rufus. Give it up for Shamrock Robotics.
And your middle alliance station with a very fitting color, it's Team 3494!
They're a family and community team from Bloomington. It's the Quadrangles.
And last but not least, coming from an alien planet near you, it's Team 461!
From West Lafayette Junior Senior High School, it's Westside Boiler Invasion.
Alright, robot fans, we have our thumbs up from the field. So drivers, behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild!
Match 36 is off. Team Thrust getting the nice title of being the first robot to the neutral zone. However, it looks like their auto is a little bit off course. So Blue Alliance is taking over. Quadrangles lining up underneath their human player outpost, getting a big influx of fuel, and then scoring them all into the hub. That's going to give Blue Alliance the lead. Unfortunately for Red, I'm sure the Team Thrust's auto didn't go as planned, but they're currently ranked 4th for a reason. They're going to show us just why in a moment. However, on the blue side of the field, they use the transition shift to their full advantage. Westside Border Invasion and Quadrangles both scoring in the hub. Then Westside coming over to the neutral zone, moving in and herding a bunch of fuel to the Blue Alliance's zone. Over on Red, though, 1501 using their sharp shooting turret, collecting fuel from the back of the driver station for Red, helping Red catch up and surpass Blue, but Blue was ready to go in this third shift of the match. Quadrangles were ready and completed a cycle. Now 461 hugging the hub and scoring their hopper full of fuel for the Blue Alliance. They've got 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Blue has a large number of fuel on their side than their third robot, Shamrock Robotics, helping bring more over by pushing fuel under the trench, collecting more for Blue. Over on Red, 1501, continuing their offensive focus and lining up along with their partner, Reckless Robotics, to have a really productive shift for Red with 55 seconds remaining. Red now up to 131. Blue has 84 with 50 seconds left in play. Red needs about 110 more to get that energized ranking point. Reckless Robotics trying to help the Red Alliance prep. A very impressive performance from Red, especially considering that one of their robots, 135, seems to be having some issues with their robot, effectively having this be a 2-on-3 match. 25 seconds remaining. 461 trying to squeeze in another cycle. Shamrock Robotics also lining up to score in the blue zone. 15 seconds left in play. 15:01 and Reckless also trying to squeeze in a few more cycles, but they don't have quite as many fuel available to them on the red side. 5 seconds remaining. Shamrock Robotics trying to get a few more in. 2, 1. We have our scores from qualification match number 36. It's the Red Alliance, earning 195 points to Blues 156. Red Alliance got 3 ranking points from winning. That's going to move up all 3 of those robots as a result. 15:01. Swapping spots with 461, now up to number 3. Their 2 partners also rising in the rankings. Congratulations to our 3 winning Red Robots.
I do have things recorded. We'll see what we do with it, but welcome back. Very interesting match there. We kind of saw a lot of fuel being stockpiled, not maybe used to most advantage. I think a lot of teams having difficulty with picking it up from the ground and getting it to where they go. Can you tell us about when a hub is active, what are teams mostly doing during that time?
Hub is active. The goal is to be that hub as much as you can, as fast as you can. Saw Blue had a lot of fuel on their side. That is always going to have that fuel. We're not having to travel to get that.
For sure.
Got that fuel, easy access. Fortunately, it didn't seem like they took much advantage of it as they could, and that's what let the Red Alliance kind of come back and dominate.
Yeah, we often hear that there's this time period between picking up a game piece to scoring it, and you're trying to make that as small as possible to fit in as many scoring opportunities as you can. And by having that fuel close to your alliance station right there next to the hub is definitely advantageous to teams. So it's interesting them not leveraging it. I know some teams may have this difficulty. We're going to potentially looking back here. Oops. Here was the last bit of that last match. You can see they're kind of very full of fuel here in the center. And as we kind of jog through the rest of it here. All right, that's my bad. There we go. Continuing here in match 37. We just take a pause here. We can see here on the left side, lots of fuel over here by the Blue Alliance. A good amount for the Red Alliance, not as much. Both these Red Alliance, they're full. They're probably going to go back while their hub is active, but only 9 seconds remaining. So it's really down to these Blue Alliance robots to try to take it into the hub, but just potentially running out of time to do so as they have to really balance when their hub is active to be able.
And that fuel is so important, especially here at the state.
All right, as we're coming into match number 37, starting over with this Red Alliance.
Sure. Well, I think we're ready to meet our next team. Let's see who we're going to have.
Hailing from Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's the Cybers.
Down in the middle, we have some of the best dogs around. This team, 868.
From Carmel High School, it's the Tech Hounds.
And last but not least, some of the densest medals around is Team 100-1.
They've got their robot Violet Vortex from Noblesville. It's the Garin Catholic Golden Gears.
We're going to travel through the Triassic period down over to the Blue Alliance. Starting over on the Blue Alliance, a team who's always ready for a challenge. That's Team 1741!
Representing Center Grove High School, it's Red Alert.
All right. Keeping this dog motif going, I think they're fun background. That's Team 5484!
They're from South Bend, Indiana. Make it loud for Wolfpack.
And last but not least, do you hear the rumbling? I hope the train isn't coming. It's 4580!
They're from Ben Davis High School. Choo-choo, it's the Conductors.
Conductor, conductor. Alrighty then, let's get to rebuilding in 3, 2, 1, robot!
And we're off to match number 37. Blue Alliance starting strong. Multiple robots shooting and getting some help from their human players. Over on red, though, we had a big volume of fuel from all 3 robots. Garen Catholic Golden Gears sitting pretty. Their partner, Carmel Tech Hounds, coming across the bump so that they have easy access to the neutral zone now that we enter our teleoperated period. Red Alliance has a lead and a little bit more time to score during this 10-second transition shift. Now, though, the only hub that's activated is the Blue Alliances. We've got Team 10,434 Cybears blocking Team 4580 from being able to access the blue zone. Both robots now getting a little stuck on the edge of the blue zone right as we enter into our 3rd shift of the match. 10,021, the Garen Catholic Golden Gears, showing off their offensive prowess by letting loose a flurry of fuel into the Red Alliance's hub. Their partners from the north central part of Indianapolis, Tech Hounds, lining up and also scoring into the Red Alliance's hub right as the shift ends. Tech Hounds coming into the center of the field, feeding over fuel into the red zone. Meanwhile, over on blue, Wolfpack 5484 scoring for the Blue Alliance, their partner, the Conductors, coming over to join them. But Blue Alliance needs to do some work to catch up. They're down 78 to 128 with about a minute left in the match. Red Alliance is halfway to their energized ranking point, and lucky for them, another activation just occurred. 868 taking full advantage along with the Golden Gears to score into the Red Alliance's hub to extend their lead and get closer to that energized bonus ranking point. 868 continuing to score even as they pick up more fuel from right in front of their driver's station. A great location for some nice offensive scoring. Over on the blue side of the field, 25 seconds remaining. Conductors trying to herd over some fuel. Their partner Wolfpack using their wide intake to score more for the hub for the Blue Alliance. 1741 Red Alert helping push more fuel over so that Wolfpack has an endless supply. With 5 seconds in play, Red Alliance is lighting up their hub. 2, 1. We've got our results from that last match, number 37. It's the Red Alliance taking the win. They earned 329 points to Blue's 141. Red Alliance got the energized ranking point, and that's going to move up all 3 of those bots in the rankings. Notably, the Garen Catholic Golden Gears now in the number 4 position. Congratulations to our 3 winning Red Robots.
First 10 seconds into the teleoperated is that transition shift where they're kind of coming out of autonomous. Teams are picking up their controllers. Could a team potentially do for that first 10 seconds?
Really, it depends on whether your team is autonomous or not as to what is the strategy for your time. If you not went autonomous, that is most pull up that hopper and get back over and unload a hopper into that hub while you have time. And if you went autonomous, that is a bonus 10 seconds to get as much that hopper as you can hub as you can before your shift, other shift.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, it really depends on how advantage are you coming out of that time? If you scored a rot, you're ready to get onto your opponent. So another thing I want to point out during our last match here was a little bit of difficulty the Alliance have on that bump. A lot of teams with those swerve modules, they're pretty shallow. It can be tricky to kind of get off of it. So here we have 4580 conductors and a Red Alliance robot. They're just hitting that bump incorrectly, that neither of them have that traction. I think we do have an interview we're going to watch here from Galactech talking about their Monte Carlo simulation. Really cool way to kind of predict the future before it happens. Let's take a look at that.
Okay.
All right, everybody, my name's Cooper, and I'm here with Zed from 4926 Galactech, and I'm here to ask a few questions. So Zed, how much teamwork goes into decisions during your build season?
A lot of decisions go into after kickoff. So we do this thing called the Monte Carlo system, where we simulate all of the matches, all of the points we score, and all of the game pieces incorporated into this year's game. And this year it was just fuel. So in this year we just decided to go with the meta and went with the hopper design and the ground intake, and I'll do a launcher system.
And how did you change your decisions along the way? Like, did you change from your original design? Did you make changes on the fly, or is it all been kind of the same from the beginning?
We're kind of really safe with it. We use this graphic designing app called Fusion, and we design everything online, and we have all the bolts, nuts, and all the design on there, and then we manufacture everything using our CNC machine, and we have our separate build season, like our build week. We assemble all of it together and hope it works out of the box, but that usually never happens.
Yeah. Well, all right, thank you so much. We'll see you later today when you play in the competition field.
Okay, thank you.
It's Blue Alliance. Something tells me these gears have not moved for a long time. It's Team 1720.
They're a community-based team from Matthews, Indiana. It's Fixed Gears.
Their partners down the middle just zooming by, excited to see you. It's Team 7657.
From the New Tech Institute, it's Thunderbots.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance with colors to match and hopefully some dog treats for them. How good they are. That's Team 761.
They've got their robot Fracture. Make some noise for the Tech Pups.
All right, let's get this party started. Drivers behind the line. Robots go in 3, 2, 1. Rebuild.
Match 38 is off. 234 and Tiger Dynasty both coming to the center of the field and then going back to score. Tiger Dynasty and Cyber Blue doing the same, but also all three blue robots letting loose on their hub. Fixed Gears and Tech Pups, and honestly a lot of red robots too. It was a very impressive autonomous period. Blue scoring almost 100, red over 60. A great showing from a couple of impressive alliances. Fixed Gears getting another cycle in before their transition shift ended, and now they're coming to the neutral zone to try and scoop up as many fuel as possible. Over on the red side, we've got a little bit of defense from Thunderbots, one of the most consistent defensive bots we've seen here this weekend. Not quite enough, though, to slow down Tiger Dynasty with their high arcing shooter and Cyber Blue, who's now coming over to try and steal some fuel from the blue side of the field. Tiger Dynasty shooting far and wide in order to help get some fuel over onto the red zone. Blue is not to be deterred, though. Tech Pups trying to get in another round, lining up with their partner Fix Spears to score some more, helping the Blue Alliance extend their lead. But Red is doing everything they can to catch up. 50-10, driving along the driver's station wall, scoring into their hub, even up against defense from Thunderbots. 234 Cyber Blue lining up right against the hub to score some more. Tiger Dynasty with another cycle, scoring even more for Red. Over on the blue side of the field, Tech Pups lining up and scoring. 76-57 looks to be disabled now because their bumper is off of their robot. That's going to put a damper on the Blue Alliance's strategy. 50-10 lining up and shooting fuel over onto the Red Alliance's zone. Now going back because it's almost time for endgame. Ready for both hubs to be activated and for these alliances to let loose during the last 20 seconds of the match. Tiger Dynasty and Cyber Blue both letting a flurry of fuel fly into the Red Alliance's hub. Tiger Dynasty has an impressive shooter and scorer where they can pick up more in their intake and shoot continuously. Cyber Blue also a great cycler right as time runs out. We have our results for match number 38. It's going to the Red Alliance. They earned 383 points to Blue's 220. The Red Alliance earned 5 ranking points in that match. Yes, they were supercharged from their fuel performance. That's going to bump up all 3 of those red bots in the rankings, notably Olympus Robotics now at number 8. Congratulations to our 3 winning red robots.
Take a look at the autonomous time period. Of course, teams really have to strategize a lot to how the robots are going to interact. Of course, each alliance has 3 robots. Teams heading into that neutral zone, trying to grab as much as possible. Over here is kind of making quite a mess, pushing a lot of that fuel into the Blue Alliance side, but making it really difficult for them to bring it into their robots. I think ultimately the Red Alliance is the lead here as we look into the rest of the time period. What are you kind of recognizing here as we rewatch some of the match?
I mean, during teleop, what you're Red Alliance is doing a job of that fuel station strategy, and not only are they grabbing fuel from the middle, but you know that there's moments during the match where all 6 robots are on that blue side when active. What they're doing is they're stealing that fuel from the side to make it harder for them to select one of those 500 balls that are out there on the field.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting. At a lot of the district events we've seen so far, they're just getting to whatever fuel is closest to them, whether it's at their driver station or neutral zone. But in this case, we saw the Red Alliance going all the way over to their opponents. And not only are they getting the benefit of picking up that fuel, but also taking it away from their partners. Tell me about those 2 rank requirements for the team. What are they trying to score these fuel for?
So, I mean, they're trying to score to get that 360 stars ranking. That is critical for your ranking.
We'll want to see if they get supercharged in this match. Let's our team.
Business down the middle. I just want to let you know it's never hunting season, but it is 28-67.
From Elkhart, Indiana, it's Elk Logics.
And just because it's the easy one, it's no guess how precise they are. That's 1646.
From Lafayette, Indiana, it's Precision Guessworks.
Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna slide right past. Excuse me, my bad. Coming over to this Alliance Starting off with a team that has been here for ages, but they're no fossils. It's Team 45.
From Kokomo, Indiana, it's Technocats.
Their partners down the middle, not so much just out of this world, but you can say they're out of this galaxy. 4926.
From Columbus, Indiana, it's Galactech.
And last but not least, something Iron Man, but they're still legends. It's 9119.
From Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's Iron Legends.
All right, thumbs up. That's what I like. So drivers behind the line. Let's get it started in 3, 2, 1. Rebuilds.
All right, we are in that autonomous period. First 20 seconds of the match. We see a lot of fuel flowing over from the Red Alliance. Looks like Elk Lodge just got a little stuck during this autonomous period. This team is still efficiently getting that fuel into the hub. So with that, we are in the transition period. The first 10 seconds of teleop. Looks like Galactech and Technocats are very efficiently putting more fuel into the hub. But we are now in that first shift. It looks like the Red Alliance was able to secure more fuel during the autonomous period. So this first shift goes to the Blue Alliance. Galactech having very fast cycles. Technocat does the same. But now we are in that second shift of 25 seconds. Looks like Super Duper Robotics is collecting the fuel. And that robot has a very large intake. Looks like they have a net cover to hold more fuel. Very efficiently putting that into the hub. See a lot of fuel flowing on a Blue Alliance as it is now the third shift. Very fast cycle times over here. Looks like we see Elk Logics playing a little bit of defense with the Iron Legends. But now we are in that last shift over to the Red Alliance. This is the last time that they are able to score without the interference of the Blue Alliance. We see a lot of human player action happening in the left-hand corner. But now we are in the end game period, last 30 seconds of the match. Looks like all the robots are very efficiently securing those fuel to put into their hubs. Lots of action happening over in the Red Alliance with 5 seconds remaining in the match. All right, let's take a look at those scores. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. With a score of 354 to 324, fuel intake was very close, but it looks like that auto really put the Red Alliance over the edge. This puts Super Duper in the 8th position and bumps up their alliance partners as well. Looks like both teams also got that energized ranking point for getting over 100 fuel scored, and the Red Alliance also getting 3 ranking points for winning the match. Good job to both teams.
Wanted our friends at home to really dig into the ranking point here to make sure they really understand kind of what's happening here. As we look at the here on the kind of end of event, there's a 6 symbols. These kind of grouped together. The trophies are for winning the match. So, of course, for winning the match. Pro for loss, but if they tied, they both get a trophy. So some way to not get. Other 3 that are available here, that white sphere is energized. Point in this case to 40 since we're at the Indiana State Championship. That will be probably raised again for Worlds. And it's higher than the 100 goal that we saw for that requirement. In another pyramid here that kind of looks like a stack of cannonballs is our charged rank. That's 300. Yep. So a couple of teams, of course, unfortunately not in this match. Red Alliance was just
40 matches down, 38 more to go. We just missed the halfway mark, but we won't mix this next match. Starting over on our Red Alliance, quite literally put the robot in robotics. It's Team 447.
With the Robot Theseus, it's Team Roboto.
2 of them. And potentially another 10 and another 2.
I have a confession. I still know how that works, but I do know how this team works. It is 94-91.
Celebrating their 3rd season, it's Crypto Creek.
And a team that's been
What finalists did we have in that last match?
Yeah, so we have some pretty decorated teams in that last match. Of course, highlighting Super Duper event finalists in Mishawaka and winner in Lafayette and Columbus. They also got the Autonomous Award at 2 award at 1. We also have Precision Guestworks Engineering at that Mishawaka event. And then also for Elkhart, they were finalists at Mishawaka as well. So already on the Red Alliance, lots of decorated teams there. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have the Galactech winning Excellence in Engineering Award at the Quality Award at Columbus event. Showing us that there's a lot more than just for the robots on this. So we also have the Rising All-Star Award for Iron Legend. Lots of awards that possible to win, and excited to see how it wraps up on today.
Good. Well, I think we're ready for qualification back too.
have a good feeling that this is going to be a pretty good match, so let's get it started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, robot!
All right, on the Red Alliance, we see some robots on the move. On both alliances, we see human players working efficiently to score that fuel into the hub. Looks like robots aren't moving on the Blue Alliance during this autonomous period, but that is okay. We are now in the transition period. All robots are on the move, securing as much fuel as they can. Looks like the Red Alliance was able to secure more fuel in the autonomous period, so the first shift goes to the Blue Alliance. Purple Precision very precisely shooting that fuel into the hub from a very far angle. Looks like the Robo Blazers are doing the same. And now we are in the second shift, moving over to the Red Alliance. Looks like the Robo Blazers are playing a little bit of defense on the Red Alliance. But Team Roboto is still very efficiently avoiding them to score. Same with Kilobytes. 3 more seconds and we are into the third shift, back over to the Blue Alliance. Looks like Purple Precision was already lined up waiting for that 20 seconds to be over in the second shift. Looks like the Robo Blazers are also emptying their intake into the hub. Looks like Crypto Creek is stuck on the Blue Alliance's side. But now we see the Hatchbatch playing defense as well on the Red Alliance. Same with the Robo Blazers. We see a lot of blue defense on the Red Alliance. But we are 5 seconds into the endgame period. Lots of fuel still flowing despite the defense. We see Kilobytes very efficiently emptying their intake and putting more fuel into the hub. Looks like Purple Precision is doing the same, and Robo Blazers with 10 seconds remaining in the match. Looks like Kilobytes' intake is very full. With 1 second remaining. All right, let's take a look at those scores. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. With a score of 208 to 235. Looks like the Red Alliance was able to secure more fuel during the autonomous period, so that really put them over the edge. They were able to score 3 ranking points for winning the match. This keeps Kilobytes and Crypto Creek in their positions, but this bumps up Team Roboto to the 10th place.
Oh, am I talking for? Hello, everybody. Welcome back. That was a great last match, 35 to 2. Close scores there. We're going to talk a little bit about scouting before we head into tomorrow's matches and alliance selection. Talk a little bit about how that process works behind the scenes. Portion that you might not be at home. So lots of actions happening on the field, lots of like independent strategies. Every robot is different. Like we might see a lot of similarities with the turrets, indexers. We might see a lot of similarity with how people autonomous, what their strategies are there. But everything has a little bit of they all have different combinations of those different strategies, and that is what a dedicated in this are looking out for every day. So they're looking out for those matches to see what strategies might line up with their own robot strategies and how can they combine that in alliance selection and helping them pick what teams are going to join their alliance and that with them.
Yeah, so far in these qualification matches, it's almost random what team you're going to get. First does a good job of balancing a good amount of other teams, a good amount of teams that you're partnered with. But, I mean, your opponent's one match might be your teammates the next. So really understanding what their strategy is like, what their drive team compatibility, as you start considering who you might want to invite to your.
Yeah. So I think a lot of it has to do, a lot of teams have like a lot of different strategies with scouting. People have apps, Google Forms, written forms. There's Indiana Scouting Alliance as well, as several teams have combined together data that they're able to use for their decision-making process. And of course, looking at what teams complement the strategy. You can have an autonomous that runs into your that is app. So that can effectively win you the entire competition or lose you the entire competition. Very important and aspect of our.
All about collecting that data and making decisions.
Yes.
All right, I think we're ready for our next qualification. Head back to the field.
Lions, it is not nighttime. They are ready for the day. 135.
From Mishawaka, Indiana, it's Penn Robotics Black Knights.
All right. Their partners in the middle, these aren't horsing around, is 4272.
Celebrating their 15th season is Maverick Robotics.
And last but not least, there are kings up in this place. Royalty even is Team 6498.
With their robot, the King, it's Castle Robotics.
All right, match 42 is underway, so let's get it started. Drive behind the line, and 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
All right, all robots are on the move, and all human players are also on the move too. They are able to score fuel from their station as quickly as possible during this autonomous period. All robots on each side working very efficiently. All these autonomous programs are amazing. But we are now in that transition period where after 10 seconds we'll see which alliance is able to secure more points during the autonomous period. Looks like that was the blue alliance, so the red alliance gets to have the first shift of 25 seconds. Looks like the Black Knights are playing a little bit of defense against the Tech Hounds. But now we are in the blue alliance, second shift of the match. Looks like defense is happening on this side too. Very efficiently from Red Alert and Reckless Robotics. But Castle Robotics is still able to very efficiently throw this fuel into their hub. But now we are in the third shift, back over to the Red Alliance. Techno Hounds very efficiently scoring their pieces. Looks like Reckless Robotics did get caught on the hangar. Hopefully they're able to get off soon. Still looks like Penn Robotics Black Knights is playing a bit of defense. But we are in that fourth shift, back over to the Blue Alliance. See a lot of defense happening between Red Alert and Maverick Robotics. But Castle Robotics, while Maverick keeps them distracted, the Castle Robotics and the Penn Robotics Black Knights are able to score. But we are in that endgame period. Both hubs are open. This is the team's last chance to score as many fuel as they can. See a lot of fuel flowing from everywhere. With 5 seconds remaining in this match, let's see who is able to secure it at the end. All right, let's take a look at those scores. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. With a score of 269 to 234. Looks like it's that fuel in the tally-up period that really put them over the edge to win this match. Looks like the Red Alliance was able to secure that energized ranking point for scoring over 100 fuel into their hubs, and they also earned 3 additional ranking points for winning the match. This bumps up all of the team members up in their positions. Good job to both of these teams.
Here at the last 30 seconds of that match, where the tide shifted here at the start of that time period. Points this Alliance a little ruffle as they have a lot of against their driver state, not able to quite leverage it as we kind of get in, go in here, jogging through. I'm just a little bit. The Alliance continue for 17-1 Red Alert coming back across that midfield down left downwind, trying to grab some of that fuel. Their partner, able to bring it into that human driver station just here, known as the outpost. If we look at one here on the Blue Alliance side, they can put fuel in down here to the bottom. Players can pick it up, and a lot of them will then toss it into that. Still worth 1 point. Those delivered into the hub while it's active. Doing here to watch the rest of that time wind down. Blue Alliance coming into the fray with this. Like 135, the Penn Robotics Black Knights having a little bit of difficulty, right? These Red Alliances.
All right, coming into match number 42. Starting off with the guys themselves, this team 4982.
For Wayne, Indiana, it's Olympus Robotics.
These robots know technology, but they know pups. This team 761.
With the robot fracture, it's Tech Pups.
All right. And rounding on the Red Alliance, they're here to challenge in that competition. It's 8116.
From Washington, Indiana, it's Hatchet Robotics.
Going through all of this archaeology, we come over to the Blue Alliance. Friend or foe, they know their goal. It's Team 94-31.
From Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's Gold Standard.
Their team is down the middle. No, the aliens aren't coming. It's Team 461.
In the 27th season, it's Westside Boiler Invasion.
And moving like a stealth fighter jet, they know how to fly. It's Team 1501.
With their robot Raptor, it's Team Thrust.
All right, robots are ready. We're ready. Let's get it started. Robots, drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Robots are on the move. Team Thrust has a very fast autonomous program. Very efficiently shooting that fuel. We see all the robots on the Red Alliance shooting fuel as well. Looks like they work really well together. And as you know, we are in a transition period. Looks like Westside is full of fuel, ready to unload it into the hub. But it looks like the Red Alliance was able to secure more fuel points at Autonomous, so this first shift goes to the Blue Alliance. Looks like Westside is really focused on getting right up against the hub and scoring those points. Thrust look very efficiently going underneath that thrust and scoring, able to score points from it looks like multiple different angles, but now we are on the second shift over to the Red Alliance. Lots of fast cycle times happening over here. Tech pups very efficiently putting some fuel into their hub, while it looks like alright, we see some defense happening over here on the Blue Alliance. But all the teams on the Blue Alliance have very fast cycle times. Looks like Olympus Robotics is playing a bit of defense on the blue side, but we are in that fourth shift over back to the Red Alliance. Once again, we see a lot of the robots in this game playing defense, specifically in this match. But now we are in that endgame period. Lots of fuel flowing everywhere, a lot of collisions. Looks like the Blue Alliance is lining up to unload their intakes. See a lot of human player action happening over on the Red Alliance. All right, let's take a look at the scores. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. With a score of 303 to 286. Fuel in the tele-app was very close, same as in auto, but it looks like it's those tower points that the Blue Alliance was able to secure in auto really put them up. This bumps up Team Thrust to the 2nd position and Westside Border Invasion into the 4th position. Congratulations to both teams.
Hello, everybody. My name is Brenna, and I'm here with Cooper. We're back on the broadcast desk. That last match was a very close one. We had a rank 9, 2, and 19 on the Red Alliance, and 36, 5, and 3 on the Blue Alliance. Some pretty similar total EPAs there, and kind of a pretty balanced match, I would have to say, which led to some interesting strategies. What do you think, Cooper?
Well, so we actually saw that the Red Alliance did win on fuel. They were up by about 4 fuel going into endgame, but the climb from Thrust during Auton and during endgame actually made the difference in the score there. So we see an interesting match where this is one of the first matches where climbing actually makes the difference.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, we see kind of a difference between look at the robots in the field, Westside Boiler Invasion. You kind of see that they are a fixed launcher but with really high throughput. So you watch like Tech versus them versus Tech Pubs. Tech Pubs have a dual launcher, and they both have very high throughput, but Westside Boiler is like running one launcher really fast.
Yes.
And it's a very interesting design because you can see, like, sometimes they get jammed up, but when they start firing it, the fuel leaves the robot like.
Yeah, and it's really interesting when you're trying to balance out those engineering considerations between that single launcher and that double launcher. A lot of things to consider there, like you're talking about the throughput and also the accuracy of the balls going into the hub. So like a double launcher can be a lot more inaccurate than a single launcher depending on what engineering choices you do. So everything kind of makes that difference matter. And again, like we were talking about a couple matches ago going into playoffs, it's really important to scout those strategies and scout what robot complements your robot and what aspects of those robots do you want to have on your alliance that will complement it. Because a really good robot could not be the best robot for your alliance. It really has to do with what complements each other.
Yeah, and you see a lot with like using turret versus fixed launcher because you see that Team Thrust, especially in this match, they just move around the field and keep taking fuel in. So versus Westside Boiler, who's harder to defend.
Yes, but yeah, very interesting match that last match, and we're excited to see what's going on in match number 43. We're going to go ahead and meet our teams on the field right now.
Celebrating the 21st season, it's Harrison Boiler Robotics.
And they're telling me it's been 20 years of their gears being stuck. It seems 1720.
Also in the 21st season, it's Fixed Gears.
And last but not least, fixing up this Green Alliance, boy, I feel lucky. It's 6956.
With the robot Rufus is Shamrock Robotics.
And I'm gonna not mess with any of these balls. Coming over to this Blue Alliance, please tell me who let these wolves out. It's Team 5484.
From South Bend, Indiana, it's Wolfpack.
Along with their animal friends down in the Cyberverse, it's the 940.
From Kokomo, Indiana, it's Cybertooth.
And their alliance blue, the team is blue. Let's see what they do. It's Team 234.
With the robot Dinobite, it's Cyber Blue.
All right, we got a little green v blue matchup. So drivers behind the line. Let's see which color wins in 3, 2, 1. Rebuild.
Robots are on the move. Like we usually see, the human players are very efficiently putting their fuel into their hub. Lots of fast cycles happening on both alliances. Looks like multiple robots are also going in the middle to grab more fuel. But now we're in the transition period. Teams are able to unload their intakes of all the fuel they secured during the autonomous period, but it looks like the Blue Alliance was able to secure more fuel points during the autonomous period, so the first shift goes to the Red Alliance. Looks like Wolfpack is playing a bit of defense on the Red Alliance. Cybertooth and Cyber Blue are just waiting at their hub to unload those fuel into their hub. But yeah, we are in that second shift. In 10 seconds, we will move on to the third shift where it goes back to the Red Alliance. Lots of fast cycles happening on this Blue Alliance. But now we are in our third shift back over to the Red Alliance. Same strategy here. They were just waiting for the time to end and then shoot all their fuel that were in their intakes and put it into the hub. Once again, we see a little bit of defense happening from both Cyber Blue and Wolfpack over from the Red Alliance. But now we are in that last shift back over to the Blue Alliance. Looks like Cyber Blue was ready right when the shift was starting. Looks like 1720 was securing some fuel from the Blue Alliance, but now we are in that end game period. Lots of fuel flying from over from the Red Alliance. Cyber Blue very efficiently putting that fuel into the hub with 10 seconds remaining in the match. Last second for all teams to secure as many fuel points as they can. Looks like Blue Alliance is just focusing on Okay, let's take a look at those scores. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. With a score of 265 to 232, it looks like the fuel points really put them over the edge into winning this match. That earns the Red Alliance energized ranking point for getting 100 points in fuel, and they also got 3 additional ranking points for winning the match. This bumps up all their alliance members in the rankings.
All right, everybody, that was a very intense match. Right until the end, we had a very close score, like 220s, mid-220s for both alliances. But it was a very key score right in endgame that won Red that match. Look at the fuel by phasing. Right now, we see that the Blue Alliance did win auto by a large amount, about 35 points. But right in the endgame, Red Alliance scored 82, lose 45, which really took. And kind of in this, I want to kind of highlight a robot on the Red Alliance that really did a lot in that role. That was a key player. 1720, the fixed gear. They're an enormous dumping robot, so they have their launcher is the width of their robot. They take in a large amount of fuel and put it out really quickly. And you kind of see in that match, whenever they go up to score, their score will jump by 20 or 30 points. And right at the end, we did see that Red Alliance was down by a little bit. Blue Alliance began to score, but then the fixed gears came in with a full load of fuel and just wiped that match. Really interesting looking at scoring and kind of trying to gauge by phases. Look at the scoring on the Red Alliance. They scored very little each phase until endgame. So you would think that the Blue Alliance would kind of keep that steam going, but it's really how the few well-placed fuel can really turn the tide of a match. That's really all I have for that match. So we'll send it back to the field here in a moment, and we're ready to meet our teams for qualification match number 44. Thank you.
All right, it's match number 44. We're starting off strong. We're starting off correct. One could say our angle's all right. It's 34-94.
From Bloomington, Indiana, it's the quadrangles.
Their partners down the track, not just the producer, but they make good tracks themselves. It's 45-80.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the conductors.
And they're in the right place, knowing their gears already. That's Team 1021.
From Noblesville, Indiana, it's the Gurn Catholic Golden Gears.
I'm going to journey through time over to this Blue Alliance. They might be the Blue Alliance, but they're red hot to blaze the trail. It's Team 6721.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Tinley Trailblazers.
Ready to fly deep with the competition. It's 7657.
From Evansville, Indiana, it's Thunderbots.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance, they're not king of the jungles, but boy does it feel like it. It's 50-10.
From Fishers, Indiana, it's Tiger Dynasty.
Alrighty then, thumbs are up, let's get it started. Drive behind the line in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
All right, looks like we see multiple robots going into the middle of the field to grab a lot of fuel that they did not start with. This is a very efficient strategy, as we see it being very successful right now. Looks like the human player of Tiger Dynasty was able to unleash that hatch full of fuel, giving him a little boost to get above in this situation. Looks like the Red Alliance was able to score more points in the autonomous period, so Blue Alliance gets that first shift. We see a lot of fuel being flown over to the Red Alliance. This makes it easier for the Red Alliance to secure those fuel points once it comes to their shift, since the fuel will already be on their side. But we see a lot of defense from the Blue Alliance happening on this red side. See human players shooting fuel from their station as well. See a lot of fuel being secured by the Blue Alliance. Their shift starting now, ready to unload all that fuel that they were able to take during that passing period. Looks like Red Alliance's strategy is to keep on securing the fuel from the middle of the field and bringing it over to their side. 3 seconds left into this shift, and we move now back over to the Red Alliance. Lots of fuel being flown over here as well. Looks like Tiger Dynasty has a lot of fuel in their intake, as the other alliance members of the Red Alliance very successfully put the fuel into their hub. But now we are in the end game period. Now both hubs are open and teams are able to score as many fuel as they can. They are also able to hang from the ladder. But we have 5 seconds left into this match to see if we can get any last minute fuel scored. And we do. All right, everyone, let's take a look at those scores. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. With a score of 325 to 327, that is my bad. Looks like it's that fuel from the auto that really put them into the lead. Also, the tower points, they were able to secure an auto. This gives the Red Alliance that ranking point, that energized ranking point, and the 3 ranking points for winning the match, bumping up all of their members in the rankings while bumping all of the members of the Blue Alliance lower in the rankings.
All right, everybody, I'm Cooper, and I'm here with CJ from Robotics, and we're here to go over that last qualification match. We saw an interesting match where, with some interesting scores, Red Alliance came out on top from Autonomous and kind of kept going, but Blue Alliance scored a lot during their 2 shifts. I was scoring 107 and 106 in both of their shifts before endgame, and Red Alliance kind of kept stagnating and kept scoring on 40 or 70 per shift, and just ended up coming on top from just scoring volume. So, did you think interesting today?
Overall, I think it's the volume you can for a lot of these jumper rebuilds, especially one of the ones I like to highlight is 10021. They spent a lot of time getting their rebuild together.
Yeah.
And it's just shown through even now just the amount they can. That throughput is just killer.
Yeah, and what's amazing to see, doing that kind of rebuild is really risky. You might risk what you already had might go away, and they really took it and went with it, and it worked wonderfully.
Absolutely. And a lot of time they always joke around for my team, luck of the Irish, but I don't think it's luck for them that they got that rebuild together.
Yeah.
It's worked for them really well for this competition.
And also, as another interesting bot on that Red Alliance, 3494 the quadrangles with their really interesting kernel and center launcher with the rotor setup.
That thing is so cool.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
And overall, going over to Blue Alliance, looking at 5010's turret.
Yeah.
That thing is so super accurate. It's so nice. I am surprised to see that towards the end of that match, they did stop driving for a period of time. I'm not sure exactly what happened. Looked like maybe a drivetrain issue, but I'm not sure. But it also shows some of that lockdown defense can probably come back to fight you.
What's always interesting, I wonder what we're going to see later, because I think we might see in playoffs a lot of large dumper bots with a turret bot as well to try and keep against that defense, because 10 of these teams before is very good against pushing defense because they can just keep aiming at that goal.
A lot of these turret bots love those side corners. They love to park there. They'll X-cross their wheels. They want to sit there. They want to be safe, and they'll always love the amount of volume that they can shove into those corners, and no one's going to push them at that point.
Well, I think that's all we have for that match, so we'll send it back to the field, and we'll start meeting our teams for qualification match 45 here in just a moment.
getting started in match 45. There's no bad news here. It's 10-4-38.
From Northrop High School, it's the Cybers.
Their wrangling rowdy partners down the middle is Team 4272.
They're in the current #1 position. It's Maverick Robotics.
And with the oldest tropical fruit known around, it's Team 45.
From Kokomo High School in Kokomo, Indiana, it's the Technocats.
I'm just gonna slide and mosey up over here. They say GOAT stands for greatest of all time. These ones are digital. It's Team 829.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Digital Goats.
These batch of lumberjacks really get it down. It's Team 84.
From Washington, Indiana, it's the Hatch Batch.
And these team really got some dog. It's 860.
From Carmel High School in Carmel, Indiana, it's the Tech Hounds.
All right, thumbs are up. Let's get building. 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Our autonomous period has started. That's 20 seconds of pre-programmed instructions, and we're seeing robots race to get that fuel already into their hub. It looks like 45's accidentally shooting lots of fuel outside the field perimeter, but we have 829 over on the Blue Alliance throwing the field up and over into that Blue Alliance hub. Both of those hubs were activated in the autonomous period, but now as we head on to teleop, they have 10 seconds before it is the Blue Alliance's first shift. Blue Alliance is going to start off with that activated hub in that first shift. That's 25 seconds. That 868 is going to be able to shoot that fuel into their hub, along with their alliance partners, 8430. And we're seeing them go over to the Red Alliance, stealing some fuel from against their alliance station wall. Right now, we're entering the last 3 seconds of the Blue Alliance's shift. Now we're going to head over to the Red Alliance. As we see 45 primed and ready, they have a unique design where it's 3 shooters at once, very wide mechanism, along with their alliance partners 4272 with that double shooter mechanism as well. 868's over on the Red Alliance is trying to steal that fuel from 4272, trying to prevent them also from lining up where they want, knocking all of the fuel that they just shot off of its course. Defense can be a very effective tool in this game and can make or break a team's scores. That's why we can see the impact is so strong as 868 just comes back from scoring defense. Their alliance partners 829 are going to work for shooting in that activated Blue Alliance hub. We're seeing Cybears 10-4-3-4 try and steal some of that fuel against that alliance station wall and take it back over to their respective alliance over on the red side. Right now we just have 45 seconds left in the match. 166 points for the Blue Alliance, 220 points for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance just needs 17 more fuel to score to meet that energized RP, as well as 80 fuel for the Blue Alliance to get that energized RP. Those thresholds are 140 fuel more. That's almost 2 times the amount of fuel that you needed at the district level. But now that we're at the district championship, that threshold has been heightened. Right now we have 10 seconds left in the match. 868 getting some last second fuel in along with the Red Alliance. 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of match number 45. We'll be back in just a moment with those scores. And we're ready, let's take a look. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. They won with a score of 294 to Blues 248. The Red Alliance hit that 240 fuel threshold, earning their energized ranking point, moving 10, 4, 3, 4, and 45 up in the ranks, and keeping Maverick at that first place position. Congratulations to the Red Alliance.
All right, we're back to here to talk about qualification match 45. We saw a really interesting match just now that really kind of demonstrates the need for alliance communications. Do you have anything to talk more on that, CJ?
So yeah, the biggest thing in this one was 868 coming over, full hopper after some stealing over from the red side. Issue being is that fuel to bumper interaction. Either you love it or you hate it throughout this competition. Unfortunately for 868, they caught themselves up on some fuel right into the trench, got themselves stuck, and unfortunately spent most of that match stuck in that trench. They had their partners, 8430, playing defense over on the red side. Unfortunately, 829 stuck in the corner, having some patience, some issue not moving over in the corner. They spent a lot of that match just sitting there before they could bring back over 8430 and actually get them stuck. Thankfully, they were able to, really having that cohesion to come back over to their side, push them back to the middle of that field instead of getting them.
Yeah, and you can really it's really hard to communicate when you're in the middle of a match and talking across the field so loud. So I'm sure it's really hard to get that, get hatchbacks that they need to get unstuck, and then also even harder for 868 to realize that they are stuck. When you're looking at the trench, you can barely really see. So it's really easy to get stuck on some fuel and then just not even know your beat.
And even making sure you have the ability to articulate in that scenario. It's very, very fast paced. It's very high intensity. Trying to get exactly what you need to happen, very few amount of words, critical on that.
When you see the work hatchback put in did help because
absolutely.
The Blue Alliance came back and put it 82 during endgame, and an incredible amount for one shift. So hatchbacks really came in clutch and really helped them out in the end.
Yep. And woulda, coulda, but that small thing there probably flipped that match.
Yep. Well, and without further ado, we're going to send back to the field as we're meeting teams for qualification match number 46.
All right. These Arctic mammals down the middle are mad precise. It's 3176.
With the robot Sass of the Seal, it's Purple Precision.
And last but not least, in a galaxy far, wrong one, is Team 4926.
Sponsored by Cummins Analytical Engineering, the Rumsey Family Spot on Warehousing, Columbus Visitors Center, it's Galactech.
All right, coming down this Blue Alliance, a team that's really ready to show their loyalty is Team 64.
From Newburgh, Indiana, it's Castle Robotics.
All right, a red team on the Blue Alliance. I think they said challenge. 1741.
From Greenwood, Indiana, it's Red Alert.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance, they're ready for deforestation, maybe 8116.
From Washington High School in Washington, Indiana, it's Hatchet Robotics.
Thumbs are up, robots are ready, drivers behind the line. Let's get this going in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
4 robots moving in the middle of the field, 1 from each corner in our autonomous period. We're seeing 31-76 on the Red Alliance. They just picked up a robot full of fuel along with their alliance partners, 29-26. That's Galactech making their way back over to the red side of the field, right underneath that trench to shoot some more fuel at the end of the autonomous period. Our teleoperated period is underway. 2 minutes and 20 seconds of controlled instructions. We're seeing 1741 try and push as many fuel as possible from the middle of the field and that neutral zone. The Blue Alliance will have that first shift, 25 seconds of just them scoring on the field. But that means the Red Alliance has plenty of time to steal that fuel in the neutral zone. We're seeing 2 blue robots not focus on scoring right now. 1741 is playing defense on Galactech, and 81-16 going over to the Red Alliance to prepare to play defense on Purple Precision as this shift hops over to the Red Alliance. 1741 is trying to make their way over to that bump, so now we have 2 blue robots and now a third over on the red side of the field playing defense and trying to steal that fuel from the Red Alliance, making it harder for them to score. Defense can really change the outcome of this match. It is a matter of stopping the scoring of the Red Alliance and scoring for yourself on the Blue Alliance. We're seeing 64-98, so Robot focusing on that. That's the strategy for the Blue Alliance. 1741 and 81-16 are focusing on getting 761 and Purple Precision away from that fuel in the neutral zone. We're seeing 81-16 push some of that fuel up against the wall, making it easy for their alliance partners, Castle Robotics, to score that fuel up into the Blue Alliance's hub. Now the Red Alliance has an active hub. It is our last shift before endgame, and both hubs are active in the last 30 seconds. We're seeing Purple Precision all the way in that back corner of the field shooting, and 2 blue robots preventing 761 from moving as they're trying to gather more fuel and prepare their robot to be full to shoot up into the Red Alliance's hub. 30 seconds left. That's what that sound means. Both hubs are active. 232 points for the Red Alliance, 130 for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance just met that energized ranking point criteria, and Blue Alliance is trying to catch up in these last couple of seconds. 15 seconds in the match. Lots of fuel flying both from human players and robots on the Red Alliance. Same for the Blue Alliance. 5 seconds left in the match. 3, 2, 1. That marks the end of qualification match number 46. We'll be back in just a moment with those scores. And we're ready. Let's take a look. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. They won with a score of 347 points, 2 blues, 172 points. 300 fuel scored in just teleop alone. They got 240 fuel, so that hits the energized ranking point threshold, sending all 3 of those teams home with 4 ranking points. That allows 761 to keep their third place position and moves the other 2 teams up in the ranks. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. We'll be back in just a few moments with qualification match number 47 at the Indiana District Championship.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back to the broadcast booth. We're here to talk about qualification match number 6. And we see a very interesting playstyle here. The name of the game right now, it seems zone denial and fuel control, with that really dictating how the match went. Anything more on the zone denial?
Yeah. One thing that we saw a lot was 4926 being a fake shuttle bot, getting everything that they possibly can out of the middle of the field, going to that top portion of their trench, trying to throw it back to their alliance zone. But we saw 1741 catch on to that, come through immediately and start playing zone denial in the Red Alliance zone and make sure that everything 4926 wanted to put into their zone, actually forcing it back out to the center of the field, really costing the Red Alliance that charged.
Yeah, I mean, they were about 13 people off, so it really did change the name of the game because they were just keeping them out of the zone. And additionally, we dumping a lot of fuel into their zone, and we saw immediately Castle Robotics caught on and was putting that fuel right out of the zone. It really does kind of show that, like, it depends on where you put the fuel, not just the zone. Because if Galactic had put it more to the side and tried to decant it, it would have meant that they would have to make 2 motions, which is really hard for a flat space to push a lot of fuel. But putting it right in the corner, it made it really easy for Castle and for Red Alert to go in and just push all of the fuel out to their side.
And for as much trying that Castle was doing 6498, filling up their robot, trying to push as much fuel as physically possible. The big thing, just 3176 with that turret shooter, that high capacity, and all of that fuel just going through. Same thing with 761, that double wide dumper bot. Like, it was just volume upon volume upon volume for them.
What else is so interesting? Autonomous, speaking of 3176, their Autonomous did fail. They did make it zone, but we did see it in Autonomous. They took the center line really early and aggressively, and they filled their hopper and pushed them away. When 1741 came behind them to get fuel, there was just no fuel to grab. So it shows that a really fast and really Auton, even if it fails, may change the course, because Red Alliance did win Auton by 10 points and managed to score about 16.
The name of this game right now is Fuel Starvation and Disruption. How can you control every game element as physically possible? It's only 3 rounds.
Yep, and I think that's all we have for that match. So we'll send it down to the field here in a moment, and we'll start meeting our team for qualification match number 46. 47 now.
Let's meet our teams playing in qualification match 47. Starting off on the Red Alliance, we've got team 6956.
They're here with their robot Rufus. It's Sham Robotics.
Joining them on the set of Red Alliance Station, it's team 1501.
From Huntington, Indiana, it's Team Thrust.
And wrapping up our friends on this side of the fuel, it's team 5484.
Sponsored by Grand Design Recreational Vehicles, the Gattoni and Smith Family Foundation and Career Academy, it's Wolfpack.
We're making our way now over to the Blue Alliance. Let's meet our friends on this side of the fuel. Starting off here, it's team 5402.
From Logan Sport and Lewis Cass High School, it's Reckless Robotics.
Joining them on the center of the Blue Alliance, it's team 447.
From Anderson, Indiana, it's Team Roboto.
And our sixth team joining us in this match, it's team 1646.
Sponsored by Caterpillar, GAF, Arconic, and Lafayette School Corporation, it's Precision Guessworks.
Drivers behind the line, this match begins in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
We're seeing movement from all 6 of the robots on the field as we start off our autonomous period. Precision Guessworks just made their way back from that neutral zone with a full robot full of field. They're shooting up and over into that active hub for the Blue Alliance. Over in the Red Alliance, we're seeing lots of action in the back against that Alliance station wall as they're trying to get a couple of fuel in last second before teleop. Teleop is now underway, 2 minutes and 20 seconds of those controlled instructions. We're seeing 1646 with their adjustable hood design wrap up that last couple of seconds of the transition shift as we head over to the Red Alliance hub being active for the next 25 seconds. 1501 up against that driver station wall, picking up some of that fuel and scoring it into the Red Alliance hub. They had lots of fuel gathered into that corner and at the depot as well. We're seeing their alliance partners 5484 in the other corner of the field shoot for up and over into that hub for the Red Alliance. 5484, 6956 over on the Blue Alliance. Lots of action happening. 5 robots just in the blue zone. They're trying to knock the Blue Alliance's fuel off its course and not allow them to gather any new fuel. Very effective defense being played by Shamrock Robotics. They're trying to prevent 1646 to getting to the gather of fuel in the back of the field. Now it's the Red Alliance's turn with that active hub. Right now we have just a minute left in the match. 105 points for the Red Alliance, 87 points for the Blue Alliance. It's really anyone's game as we head into the last shift of the match as well as end game period. Blue Alliance now has the last shift. There's 25 seconds before endgame. We're seeing all three robots attempting to shoot, and Robotics is trying to knock 1646 off their course. Wolfpack is also in the mix in that corner, trying to bump into 447 and 5402 as they both send lots of fuel up into the air and launch that towards the hub. We have just 2 seconds left in the shift, and it is now in. That's what that sound means, last 30 seconds of the match. Both hubs are active. Let's see if that gap can be closed out of the Red Alliance now that their hub is active in these last 20 seconds of the match. There's about a 70-point gap with 15 seconds left. Lots of last-second fuel being thrown up and over that human player outpost. With 5 seconds left in the match, can the fuel war get in just in time? 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of match number 47. We'll be back in just a moment with those results. Our results are ready. Let's take a look. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. They won with a score of 204 points to Red's 125 points. 134 fuel in teleop, 35 in auto. They took home 3 ranking points for winning that match, sending 1646 and 447 up in the ranks and keeping 5402 in that 8th place position. Congratulations.
Alrighty, party people, we're here to talk about qualification match 47. It's an interesting match here where 2 of the bots on red couldn't score and play offensively. They played extremely good defense. Unfortunately, Thrust also lost their intake, kind of led to a 125-204 score, but it was really incredible defense from the Red Alliance.
So overall, a little bias for me. My kids trying their hardest out there, going out, playing heavy defense, and the one thing that's always talked about, should you do pin defense, should you spin, move, defense, and it showed 5484 and 6956 did really well with spinning, turning, hitting, making sure that those robots could not face the hub when they had a hopper full and just burn out their entire shift period.
Yeah, what also you said on blue, really red only targeted 54-2 reckless and 6 guessworks. 4-7 is a third bot, so they can kind of aim on the fly. They targeted 54-2 and 646 because they know that they use their chassis to aim, so if they can turn them even a little bit, they might make most, if not all, of their shots miss. So it was really intelligent defense from Shamrock and Wolfpack. And we even saw during endgame, they were playing with a lot of fire by playing defense on the blue lines when if a red bot touches the blue bot, well, the slime zone is a major penalty. But because Thrust was down, they needed to make sure that blue wasn't scoring as much. And they played for about 20 seconds and only managed to rack up about 2 major penalties, which honestly is quite impressive. Yeah.
Overall, yeah. If you think back to Columbus, number 7 seed Alliance there played a triple defense and they racked up 50 penalty points.
Yep.
Just because all 3 robots decided to stay safe and touch that tower, and 3 major penalties and a couple minors, and you're already there.
Very long way, yeah. It's interesting to see how defense is kind of evolving in this tournament, how they're using that, because we've seen a lot of other matches with those fixed shooters. They kind of stick under the trench, or if you see Westside Boiler, they stick right against the hub. The flat surface are trying to brace themselves, so it's how it evolved, because all of the turning bots struggle against flat walls, but you see that they really struggled because they weren't against the flat surface and weren't pushing against them.
And even the resourcefulness in 1501 moving and losing their intake, they can still shuttle everything over to that outpost zone and still get something into their hopper at least. That's the one benefit of, I see a lot of teams having the closed off hoppers. They just have that open top so they can still get whatever they need to in case something breaks.
Yeah.
That versatility will really go a long way.
Well, we have our teams being announced for this next qualification match, so we're going to kick off qualification match 48, and we'll see you shortly. Awesome. Okay.
Making our way past our fabulous resetters through the trench and on to meet our teams on the Blue Alliance. Starting off with here, it's Team 4580.
With students from Ben Davis High School, it's the conductors.
Joining them on the center of the Blue Alliance, it's Team 5010.
They're here with the robot Lasagna, it's Tiger Dynasty.
And wrapping up our friends will meet in this match. Let's meet them. It's Team 2867.
With students from Elkhart High School in Elkhart, Indiana, and their robot Rico, it's Elk Logics.
Drivers behind the line, this match begins in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Our robots are off 20 seconds of autonomous period. We're seeing 5010 make it with a full robot, full of fuel, back from that neutral zone. They use their turret to accurately and precisely shoot up into the Blue Alliance hub. Over on the Red Alliance, we're seeing 4982 and their alliance partners shoot into the Red Alliance's hub as well. On the Blue Alliance, we did see a last-second climb from 2867. That will give the Blue Alliance 15 points and work towards that traversal ranking point of a total of 60 points from getting onto that tower. That tower in game will also be worth points. That's 10, 20, and 30 points, respectively, from getting on each of those levels. Lots of action in that neutral zone. Lots of robots bumper-on-bumper clashing. We're seeing 2867 and 4580. Along with a couple Red Alliance robots fight for the fuel in the middle of the field. We have now just transitioned over to the Red Alliance's active hub. We're seeing 7617 right up against that Alliance station wall with their Alliance partners 3940 lining right up against that hub to add fuel to it. 3940 has a double shooter mechanism, and 7617, that's Robo Blazers. They have a turret just like that we saw with 5010 over on the Blue Alliance. Now the Blue Alliance is active. We're seeing 4982 get out of the way as they just came back with stealing fuel for the Blue Alliance's side. 7617 making their way underneath that trench back over to the Blue Alliance's side. They're trying to take as many of those fuel as possible, stealing it from the Blue Alliance, shooting it back to the neutral zone so that 5010 has more difficulty to picking up that fuel and adding to their hub score. 7617 is facing some defense from 2867 as they're trying to make their way back over to the Red Alliance and score in their active hub. We have only 10 seconds left before the in-game period, and both hubs are activated. 7617 adding on to that, but not without facing defense from 2867. 4550 is also in that neutral zone, and over on the Blue Alliance, we're seeing 5010 rapidly add fuel to the Blue Alliance's hub. And these last 30 seconds of the match, both hubs are activated. It is a score of 238 to 178. We have just 10 seconds left, and the Red Alliance is making that score climb. They have now met that energized RP threshold. 3, 2, 1. That marks the end of qualification match of 48. Let's give a round of applause to all 6 of those teams in that last match. We're ready to take a look at those scores. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. They won with a score of 260 points to Blue's 211 points. They earned 4 ranking points for that match for hitting that 240 ranking point threshold for the energized RP, moving all 3 of those teams up in the ranks. Congratulations to the Red Alliance.
Hi, my name is Avi. I am a junior at Purdue studying supply chain sales engineering technology. I am also the treasurer of Purdue programs.
Hey everyone, I'm Garrett White. I'm a mentor on Team 6721, the Tinley Trailblazers. I've been the mentor now on that team for 4 years, and then 5188 before that when I was at Rose Holman. Yeah, excited for a fun state championship on right now. We'll do a quick match recap, check in on how that went. So one of the things I noticed early was 4982. They went straight over to the blue side and played some hardcore defense. They actually, I noticed that they were blocking the trench access for 50-10, and so definitely some good defense in that match and kept 50-10 from being able to keep up with the Red Alliance.
I actually took the same exact note. I really didn't notice that defense. It looked like, I think, 4580. It looked like them and another Blue Alliance robot kind of had a Red Alliance robot like pinned in between the bench.
Yeah.
But then I realized that 4580 was actually like stuck. But it was a pretty good strat in my opinion.
Yeah. It honestly just looked like the Blue Alliance couldn't really keep up. 50-10 was shooting pretty much the whole match, but Red Alliance just had 3 solid offensive robots, and 3940 dumped a lot of fuel in and ultimately got away with the win. So. Yeah. So yeah. So we're going to send it back to the field here and get excited for the next qualification match.
They'll be wearing their neon orange. It's Team 7657.
They're here with their robot Perseverance. It's the Thunderbots.
And wrapping up our friends on the Red Alliance, here to make us gold, it's Team 9431.
Sponsored by the Refinery by Doug Horner, Lincoln Coder, and Haas and INDOE. It's the gold standard.
Meeting our teams now over on the Blue Alliance. Starting here, it's Team 9119.
With students from Northside High School, it's the Iron Legends.
Joining them on the Blue Alliance, it's 3494.
From Bloomington, Indiana, it's the Quadrangles.
And the last of our friends in this match, it's Team 829.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Digital Goats.
Drivers behind the line, this match begins in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Our match is underway. We're seeing 234 Cyber Blue and 829, the Digital Goats, go back to their respective alliances side after rushing into that neutral zone in the beginning of Autonomous. Right now on the Red Alliance, we're seeing 234 and lots of human players shoot up and over that Alliance Station wall into the Red Alliance's hub. Our match has now started with the tele-operated period. We have a 10-second transition shift, which then transitions over to the Red Alliance's hub. This year we have an interesting dynamic where there's only certain parts of the match that teams are able to earn points. It'll trade back and forth from now for the Red Alliance, back to the Blue Alliance, one more time for the Red Alliance, and one more time to the Blue Alliance, before then going into a 30-second endgame period where both alliances have active hubs. These shifts last 25 seconds, and we have now entered our second shift where the Blue Alliance hub is active. Right now we're seeing 34-94 in the corner of the field. They have a full robot full of fuel. They're going to shoot up and over into that Blue Alliance hub. They're seeing defense from the Thunderbots over on the blue side of the field front, with 829 being bumped into that corner. 34-94 back against that Alliance wall. They're shooting up into the Blue Alliance's hub with their interesting spin vector and turret design on their robot. 94-31, they're making their way into the neutral zone, while 76-57 is surfing on top of some of those fuel in the neutral zone, as well as their alliance partners 234 add a few more fuel before going into the Blue Alliance's second shift. All three of the Blue Alliance robots shooting that fuel up into the air from their robot. We're seeing 234 right underneath that tower playing defense along with their alliance partners, the Thunderbots, trying to knock 829 off of its course. We're almost to the end game where both hubs are active and the Blue Alliance is still going strong in their last couple of seconds of their dedicated shift. The Red Alliance was ready, and their fuel is flying up into the Red Alliance's hub as 91-19 is making their way back over to the Blue Alliance to add to their score as well. 15 seconds left in the match. The Blue is very close. They have just hit that supercharged ranking point threshold. Red Alliance is close to hitting that energized ranking point, and they do so with just 5 seconds left in the match. 3, 2, 1. That's the end of an exciting match number 49. We'll be back in just a moment with those results. We're ready to take a look. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. They won with a score of 396 points to the Red Alliance's 253 points. 309 fuel just from the teleoperated period. They earned 2 ranking points for hitting that 360 fuel threshold, moving all 3 of those teams up in the ranks. Red Alliance also getting 1 ranking point from hitting that energized 240 fuel threshold as well. Congratulations.
Alrighty, back after qualification 49. That was a all shootout, honestly. Really good match. Starting early, 829 and 91-19 had some good autos and honestly went up by like 60 right at the beginning. So 60 points or more lead out of autos, hard to come back from. But I noticed 234 was doing what they've been doing all day, dumping as much fuel into the hopper as they can, and it honestly just couldn't keep up with the offensive powerhouse of.
Yeah, I agree. I see a common strat where teams steal the fuel that coming out of their opposing alliance's hub.
Yep.
They steal that and then to their side. One thing that I did notice was 76-57. They have a really strong build. They were able to go through the trench, and you can tell that they're a little bit of a bigger robot, but because they're so solid, they're just able to move up. So
Gotcha.
I think that is a priority that teams have is a small spot to fit under that trench. Also, you put it in a way it's just make a strong robot
maximize
to
volume.
just move it.
Yeah, I had to note that 9119 and 829 did a phenomenal job of stealing from the other side. I think that's been a big part of strategy in the last few playing rebuild. Like they would steal in their off shift, and then that would also starve Red from being able to get back. So ultimately, Red was able to pull a ranking point out of it, so they did a good job. And we'll go ahead and head back to the field.
Joining them on the Red Alliance
Nice
is Team
step
10021.
Representing Garin Catholic High School, it's the Garin Catholic Golden Gears.
And the third team on our Red Alliance is Team 1720.
They're a community-based team from Matthews, Indiana. Make it loud for the Fixed Gears.
Making our way carefully around the nearly 500 fuel available on the field. Let's meet our teams now on the Blue Alliance. Start off here is Team 461.
Driving their robot Rowdy 27, it's Westside Boiler Invasion.
Joining them on the Blue Alliance is Team 135.
Representing Mishawaka, it's Penn Robotics Black Knights.
And our third friend on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 1747.
The second blue bot hailing from West Lafayette, Indiana, it's Harrison Boiler Robotics.
Drivers behind the line, this match begins in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Match 50 is off, 94-91 scoring for the Red Alliance. Their partners, the Golden Gears and Fixed Gears, also trying to score some fuel from the neutral zone. Fixed Gears was able to make it back across the bump okay, scoring for Red. Over on the blue side of the field, Penn Robotics and HBR both scoring for blue. But it's going to be Red that's coming into Teleop with a lead. They also have another 10 seconds to score into the hub. The Golden Gears are trying to capitalize on that, but they may not have enough time. Blue Alliance has a full shift, though. 461 lining up with Penn Robotics, the Black Knights, to score for blue. Then HBR coming in with another cycle right at the end of their shift. That's going to help the Blue Alliance tie things up with Red, and now with another cycle from all three robots, they're going to pull ahead. But Red was ready to unleash a flurry of fuel into their Red Alliance hub, taking back the lead now up by about 40 points, and they have just begun. Even up against defense from 135, the Red Alliance still has some impressive offensive bots. 1720 has a wide intake and a wide shooter. They're able to manipulate a huge volume of fuel. And their partners, the Garin Catholic Golden Gears, currently ranked third, has a similarly large capacity. Right now, they're herding fuel from the neutral zone back over onto the red side of the field. A minute remaining in play. HBR and WBI, two of our West Lafayette teams, going one after the other, scoring for blue. But over on the red side, they just started a shift and earned the energized bonus ranking point. The Garin Catholic Golden Gears driving along the driver's station to pick up a hopper full of fuel, which is nothing to sneeze at. The Golden Gears have one of the biggest hoppers we've seen in this competition, and they know how to use it. They're navigating the neutral zone now to try and finish another cycle with around 20 seconds left in play. 461 and 1747 are both lining up to score for the Blue Alliance. Their partner 135 getting in on the action as well. 10 seconds remaining. Red is also supercharged. Blue has also gotten the energized bonus ranking point. Fixed gear scoring some more in 2, 1. We have our results from match number 50. It's going to be the Red Alliance taking the win. Another match here at the district champ, scoring over 400 points. Red earned 417, Blue with 262. That's going to drop down a few of our Blue Alliance robots, but they still earned the energized bonus ranking point. Red was both energized and supercharged, and that's going to move up all 3 of those Red robots in the rankings. Garen Catholic Golden Gears now at number 2, and Fixed Gears now at number 6. Congratulations to our winning Red Alliance teams.
Our alumni mixer is now underway. If you're looking to get some food, if you're alumni of a first program postgraduate of high school, please join us in the volunteer lounge starting now for that alumni mixer.
Black Tech.
Swiftly making our way over to the Blue Alliance. Let's meet our teams on that. It's Team 7457.
They're from Purdue Polytechnic High School in Indianapolis. It's Super Duper Robotics.
Joining them, hoping to take a large bite out of the competition, it's Team 1024.
Also hailing from Indianapolis, Indiana, make some noise for Kilobytes.
And our 6th team joining us in this match, it's Team 5402.
They're from Logansport and Lewis Cass High Schools. It's Reckless Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. This match begins in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Match 51 is off. A few fuel to get things started from our Red Alliance human players. A couple of their robots venturing to the neutral zone, coming back for cycles. Over on blue, all three of the Blue Alliance robots scoring at once. 10-24 and Super Duper going back for seconds, squeezing in another cycle, giving the Blue Alliance a massive autonomous performance. 132 points in auto is a feat. We've got 3 robots over on the Blue Alliance who are in the top 10. It's a formidable trio of Kilobyte, Super Duper, and Reckless Robotics. But Red Alliance also has got some strong contenders. Tinley Trailblazers just letting off a cycle of fuel into their hub. Their partners Galactech doing the same, while Cybears lining up to add a few more before the second shift ends. Blue Alliance was ready to go though. All 3 robots with their impressive shooters letting it fly into the hub for blue. But now they have to contend with defense from Cybears, a very strong defensive bot who knows how to slow down teams. It's going to be difficult, though, for Cybears to be effective when it's 3 against 1. It's hard when there's not just one offensive dominating bot that you can focus on to shut down. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. The Blue Alliance has already gotten the energized ranking point. They need about 60 more in order to get the supercharged bonus. Red Alliance is working to get energized. They need another 120 with 1 minute remaining in the match. Tinley Trailblazers adding a few more, then heading over onto the blue side of the field along with Cybears to scoop up some fuel and play defense on their opponents. Reckless Robotics coming in to refuel into the neutral zone. Meanwhile, Super Duper letting loose a hopper full of fuel into their hub. Their partners Kilobytes doing the same. Super Duper able to scoop up some more fuel to do another cycle. Tinley Trailblazers was ready to go now that we've entered our end game with 20 seconds remaining. Blue Alliance got the supercharged ranking point. They're now going after our high score here. Tinley Trailblazers with another cycle. Cybears right behind them for red over on blue. Reckless is lining up for another round, and so are Kilobytes. Each of them helping score more for blue. 2, 1. We have our scores for match number 51. It's the Blue Alliance taking the win, scoring 445 points to Red's 225. Blue Alliance earned 5 ranking points in that match, and that's going to keep all 3 of those robots in the top 8 and move them up in the rankings. Kilobytes now at number 4, Super Duper at number 5, and Reckless Robotics at number 7. Congratulations to our 3 winning blue bots.
Alrighty, that was a really offensively powerful match from Alliance. They up a lot of points. One of the things we want to talk about real quick was auto. 7457 and 721 collided right off the gate. Sadly, beached 6721 team, but ultimately Blue came out with for 130 points in auto, and hats off to them. Wanted to talk about a little bit more than just robots.
I noticed that your is in like the impact area. How does your go about like out to like community, really focusing on the impact on others?
Yeah,
that's a huge part of.
Yeah, we really focus on trying to have a whole and outreach and spreading the word. Part of that, I like to call our team opportunity. Historically, a low resource poverty neighborhood. Not a whole lot of money comes our way, but when we see an opportunity to take it, whether that is a potential sponsor, going and do an outreach event at their place, we have people reach out to us. Oh, this is like, hey, we would love to go show our robot and talk to you about what we do in high school. And really, we being in the neighborhood, try and bring STEM to people who have access. That's one of the biggest things. A lot of times, robotics isn't even something that's on their radar. And first time they meet with us, they're like, "Wow, this. How do I get involved?" And then we have them hooked, right? We try and get them to stuff. So yeah, I would say the big thing is being opportunistic and going to events as much as we can and having a good relationship.
With that, we head back to the field.
Fishers High School, it's Tiger Dynasty.
Swiftly making our way over to the Blue Alliance. Let's meet our teams here. Start with Team 4982.
From Fort Wayne, it's Olympus Robotics.
Joining them on the center of the Blue Alliance, it's Team 1741.
Hailing from Center Grove High School, it's Red Alert.
And our third team on the Blue Alliance is Team 8430.
Also from Washington High School, it's the Hatch Batch.
Drivers behind the line, this match begins in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Match number 52 has begun. Tiger Dynasty winning the race to the center of the neutral zone to grab a bunch of fuel. Looks like their shot is a little bit off, but their partners, 81-16, trying to add a few for the Red Alliance. Over on blue, Red Alert is scoring into their hub. Their partners, 84-30, in nice scoring position. Now that we have our transition shift, the Blue Alliance has 10 seconds to score into their hub before their hub becomes disactivated. Over on the red side of the field, Tiger Dynasty and Hatchet Robotics both lining up to score into their hub, each of them with a big scoring capacity. 50-10, using their articulated turreted shooter to be able to score while driving and picking up more fuel. Really a time saver and a massive value add for the Red Alliance's offensive strategy. Over on blue now, we're in our third shift of the match. The Blue Alliance is trailing by about 40 points. They know they need to pick up the pace. 1741 Red Alert lining up and scoring for the Blue Alliance, their partner. 4982 Olympus Robotics, currently ranked 10th, also adding to the score for the Blue Alliance. Now Olympus is trying to prepare for their next shift. The third blue robot, 8430, the hatch batch, is playing defense up against the Red Alliance, trying to slow down the two main scorers. But Shamrock Robotics is playing counter defense, trying to protect their partners, including Tiger Dynasty, who was just able to complete a high scoring cycle for Red. 50 seconds remaining. Red Alliance is still up, but Blue has narrowed their lead, now almost at 100 points. Blue Alliance and Red need around 120 more each in order to get that energized bonus ranking point. Right now, both alliances are focused on getting the 3 ranking points from winning this match. 25 seconds remaining. Hatch Batch is coming over, fueling their team with more fuel and then going back to play more defense, while 50-10 is laser focused on offense for the Red Alliance, trying to squeeze in as many fuel into the hub as time allows. Meanwhile, 8116 also scoring more for Red. 2-1. We have our scores for match number 52. It's gonna be your Red Alliance taking the W for that last match. They scored 214 points to Blue's 156. That's gonna bump down those two blue robots in the rankings, keep 8430 where they were, and then over on the Red Alliance, thanks to those 3 ranking points, the Hatch Batch and Shamrock Robotics both rising in the rankings. Tiger Dynasty staying where they were coming into this face-off. Congratulations to our 3 winning Red Robots.
Alrighty, after qualification 52, honestly, not a whole lot different going on there. Just a quick from lots of defense sides, but really the kind of lower than what we. Main reason for that was autonomous. The score coming out due to getting back to their. Yeah, overall, nothing too. I think we're going to continue our conversation. I guess, Avi, do you have any questions about our team? Where we're at?
Yeah. Everyone typically they hear robotics. First thing they battle bots. But
Every
it's
time.
like so much more than that. Especially like impact wise. Like, oh, we're already starting. Oh, never mind. Anyway,
Yeah, it's more than robots,
yeah,
right?
basically more than robots. And impact is huge. Just like one of the values of her, and yeah, your team exemplifies that in an amazing way. My alum team also is focusing more on that as well. Also coming from more like low income.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I feel like any make an impact, like regardless of the reason they have, they just got.
Yeah, and really, key focuses of our team is focusing on that impact, but not only to like they haven't been introduced to it. They come to robotics like this, giving them the chance. Like we get the chance as mentors to take them from a 0 to like a 90, right? And some of the communities where they have robotics already and they have a lot of resources, they get to do some really cool stuff, but we get to take them and show them this whole new world, right? And see that opens up their minds to the opportunity. I think we're ready to flip back to the next qualification.
And now digging on over to the Blue Alliance. They show that this dog's not all bark. It's Team 868.
From Carmel High School, it's the Tech Hounds.
And following that theme, we've got Team 45.
Controlling their robot Icarus, it's the Technocats.
And last but not least, here to soar above the competition, we have Team 1501.
A 4-H team from Huntington, Indiana, it's Team Thrust.
All right, party people, thumbs are up and lights are green. So drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
We're off with match number 53. 1501 racing to the neutral zone to line up and then be able to score. Their partner Technocats joining in on the action for the Blue Alliance. 868, not one to be left out of the fun. They're also contributing fuel to the Blue Alliance's hub. Over on red, also had a number of robots scoring, but it's gonna be blue that comes out on top into Teleop. 1501 herding fuel, trying to squeeze in one more round along with their partners during the transition shift. 45 surfing on a wave of fuel back into the neutral zone. They're using their large and in charge hopper to be able to feed fuel along with their partners back to the Blue Alliance's zone. The Red Alliance has 10 more seconds in their shift. 234 Cyber Blue lining up to complete one more cycle. Their partners, Robo Blazers, doing the same. Over on the blue side of the field, though, they were locked, loaded, and ready to go for their third shift of the match. The Blue Alliance extending their lead. They're now up to almost 200 points to Red's 158. The Blue Alliance only needs around 30 more fuel in order to earn the energized bonus ranking point. 45 venturing across the bump in order to collect more fuel from the neutral zone. Over on the red side of the field, all three robots are shooting and scoring, and we have one of our blue robots venturing into the red zone, 868, in order to grab and steal some more fuel. Team Thrust doing the same. We've not seen a lot of direct defense in this match. Each alliance is primarily focusing on scoring and then stealing some fuel from their partners. Over on the blue side of the field now, they are lighting up the Blue Alliance's hub, extending their lead and getting within 50 points of the supercharged bonus ranking point. It looks like they've got it. That's going to be another ranking point for the Blue Alliance. Red still needs 30 more in order to get the energized bonus ranking point, which Cyber Blue and Robo Blazers are helping contribute to. Their third partner, the Iron Legends, also scoring in these last 20 seconds. Back over on blue. 45 is lining up with 868, each of them scoring along with 15:01 as time is dwindling. Blues trying to get a high score, 2-1. We have our score for match number 63. It's going to blue. They earned 460 points to Red's 269. Not quite a high score, but pretty darn close. Each alliance earned the energized bonus ranking point. Blue also got supercharged from scoring over 360 fuel in that match. That's going to keep all three of those blue robots in the top 12. Notably now, 1501 up to number 4. Congratulations to our 3 winning blue bots.
All right. So on that match, there wasn't a whole lot of defense happening. It's a lot of stealing fuel. Once people from an opposing alliance's hub falls from out of the hub, the opposing alliance stealing that right away. But besides that, not much defense. But both teams had very fast cycles. Hold lots of people in their.
Yeah, lots of high level play going on. We were joking at the end. The Blue Alliance were like, "Oh, are they going to set the event record?" But then we were watching Team 45, and they had a full hopper ready to go, and then they started browning out and couldn't quite empty it. But I think that would have given them the records. That's been one of the big things I've noticed at these competitions. Very power hungry for batteries. Lots of teams just barely surviving at matches.
Yeah, and that's been a distinct issue. I remember when I used to be in FRC, have to change the battery like after every match.
Yeah.
Don't know if there's a way to combat that.
Yeah, there's a lot of battery charging strategies out there. Our team's been reading into it this year, but it's you gotta have batteries each year. Make sure you're charging them. Charged for have them overcharged for matches. Definitely lots of high level battery movement. The other thing I want to touch on was ranking points again. I think first up the ranking point value to turn 40 that first few ranking points. That's been honestly a separator. We've seen a lot of on the verge of that 2. The Red Alliance just barely got above 40, allowed themselves a point. Even also seeing a few teams barely under, like that's been, and then Blue Alliance just together and had 5 ranking. Yeah, it's been a pleasure chatting with you.
Yeah.
Very, very exciting, very cool that we've had the events here at the Indiana State Fairgrounds right in 721's backyard. Very cool for our community to be able to come here and enjoy, see what this is all about. So I think we're going to throw it back to the field.
Doctors!
No, my ball, wait. And I've lost my ball, but we're going to continue. Our last team on the red line, they're golden. It's team 9431.
From Snyder High School, their gold standard.
Let me reattach that ball real quick. I don't want a robot getting that. That'd be bad. All righty, they're not in their driver's position, but they're actually right here. Camera over here. Look at them. It's team 9491.
From Silver Creek High School, it's Crypto Creek.
And in the middle line station here to show the power of the bear, it's team 1747.
Representing West Lafayette, Indiana, it's Harrison Boiler Robotics.
And last but not least, I know they have 4 sides, but I'm not sure what shape yet. It's Team 3494.
They're a family community team from Bloomington. Give it up for the Quadrangles.
All right, robot fans, we've got the green light from the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Match 54 is off. 3940 making a splash into the neutral zone, and then coming back over to join their partner, the Conductors, to score a lot of fuel into the hub for the Red Alliance. Over on blue, all 3 robots are working on emptying their hoppers, and it looks like we have a level 1 tower climb from the Quadrangles, helping contribute to the Blue Alliance's auto score of 40 points. Red earned 61. They have a slight lead now. 3940 trying to beat 94-91 back over to the red zone and get out of the Conductors' way as the Conductors shepherd more fuel over to the Red Alliance's zone. 94-91 looks to be lasering in on Cybertooth as their opponent of choice to play defense against, but it does look like Crypto Creek is having some problems connecting. Good news for the Red Alliance as they are now have unfettered access to their Alliance's hub to be able to unleash fuel into their hub to extend their lead. Red Alliance is up 120 with 1.5 minutes in play. Cybertooth trying to fit in another cycle along with their partners, Gold Standard, before their shift ends. And now the blue side is taking their turn to score into their hub. Quadrangles is doing their signature move of driving along the driver's station wall and scoring with their turreted shooter while they intake more fuel. It's working very well for them. They're also partnered with HBR, who's scoring side by side with the Quadrangles. That's going to help Blue take the lead and get to within 100 fuel of earning the Energize ranking point. 45 seconds remaining. Quadrangles continuing to use their turret shooter to score and shoot fuel back onto the Blue Alliance's side of the field to prep for their next shift. Over on red, they're facing a little bit of defense against Crypto Creek. 94-31 playing counter defense to try and free up space for Cybertooth to continue scoring and the Conductors to do the same. 20 seconds remaining. Red Alliance is up, but only by about 15 points. They need to be able to increase their lead to get this win. 1747 trying to get another cycle in along with their partners. Looks like Quadrangles 2-1. We have our results from that match. Only 5 points between these alliances. It's going to be Blue taking the win. They earned 243 points to Red's 236. That's going to bump up a few of those Blue bots in the rankings.
and knock down those 3 red robots as a result. Congratulations to our winning Blue Alliance teams. And with that, we're going to toss things over to our commentary desk for a little bit of an update.
Yeah, so we can.
Hi everyone, my name is Avi and I am the treasurer of Purdue First Programs, and this is Ashley. I wanted to ask you about role in Finn, just like a brief stuff and any plans that Finn is planning.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Ashley Robbins, executive director. Most of you should know me by now. Things I'm doing at events and kind of intro. I oversee all of Finn, all of first here in the state of. That's more than 400 teams serving 3,000 across the state. How's that? A little better? Can you guys hear me now? Excellent. Thanks, Ian. So I help serve all of those students across the state. I help fundraise for Finn. I oversee a wonderful staff that coordinates all of our events, takes care of all of our teams, and overall just helps promote this across the state. So it's a great job. I really love helping to serve students and working with kids that are so much smarter than me every day.
Yeah. Finn has been a huge impact of my life. I did it since elementary school through high school, and now I'm part of an alum program in college. Do you have any your ideas maybe coming off season?
Sure. So this feels like kind of reaching the finish line for Finn, right? Getting through FRC State, but it's not the finish line. We have tons of great things coming up and on the radar. So we've got a Finn off-season event happening here in Louisville. That's a Riverboat Rumble coming up this summer, which we're really excited about. Excited that Silver Creek is going to be hosting that for the first time. So really looking forward to that. We've got a couple other great off-seasons happening, including when you guys are hosting B3.
Yeah, Purdue First Programs is hosting an off-season event in October called Boiler Bot Battle. Everybody should sign up. We had a QR code on the screen during opening ceremonies. Yeah, you should all come. It's an amazing event.
In addition to those things, there's a couple other things that maybe aren't hosted by Finn, but that we are excited to support. Those would include, some FTC premiere events, we've got FLL festivals going on, and some things we hope to support and partner in Kentucky.
But yeah, that's pretty much it for us. Let's give it back to the field.
folks, as our last teams have taken the field, let's begin to meet our teams for this next match. Starting off your Red Alliance, we have team 10021.
From Noblesville, Indiana, it's the Garin Catholic Golden Gears.
And in your Middle Alliance station, bringing the Knights with them, it's team 6498.
They're driving their robot, the King. It's Castle Robotics.
And rounding off this alliance, clad in the color of royal, it's team 3176.
From Brownsburg, Indiana, make it loud for Purple Precision.
And starting off your Blue Alliance, here to show their bite, it's team 1024.
They're from the McKenzie Center for Innovation and Technology, it's the Kilobytes.
And in your Middle Alliance station, we have team 2867.
Driving their robot Rico, it's Elk Logics.
And rounding off this alliance, here to show their horns, it's team 4272.
They're from McCutcheon High School, it's Maverick Robotics.
Alrighty, folks, we've got our thumbs up from the field. Drivers behind the lines. This match will begin in 3, 2, 1, rebuild!
Match 55 has begun. Red Alliance, a few human players scoring the first fuel of the match. 2867 Elk Logics partnering with Maverick and Kilobytes to all score for the blue side. Over on red, though, Garin Catholic Golden Gears coming across the bump to squeeze in another cycle. Both alliances scoring a lot of fuel in that auto. Blue breaking 100 in auto alone. Over on blue, Maverick trying to squeeze in one more round before the transition period ends. And they're dealing with some heavy defense from Castle Robotics, who's lining up and trying to slow down Maverick as much as possible. Maverick has stayed in the #1 position for most of the day today. It totally makes sense why the Red Alliance is going to be spending one of their robots' entire time trying to slow Maverick down. And Castle is doing an excellent job so far. Kilobytes, though, are also an excellent scorer, and they are undefended, so they are making quick work of the fuel against the driver's station over on the blue side of the field. 1:25 seconds remaining. Meanwhile, the Golden Gears are trying to get around defense from Elk Logics, another strong defender here in this match. With 1:15 seconds remaining, Red is only down by a handful of fuel. They may be able to close the gap during this shift. The Golden Gears trying to get around defense from Elk Logics. They're able to unload their hopper into the Red Alliance's hub. With Red now taking the lead, they're up by 50 points with 50 seconds left in play. Back over to the blue side of the field, we have these robots all firing on all of their cylinders. Maverick is still being slowed down by Castle Robotics, who's also trying to put some pressure on Kilobytes. 30 seconds remaining, and the Red Alliance's defensive strategy is working well so far, but they've lost their lead, now down by 15 points with 20 seconds to go. Castle Robotics now shifting to offense. Most of the robots are back in their own zones, trying to outscore each other with 10 seconds remaining. This is going to be a close one. Red Alliance keeping up the pressure with 3, 2, 1. We have our score for match number 55 up on the screen. It's the Red Alliance taking the win, knocking out our number 1 seeded team with a score of 420 points to 364. The Red Alliance just barely got that supercharged bonus ranking point, netting them 5 ranking points in that match. That's going to put the Garen Catholic Golden Gears now in the highly coveted number 1 position, knocking down Maverick to number 2. Congratulations to our winning Red Alliance teams.
Qualification match 55, a absolute barn burner, a shootout for the ages. Red winning 420, the Blues 364. Gearin taking first place, knocking Maverick down to second. That was anybody's game. From auto to end, they went for everything. What did you see?
You know, Eric, I don't follow a lot of the matches, and I won't pretend that I'm a great strategist when it comes to gameplay. But anytime you're getting to see, you know, a new number 1 and a team moving down to number 2 on the opposite alliance, I think that's fun and it's exciting, and it keeps the crowd engaged. So great gameplay, very fun to watch, and I love chatting with you about it while it was happening.
Oh my god! It was the whole time period was. I wish I recorded that piece. But the things that I've been around here, the matches have been great. The outside stuff has been great, and I swore I saw like some FLL stuff and some FTC stuff happening. Please tell me more about that. What's going on?
Yeah, we had some great cross-program stuff happening today, which I was really excited about. So we actually had some FTC teams here demoing, so just showing off kind of what they had going on this season, bringing their robot, talking about the FTC season and what's going on. So that was awesome to have them here. And we also hosted a first LEGO League Spring Fling. So teams that didn't get to compete earlier in the season or maybe started late after the challenge season had gone on, those teams actually came today. We had a couple of challenge teams and a couple explore teams that ran a little mini tournament. So they got to actually get robots on the field. There was some mock judging that happened. So awesome to have those teams represented here, not just so that they can see FRC, which is big and exciting, but so that FRC can also see those programs too. So it always feels great to have the full progression of programs in the building.
Oh, absolutely. That is absolutely what First is about. Time to see what more that First is about after this.
I'm excited.
And in your middle alliance, Some say they may be the greatest of all time. It's 829.
Driving their robot, Coco. Give it up for the Digital Goats.
And rounding off this Red Alliance is Team 447.
A family community team from Anderson, it's Team Roboto.
And on the Blue Alliance, here to show that even pups have a bite, it's Team 761.
Driving their robot Fracture, make it loud for the Tech Pups.
And your middle alliance station coming from deep outer space is Team 461.
They're from West Lafayette Junior Senior High School. It's Westside Boiler Invasion.
And rounding off this alliance, it may seem like they're guessing, but they're always precise. It's Team 1646.
From right across the river in Lafayette, it's Precision Guessworks.
Alrighty, we've got our thumbs up from the fields. Without further ado, drivers behind the lines. This match starts in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Match 56 has begun. Precision Guessworks scoring the first fuel of the match for the Blue Alliance. Their partner, the Tech Pups, coming to join them with some fuel they scooped up from the neutral zone. Over on red, 447 attempting a hang, just missing it. Their partner, 829, scoring into the hub for red, helping red take the lead. They're up by 10 points as we move into teleop. Blue Alliance gets the first teleop shift. 461 lining up and scoring for blue. Their partner, 761, doing the same, while Westside Boiler Invasion herds more fuel into the Blue Alliance zone and lines up for another cycle into the hub. A minute and 55 seconds on the clock. Tinley Trailblazers trying to slow down Precision Guessworks, or is it the other way around? Precision Guessworks has followed them over into the Red Alliance zone now that the red hub is activated. Tinley Trailblazers and Digital Goats are lighting up the Red Alliance's fuel hub with fuel. Their opponent, 461, shooting fuel over into the blue zone. 761 doing the same, trying to get prepared for their next shift. A minute and 20 seconds remaining. Red Alliance is up by about 70 points. They need 30 more in order to get the Energize bonus ranking point. Blue is trying to catch up. 761 and 461, both cycling through fuel, but they have an interloper over on their side of the field, 447, trying to steal some fuel to make it more difficult for blue to score. 50 seconds remaining. Tinley Trailblazers were ready for our fifth shift of the match, lighting up the Red Alliance's hub. Unfortunately for Tinley, it looks like their two other partners may be down for the count, but 447 back in action, now coming over to join Tinley into the Red Alliance zone, trying to get one more cycle in before we enter our end game. We are now in the last 30 seconds of the match. Blue Alliance trying to catch up. Each alliance has gotten the Energized ranking point. Now they're trying to win 3 from winning. Westside Boiler Invasion lining up against the hub to score. Their partners, Tech Pups, also scoring into the hub for blue. 10 seconds remaining. Tinley is trying to get another cycle in for red, but blue has taken the lead and is extending it. 3, 2, 1. We've got our scores for qualification match number 56. It's the Blue Alliance taking the win. They earned 336 to Red's 319. Each alliance earning the Energize bonus ranking point. And that's going to move things around in our top 20. Tech Pups now at number 2, WBI now at number 7, and Precision Guessworks up to number 19. Congratulations to our 3 winning Blue Bots.
Are back qualification match 56. Blue Alliance taking the win 36. They've came to play. It's state. You don't make it to the Indiana State Championship often just because your robot works for seconds. You know, oftentimes the best of the best teams face the rigors and immaculate job. I was talking illustrious executive director about some of the things she does and does see, but didn't progress of some of the on the difference of the competition from.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's such a fascinating thing to see, especially as someone who, again, is not ingrained in it and lives in it every single day. It's great to see, right? Week 1, we're kind of experimenting. We're feeling it out. We're seeing what works. We're, trying new strategies for the first time. Then you come here and the precision and the speed and the efficiency that teams are showing, it's crazy. And honestly, Eric, I'm not going to drive a robot. No one wants me to do that. But I think I would crush it as human player. Honestly, I've been practicing. I think if teams are ready, I'm ready. So sign me up. I'm happy to get out there.
I have to be so honest. Indiana.
Yeah, I'm athlete. I'm a Boilermaker. I know how to ball.
Oh yeah.
Put me out there. Put me, coach. Call me up.
Let me see the foil. Let's see.
Are you ready?
Oh, you're good. That's like
and honestly, I talked to teams at Washington at Walk In and Talk, and I asked them to come give me their tips. They said I don't even need the guide hand. Just go strong, confident.
You need a guide hand. Guide hand. Do not let them
That's what I thought too.
Keep it in the pocket a little bit. Don't go too crazy. But that is, I can definitely say. Sometimes one of my favorite things about robotics and at robots that I know kids, knowing some person would kid didn't build, because
so many people.
And just the robot in front of us. Shout out Castle, 98. If you told me at 6 at a high schooler, I'd be like, cool. Is the high schooler working with NASA?
Honestly, week 1, I got to experience that. My family came to see an event for the first time. So I'm kind of from the South Bend area. So my dad and 2 of my brothers came to the event. It was their first time ever seeing FRC. And so they were kind of having that exact thought where they were watching and they're like, you're telling me high school kids built this? I'm like, yeah. And they did it in 6 weeks. And so it's really amazing to see 8 weeks. It's great to see and be able to show that off to people. And again, this game is so fun for people not even involved in robotics or not familiar with it, right? It's pick up fuel, shoot it fast. So it was awesome for them to be able to kind of see it and get it and be so impressed by it. And it was awesome for me to get to show that off to my family and share that at week 1.
I'm not gonna lie. I've studied the greats. I've seen the highs and the lows. The first time you watch it, you're always just like, no, they didn't.
It's overwhelming. It's very impressive. And I think, again, like I said, getting to work with kids that are smarter than me every single day is a privilege. It's so cool. And I don't speak the language, right? And I can't solve the problems, but watching a student passionately tell me about watching them talk about what they did on the robot or a change they made or an idea they had, and watching the excitement and passion on their faces as they share that. And I don't need to speak the language to feel that the power in that moment is awesome. Honestly, it's one of my favorite things. So like, catch me in the pits, tell me what you're doing. I love it. I don't get it, but it's cool.
Especially because you see a kid and they're half awake.
Yeah.
They have social anxiety.
Oh yeah.
They wouldn't talk to you for 1,000 years. Hey, what did you do for robot?
They're fueled by fruit snacks and Red Bull, and they were up too late in the hotel last night.
Way too
and
late.
they're laughing at jokes that are not funny. But listen, they're here and they're engaged, and it's a long day, and the energy in the stands, like the way teams are cheering, the way that they're showing up, we're shouting out, our drive team, like that energy stays high all day, and that always impresses me. Because I'll tell you, by the end of the day, I'm tired. Long day, and my energy is I'm ready to get off my feet, and these teams bring it all day long, and that's awesome.
I have nothing else. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Awesome. See us. One more match. Match 27 replay. We are letting one of the robots get some rest time. It is tired. It's nap for a second. Make sure it
Honestly,
gets rejuvenated.
exactly what we were saying.
Then it's right back to the field. One more. Y'all till then.
All right, we've got our teams on the field for this next replay of this match. Let's go ahead and start off with your Red Alliance. They're here in the jungle. It's Team 5010.
Things are heating up with their robot lasagna. Give it up for Tiger Dynasty.
And in your middle alliance station, we have Team 8430.
From Washington High School, they're the Hatch Batch.
And last but not least, on your Red Alliance, here to show their fangs, it's team 3940.
From Northwestern High School, it's Cybertooth.
And starting off our Blue Alliance, bringing their knights in tow, it's team 6498 with the wrong flag.
From Castle High School, it's Castle Robotics.
And this time with the right flag, it's team 447.
From Anderson, Indiana, it's Team Roboto.
And last but not least, it's team 7457.
Representing Purdue Polytechnic High School, it's Super Duper Robotics.
Robot fans all around, thumbs are not up. Give us another minute. Alrighty, Robot fans, now we have our thumbs up. So, drivers behind the lines, this match begins in 3, 2, 1, rebuild!
At long last, our final match of the day here at Indiana District Champs. Blue Alliance has Super Duper and Castle Robotics, both fueling up from the neutral zone, scoring, and then going back for more. 50-10 is doing the same thing over on red. It's gonna be blue that comes into Tullyop with a lead. They scored 92 to red's 27. That is quite a lead that they're hoping to capitalize on. Super Duper scoring even more fuel into their hub during the end of their transition shift. Over on red, we've got Tiger Dynasty lighting up the hub for the Red Alliance. Their partners, 3940, in the neutral zone, coming back over to score some more. Meanwhile, the Hatch Batch is playing defense on Super Duper, who looks now to, unfortunately, maybe be disconnected from the field. That is going to be a big blow for blue. But Team Roboto and Castle Robotics are not two robots to be stopped. They're continuing on in this offensive journey, even without their lead scorer, Super Duper. Castle Robotics filling up their hopper with another batch of fuel and lining up to score. Team Roboto, fresh off of the last match, venturing over into the Red Alliance's zone to steal some fuel. Their opponent, Cybertooth, scoring into the Red Alliance's hub along with their partners, Tiger Dynasty. A minute remaining, and blue is still in the lead. Tiger Dynasty trying to narrow that gap. Each alliance is around 100 points from getting their energized ranking point. Tiger Dynasty shooting fuel over onto the other side of the field and maybe a little bit outside of the field. We all make mistakes. Over their partners, 8430, playing defense on Team Roboto, while Castle Robotics is able to score undefended for blue. 35 seconds remaining. Blue is up by 50 points, even though now Super Duper is back in action. Hatch Batch is focusing their defensive efforts back onto the Purdue Polytechnic shooter, who's scoring more points to extend the Blue Alliance's lead. 10 seconds remaining. Super Duper unleashing a flurry of fuel into the Blue Alliance's hub. Their partners joining them in the scoring with 3, 2, 1. Number 27, it's the Blue Alliance taking the win. They earn 240 to Red's 194. Congratulations to our winning Blue Alliance, even though they earned 3 ranking points from winning the match. Not quite enough to keep those Blue Alliance bots in their previous positions. They're all going to drop in the rankings as a result, but still, a very strong showing from our Blue Alliance. Congratulations to our winners of this rematch.